for Hector, and the virtues of your ancestors. Epigraph. But men of faint heart never yet set up a trophy. Wherefore you must go forward to your discoursing manfully, and, invoking the aid of Apollo and the Muses, exhibit and celebrate the virtues of your ancient citizens. Plato, Critias. Introduction. The year is 79 BCE. 3 centuries have passed since the death of Socrates. A distinguished traveller from Rome, the statesman and philosopher Marcus Tullius Cicero, is visiting the Athenian Academy for an afternoon stroll with his friends. The school founded here by Plato, Socrates' most famous student, is the most important philosophical institute in history. Every subsequent academy bears its name. For centuries, young men had flocked here to hang on the words of great orators and philosophers as they paced up and down brightly painted marble colonnades, while athletes trained nearby, wrestling and running on the tracks. When Cicero and his companions arrive, however, they find the grounds eerily silent and completely deserted. As they walk along the vacant pathways, nevertheless, the friends feel a profound connection to the past, stronger than any text could convey. The nearby garden of Plato's house, one says, seems very vividly to bring the actual man before my eyes. Cicero feels that such places, where great philosophers once explored the nature of wisdom, actually miss the sound of their voices. He imagines the academy itself mourning the loss. The companions agree that the form of nostalgia they're experiencing can be a healthy sentiment if it encourages them to follow the example set by men like Plato and Socrates. We should feel inspired, not only to know about the great sages of history in a purely intellectual way, says Cicero, but also to emulate their way of living. Just 7 years prior, the academy area, which lay outside the city walls, had been occupied and despoiled by Roman legionaries during the dictator Sulla's brutal siege of Athens. Its sacred groves were felled to provide timber for war machines, and its shrines and libraries were looted. The academy may, therefore, have appeared semi-derelict to Cicero and his friends. Despite the damage inflicted by Sulla, philosophical studies continued at Athens for several centuries, but the city never recovered its former glory. Since the end of the classical period, the study of philosophy has shifted from being a practical way of life to being a largely bookish and theoretical pursuit. This change has been lamented by many, such as the British Philhellene Lord Byron, who mourned the decline of Athens and the fading memory of Socrates, the quintessential Athenian philosopher. As Byron reminisced about watching the Mediterranean sun disappear behind the mountains, he exclaimed, "On such an eve his palest beam he cast, when Athens, here thy wisest looked his last. How watched thy better sons his farewell ray, that closed their murdered sages' latest day." Socrates was, of course, executed, not literally murdered, by his fellow citizens. Byron's language is meant to express a sense of terrible injustice and loss. Yet despite Socrates' reputation as one of history's greatest sages, his teachings and the remarkable stories of his life, with which they were entwined, remain unfamiliar to the majority of people. The Socratic dialogues are seldom read today, except by a handful of classical scholars, and Plato's Academy, the cradle of Western philosophy, has lain in ruins for well over 1,000 years. But it does still exist. I lay my hand on the grass, close my eyes, and imagine that Socrates and his fellow philosophers are still here. The sun warms my face. I can smell the scorched dust of the paths, mingling with the fragrance of cypress and pine trees. Dogs are barking, and I can hear the shrieks of children playing. Young people exercise here, jogging, skipping rope, and practicing martial arts. The academy was one of several gymnasia, or sports grounds, in ancient Athens. You can still descend into the ruins of a palestra, or wrestling school, in the middle of Academia Platonus Park, as it's now known. Stray cats saunter through the rubble instead of famous philosophers. Plato lived near these grounds and taught philosophy here. His house was probably a short walk to the northeast, near the hill of Colonus. After his death, his body was entombed somewhere in the vicinity. Perhaps his remains still lie here, somewhere beneath my feet. Whenever I want to feel a connection to ancient philosophy, I take a leaf out of Cicero's book and come to visit the grounds of the ancient Athenian Academy. I often recollect his remarks about the great thinkers who once walked here. Paradoxically, focusing on their absence somehow makes them feel more present. I imagine Cicero himself could walk around the corner any minute, emerging from behind a copse of trees, in deep conversation with his companions, soon to be followed by Zeno, the founder of Stoicism, Diogenes the Cynic, Aristotle, Plato, or even Socrates. We're told they all set foot here. Despite laying in ruins, the spirit of the academy still lingers. It serves as a reminder of a time when philosophy was a shared journey, not just an academic exercise. By offering a contemporary exploration of Socratic wisdom and its practical relevance to our everyday lives, this book seeks to rekindle some actually getting better. Sometimes they have even gotten worse, despite investing so much time, energy and money in buying whatever self-improvement gurus are selling them. It would, however, be much better for us to learn how to use reason to actively problem solve and evaluate different strategies, rather than depend on other people for stock advice. Before we can even begin to help ourselves, we need, moreover, to figure out what our goal is. Self-help is no help unless we know what it is we're trying to achieve. First, we need to learn how to focus on the bigger picture, and as Socrates insisted, ask ourselves some difficult questions concerning our values. For instance, should our self-improvement be measured in terms of achieving external goals, such as wealth and reputation, or inner ones, such as wisdom and self-mastery? What really constitutes human flourishing or a good life? The internet is awash with self-help advice. Young people in particular drink from a veritable fire hose of opinions about how they should be living. The youth of Athens faced essentially the same problem. Their influencers were called the sophists, self-proclaimed experts or wise men. Ancient Athenians attended speeches given by sophists, who claimed to improve their students, just as today we consume videos by those who profess to be self-improvement experts. The sophists charged hefty fees for teaching young men how to become more persuasive speakers, with promises that they would thereby achieve success in public life. Modern influencers often profess to teach us how to succeed in our careers and relationships. Nevertheless, despite being separated by over 2,000 years, ancient sophists and modern-day influencers can at times sound uncannily alike. That's because they're often telling their audiences what they want to hear, or what they know will capture their attention, something Socrates described as pandering. They compete with their peers for our praise, ancient sophists for applause, social media influencers for likes. that inevitably leads them to appeal to our existing prejudices rather than challenge them. But what if this very relationship does us more harm than good? Acquiring our beliefs passively in this way risks making us dangerously dependent on the opinions of other people by reducing our ability to think for ourselves. We get opinions, the appearance of knowledge, rather than genuine knowledge. One self-help influencer may tell you to be assertive, another to practice acceptance. Advice or rules that work in one situation, such as tidy your room, focus on the positive, or breathe from your abdomen, can become a liability if we try to follow them under different circumstances. Rules work until they don't. Advice is good until it's not. Even the best advice is no substitute for real wisdom. It's healthier, of course, to be able to adapt your coping style to the demands of whatever situations you encounter. Following someone else's moral or psychological guidance is like following their directions to get through a forest. It only works until you get lost again. You would be much better off in the long run if you could learn how to use a map and compass. If, that is, you were guided by reason and your own philosophy of life. If you depend too much on social media and self-help books for guidance, you risk becoming like those lost souls described by another ancient author. Having gotten into the habit of consulting oracles and diviners before making any decision, they seem to lose the ability to think for themselves. As he puts it, because of their excessive reverence for omens or advice, they let the words of others guide them rather than their own heart, and they creep down alleyways, picking up advice from other people's remarks, thinking with their ears, so to speak, not with their brains. Socrates also realized that there's a danger in thinking with our ears instead of using reason. We don't acquire wisdom by just listening to other people's opinions. Wisdom requires knowing how to navigate your own path through life by learning to ask other people and yourself the right questions. We will explore some of these questions throughout this book, as well as cognitive techniques designed to help us gain related insights. From the outset, though, we should brace ourselves for the possibility that reflecting philosophically on our own deepest values may lead us to question some of the prevailing values of the society in which we live. As I became more interested in Socrates' life and the period in which he lived, I was struck by how many parallels there are with recent history. The Athens of Socrates was a fledgling democracy in which the basic strengths and weaknesses of that system were laid bare. Their city initially flourished and built up strong alliances under the leadership of great statesmen in whom the people believed wholeheartedly. Following the outbreak of a great war and a devastating pandemic, however, their trust in government was shaken, leading to a split between two political factions that became more extreme and polarized as they fought for control of the state. The political and legal systems of Athens strained under the weight of corruption as their weaknesses were exploited to the maximum. Demagogues soon realized that populist measures and emotive rhetoric could be used to manipulate the people and to swing votes in the assembly by pandering to human weaknesses such as greed, fear, and anger. Professional advisors, the sophists, became increasingly famous and staggeringly wealthy by teaching politicians the art of persuasion. These men gave celebrated speeches themselves, which often exploited common insecurities and prejudices. A curious hybrid of political and self-improvement rhetoric evolved, which encouraged privileged young men to view contempt for their perceived inferiors as something strong and manly. The violent suppression of foreign nations abroad and total loss of faith in the democratic process at home led in due course to armed coups, political purges, and even civil war. Socrates didn't explicitly align himself with any political faction or system of government, but rather his main concern was whether or not those wielding power possessed the wisdom and virtue that might make them competent to be in charge. He was, however, forced to watch as Athenian democracy was first hijacked by demagogues and then reverted to an oligarchy, or rule by the few, which ultimately collapsed into tyranny, or what we call authoritarianism. I will leave it to you to observe more specific parallels between ancient Athens and our modern political landscape. Different people may perhaps draw quite different and even opposing conclusions about what lessons we should learn. Most of us can agree, however, that the struggles of Athenian democracy throughout the Peloponnesian War, which marked the main period of Socrates' life with which we're concerned, provide a clear warning to us regarding both the fragility of the democratic system and its vulnerability to abuse. Socrates, if anything, was a critic of the Athenian democratic system, particularly the ease with which speakers could sway votes by pandering to the worst tendencies or vices of the people. Nevertheless, the ability to reason well and maintain self-awareness, then as now, may be our best defense against the rhetoric of fear and anger that threatens to tear our democracy apart, as it once tore apart that of Athens. The Socratic Dialogues. As my appreciation of the Socratic Dialogues deepened over the years, I wondered what sort of book might help my cognitive therapy clients to benefit from Socratic philosophy. I also wondered how, if I could go back in time, I would introduce the wisdom of Socrates to my teenage self. This book is my answer to those questions. It reflects my own journey and my hope to throw open the doors of ancient Greek philosophy for others. The following chapters will take you back to ancient Athens and allow you to experience Socrates in dialogue with his students. The dialogues you will encounter are drawn from original sources that have been preserved for around 24 centuries, for the simple reason that they are considered to be of exceptional literary and philosophical value. Fortunately, despite the loss of so much ancient literature, the complete works ascribed to Plato survive today, including all 35 of his dialogues featuring Socrates. We also have around 40, mostly quite short, dialogues from Xenophon, another friend and student of Socrates. Countless more were written by their contemporaries, but none of them survive, except a few fragments from another philosopher called Aeschines. It was, first and foremost, by studying these dialogues and following their example that ancient philosophers began to learn how to think like Socrates. I've adapted several of the ancient dialogues for this book. To make the ideas they contain more accessible to modern readers, I've excerpted key parts from longer dialogues, simplified arguments, clarified terminology, combined elements from different texts and sometimes different authors, and modified them in countless other ways. Where it seemed to work better, I've adapted dialogue spoken by one character and attributed it to another. I've created entirely new passages of dialogue in a few places, loosely based on the available information about Socrates and his companions. I've also provided information about some of the main interlocutors, events, and settings, which Plato and Xenophon assumed their audience already knew. These dialogues, I must emphasize, are not intended to be historically accurate representations of conversations the real Socrates ever had, but neither are the ones written by Plato and Xenophon. This book is based on historical sources, nevertheless, and aims to capture Socrates' style and the substance of his ideas and questions. In other words, I intend to remain faithful to the philosophical views attributed to Socrates. While you are reading Socratic dialogues, Whether it's the ancient ones or the adapted versions in the following chapters, you have the opportunity to accompany the participants on an adventure, both philosophical and psychological in nature. You may, albeit temporarily, become Socrates and his interlocutors and take part in a sort of philosophical psychodrama. You may agree or disagree with what Socrates says, be stumped by his questions, have your cherished beliefs refuted, feel confused or glimpse flashes of insight, so-called aha moments. At first, this can be unsettling. Whereas some individuals were thrilled to be questioned by Socrates and found the experience addictive, others grew infuriated, indignant, and ashamed when their hidden confusion was exposed. Can you recall a time when you were made to realize that you had been guilty of some grave mistake? It requires patience and tolerance to willingly subject your deepest beliefs to cross-examination. Often we're left knowing less about life than we believed we knew at the beginning. Greek philosophers called this aporia, meaning a state of profound confusion and disorientation. Plato said that after having been questioned by Socrates, his interlocutors sometimes felt as though they'd brushed against a torpedo fish, an electric ray, and received a powerful jolt that left them temporarily stunned. Why in the name of heaven would anyone want to experience the notoriously painful sting delivered by this fellow Socrates? Our moral certainty can function like a security blanket that we cling to for reassurance. Even if that sense of comfort is based on an illusion, it can be a cherished one, and we may feel anxiety if someone threatens to rip it away from us. We prefer it when experts, like the sophists or their modern descendants, pander to us because it's easier for us. What we stand to gain from being challenged by Socrates is something less tangible and harder to define because it's more about learning to use a philosophical method than simply learning to memorize the content of specific doctrines. Plato famously compared the benefit of philosophy to the experience of someone who's spent their life chained in a cave, observing shadows cast on the wall. One day, let's suppose the prisoner escapes and glimpses the real world outside the cave. Dazzled at first by the light, he returns to explain to his fellow captives that what they're looking at are merely shadows cast by various objects. They, of course, think he's lost his mind. This is the experience of anyone who has seen through a common illusion. Socrates is trying to snap us out of a trance by asking questions, but the benefits of awakening can be difficult to describe to those who are still entranced. The promised goal that awaits us, though, can be said to consist in greater freedom. It is my belief that this Socratic freedom resembled what modern psychologists call cognitive flexibility, or openness to exploring alternative perspectives, a trait that has the potential to improve mental health and emotional resilience. The Socratic dialogues that lead the way there can be thought of as a philosophical assault course, where our beliefs about life are put through their paces. When we read them in the right way, we're using our imaginations to mentally rehearse being there in conversation with Socrates and his companions. We may thereby develop thinking skills that benefit us in the real world and free us from common mistakes. Imagine, for example, becoming the venerable sophist Protagoras for a while, or the charismatic young nobleman Alcibiades, by allowing the drama of the dialogue to unfold in your own mind. If you can genuinely experience the impact of Socrates' questions, you may learn to think more critically and reflectively. These skills can help you when faced with the pronouncements of modern-day sophists on the internet, or authority figures in other walks of life. It does take practice, though. Each dialogue is therefore best approached as a different mental palestra or training ground where we can practice the Socratic method. Socrates is important not only because he is the source from which most philosophy, as we know it today, originated, but also because much of our modern literature on self-improvement is ultimately indebted to him. In a sense, Socrates is the great-grandfather of modern self-help and psychotherapy. In some cases, the philosophical and therapeutic tradition he initiated has inevitably degenerated back into the pandering of the sophists. By returning to his original method, however, we gain insight into everything that followed, and may learn how to find our own way through the forest of self-improvement advice. If we can imagine Socrates in a way that makes his philosophy come alive, we can walk in his footsteps for a short while, learn to ask some of the questions that he asked, and think about our lives more deeply than we have become used to doing. What that promises is something more than modern self-help literature can typically offer. A way of living guided by our own reason rather than the advice of others, which can lead us toward freedom and genuine fulfillment. This book tells the story of Socrates' life as a philosophical journey. It is a dramatized account which treats Socrates as a literary character in order to explore the connection between his thought and life. I hope you feel at times as though you're reading a historical biography, but in fact, more than half of this book consists of dialogues applying philosophical concepts derived from classical texts. Think of it as an invitation for you to engage with philosophy, not as a bookish and abstract subject, but as a practical guide for living. Socrates, as Plutarch puts it, was the first to show that philosophy is applicable to our lives at all times and in all aspects, and to every one of our experiences and activities. We may not have a very reliable account of Socrates' life, but what we do have are stories about him and conversations attributed to him by his students. What matters most isn't whether Socrates actually did or said certain things, but whether you and I can benefit today from the ideas attributed to him, or gain insight from the sort of questions he's said to have asked. According to Plato, for instance, we're told that Socrates himself would have told us those individuals who have conferred the greatest benefit on humankind in different branches of the sciences and arts. Philosophy for Socrates was, first and foremost, a process for improving ourselves by critically examining our deepest values. He believed that the purpose of life itself is to converse daily about virtue, or the improvement of our own character, because, as he puts it, the unexamined life is not worth living. After his trial, he reminded his friends to keep questioning themselves and others, including his own sons, in order to purge intellectual conceits, especially if they seemed to care more about wealth than about wisdom. The sentence. The outcome of the trial is well known. The jury deliberated while they voted, each man dropping one of 2 small bronze discs he had been given into an amphora to indicate either acquittal or guilt. Once they'd returned to their benches, the herald called out, "Who hasn't voted? Stand up." Nobody stood up, so the urn was emptied out and the votes counted. The herald announced the jury's verdict. Socrates was guilty. Athenian law allowed the accused to propose an alternative to the death penalty. Socrates was expected, like most individuals in these circumstances, to throw himself on the mercy of the court, parading his tearful wife and children before them, begging the jury to send him into exile as long as they spared his life. They would certainly have agreed to do so. None of them really wanted his death on their conscience. Socrates, though, remained unapologetic. The absence of his family made it clear that he did not intend to make an emotional display. He was, as he put it, a man like other men, a creature of flesh and blood, and not of wood or stone, who loved his wife and children. However, I had not the boldness or impudence or inclination to address you as you would have liked me to, he said, weeping and wailing and lamenting and saying and doing all the things that you have been accustomed to hear from others. Least of all, in the hour of his greatest danger, did he want to behave in a manner he considered beneath him. Nor do I now repent of my defence, he said, and I would rather die, having spoken in my manner, than speak in your manner and live. Instead of exile, he proposed that the jury should punish him for his alleged impiety and for corrupting the youth, with free meals for life at public expense. This was an honour typically granted to victorious athletes. After some discussion with his friends, Socrates told the court that he would be willing to accept a fine, amounting to 30 pieces of silver. It was too late. His big talk, as one of his students later described it, offended the jurymen. An even larger number now voted against him than had originally found him guilty. They sentenced him to death. This arrogant old man, who dared to question the things they held in highest regard, seemed too dangerous to let live. The jury were convinced, based on the impression they'd received from satire and gossip, that the philosopher before them was nothing more than an intellectual charlatan, whose habit of questioning everything merely posed a threat to their society. In reality, they did not know Socrates at all. Chapter 2. The First Philosopher. As a young man, Socrates worked in stone. His father, Socrates, a master sculptor, hoped to teach his sons a valuable trade. They were put to work toiling under clouds of dust among his slaves. Socrates had been given the job of roughing out a block of Parian marble for a frieze, which would later stand before the Propylaea, the grand entrance to the Athenian Acropolis. Ropes and pulleys clattered as workmen positioned one heavy block after another to be chiselled and chiselled until they were ready to be smoothed and painted. The life of a craftsman in a busy stonemason's workshop was tedious, dusty, and deafening. Socrates must have struggled to hear himself think at times. His mother, Phaenarete, claimed that as soon as he learned to speak, Socrates had begun asking questions. He asked questions about the nature of the world around us. How did the sun come into being? From what was it made? Will it one day cease to appear above the horizon? He was also curious about human nature. Do we think with our blood, our breath, or the brain? What is knowledge? Is it more like having an opinion or a memory? Of all the youths in Athens, Socrates was the one most troubled by such questions. The sculpture he was working on would depict 3 goddesses called the Graces, or Charites. They personified the virtues involved in graciously bestowing and receiving favours. One maiden offered a precious gift, another received it with gratitude, and a third repaid the giver. The 3 Graces symbolised this virtuous cycle by dancing together in a circle. As soon as Socrates was set to work on this piece, dedicating his entire day to its preparation, he found himself besieged by new questions. What are generosity and gratitude? What do they look like in their perfect form? Having pestered his father to no avail, he had approached the finest sculptors in Attica, the region in which Athens is located, searching for answers. He came away totally unsatisfied. They could point to examples of great men from history, but that wasn't enough. From early childhood, Socrates had been taught to admire the ability of craftsmen to render human virtues, such as wisdom and courage, beautifully in stone. It was the Greeks who had introduced and mastered the art of lifelike sculpture. As a young man, Socrates was now growing dismayed by their inability to put their vision of human perfection into words by answering one simple question. What is virtue? Socrates could barely wait for his work to end so that he could meet his two best friends, Chaerephon of Sphetus and Crito of Alopecia. He had known Crito since childhood, as they grew up in the same deme or suburb of Athens. Chaerephon, who came from across town, he got to know later. They would talk excitedly about the latest theories of the greatest Greek minds. They looked particularly toward Ionia, a narrow region on the western coast of Asia Minor, composed of a string of prosperous colonies on the frontier between the Greek and Persian worlds. The Ionian cities had formerly been ruled by Persia, but had in recent decades become allied with Athens, providing an influx of unfamiliar customs and ideas. Chaerephon was an unconventional and outspoken fellow, particularly infatuated with an emerging movement that some people were calling love of wisdom, or philosophia, known today, of course, as philosophy. He was something of a misfit. He grew his hair long, carried a cane, and like Socrates, walked barefoot. His jaundiced complexion, lanky frame, and dark, bushy eyebrows would later cause satirists to compare his appearance to that of a spectre, raised from Hades by some form of necromancy. Chaerephon would become so animated when arguing about new ideas that his dark, loose-fitting cloak would flap around like the wings of a crazed bat. Following the monotony of the stonemason's workshop, located far outside the city walls, Socrates came alive when he was able to meet with his friends to talk about philosophy. He would have given anything for the chance to learn more. The first philosopher had arrived in Athens a few decades earlier from the Ionian city of Clazomenae. Anaxagoras lived in Athens as a foreign resident or metic, where he was inevitably suspected by some of sympathizing with the Persians, the most powerful of Greece's so-called barbarian enemies. A polymath, he devoted his life to multiple fields of study, which later earned him the nickname Nous. Although derived from a technical term employed in his philosophy, it was also akin to calling him brains or the intellectual, and could perhaps be used to mean someone who thinks too much. Everyone had heard of Anaxagoras, and he was often seen in Athens, though he remained aloof and seldom talked to strangers. The philosopher had been brought to Athens to serve as the teacher and learn their secrets. He foolishly tries to master the chariot of Helios, carrying the sun, which he describes in the language of natural philosophy as merely a golden clod of earth. However, this turns out to be much more dangerous than he anticipates. He completely loses control of the horses, flying too close to the earth and scorching its surface with the fire of the sun. For the sake of humankind, therefore, Zeus is eventually forced to intervene and destroy Phaethon with a thunderbolt which sends him blazing like a falling star or meteorite, crashing to earth by the banks of a mighty river. The Athenian people likewise saw Anaxagoras' desire to learn the secrets of the heavens as dangerous hubris and an affront to the gods, for which they made sure he was destroyed. Archelaus produced a scroll from another room, which he began to read. "These are the teachings of our master," he said, causing the room to fall silent. The others looked nervous, but Socrates was captivated and eagerly pressed forward to listen. Anaxagoras was thought to have been the first philosopher ever to compose such a book, consisting of Greek prose and even diagrams. It set forth an account of the world in unusually sober, rational, and objective language. At first, the study of natural philosophy had been confined largely to the wealthy elite. In the years that followed Anaxagoras' exile, his students, who included many young democrats and friends of Pericles, circulated his book widely, making countless cheap copies that could be purchased in the marketplace. The doctrines of natural philosophy would become the object of popular satires, attended even by the illiterate. The teachings of Athens' first philosopher would eventually be familiar, even if sometimes in mangled form, to rich and poor alike. The attempt by Cimon and his faction to silence Anaxagoras by condemning his teachings had therefore spectacularly backfired by placing his philosophy in the hands of the masses. Socrates had mostly heard second-hand discussion of ideas from natural philosophy and gossip about its ill-fated representative at Athens. Now, for the first time, he was able to study the teachings of Anaxagoras directly in the philosopher's own words. According to legend, Zeus and the other gods ruled the world, but they did not create it. Previous thinkers had assumed that nature was shaped either by random events or through some strict law of causal necessity. As Socrates listened to Archelaus reading, for the first time, he heard him say instead that Nous was the cause that organized everything. Anaxagoras claimed, it seemed, that a vast cosmic intellect or consciousness was responsible for imposing order on the original chaos of the universe. Nous, his book said, is the finest of all substances, and it alone remains pure, whereas everything else mingles together. Nous acts with absolute freedom, permeating, moving, and organizing the whole cosmos. Perhaps surprisingly, Anaxagoras did not equate this Nous with Zeus, or indeed any of the gods of Greek mythology. He seemed to think of it as having a more abstract and impersonal nature. Socrates at first assumed that Anaxagoras must have meant that Nous, a perfect intellect, organized everything in accord with perfect reason. For a philosopher to study nature would therefore mean studying what reason deems best for each thing, and presumably what is best for human beings. Moreover, a flawless intellect must itself surely be perfectly wise. Socrates therefore anticipated that this philosophy would entail the study of ethical concepts, such as the nature of wisdom and folly, good and evil, virtue and vice. These hopes, he later said, I would not have sold for a large sum of money, and I seized the books and read them as fast as I could in my eagerness to learn what reason considers good and bad. Socrates' hopes were soon dashed, however. He discovered that the natural philosophy of Anaxagoras had little more to say about Nous, and almost nothing to say about virtue. The book continued to explain almost everything in terms of physical causes. It is as though Anaxagoras accepts that his actions are caused by his own mind, muttered Socrates, yet prefers to explain how he ended up in exile using purely mechanical terms. Natural philosophy would have us describe how the muscles of Anaxagoras' legs contracted in order to move the bones and thereby carry his body off into exile. The defense speech that Pericles delivered in court would be explained in terms of the air from his lungs being channeled through his vocal cords in a particular way to create certain syllables. This sort of philosophy was absurd, thought Socrates, and of no help to anyone. There was, he believed, a much better and more obvious way to explain the Ionian philosopher's plight. Surely, thought Socrates, Anaxagoras' natural philosophy is guilty of a strange error, which consists in confusing reasons and causes. It was certainly true that without bones and muscles, Anaxagoras could not walk from the court and sail to Lampsacus. It was not, however, a very helpful way of putting things to say that his bones and muscles were the reason for him going into exile. Anaxagoras' obsession with explaining events solely in terms of their physical causes left him groping around in the dark when it came to understanding human behavior. The Athenian people thought it best to condemn Anaxagoras to death. Anaxagoras, by contrast, thought it was best to have his friends plead for mercy on his behalf, and what appeared to him a lighter sentence. Those were obviously the reasons for their actions. Socrates would therefore become increasingly preoccupied with questions regarding our values, such as what men consider best in life and how it relates to what is ethically good or bad. The practice of values clarification. Most people assume, and it's often stated, that Socrates wrote nothing. However, that is not entirely true. According to Plato's Phaedo, while Socrates was awaiting execution, he tried his hand at writing poetry for the first time. There were also persistent rumours he'd previously helped his friend Euripides compose some of his tragedies. In prison, he wrote a paean, or hymn of praise, to the god Apollo, the lord of the Muses. He was, in a sense, also the patron god of philosophy. A later source claims it opened with the following lines: "All hail, Apollo, Delos is Lord." Socrates was an admirer of Aesop's fables, and he also tried to turn one of these into verse. Our source claims that it opened with the following words: "Judge not, ye men of Corinth," Aesop cried, "of virtue as the jury court decide." Virtue is the conventional translation for the Greek word arete. Modern academics tend to prefer excellence, as arete refers to those qualities that make something exceptionally good. A good table, for instance, is one that's sturdy and even. A good horse is one that's strong or fast. But what makes a good human? The quote seems to make the point that it would be foolish, as when consulting a jury, to take the opinions held by the majority of people as a guide to what is best in life. Today, we call that error the argumentum ad populum, the fallacy of appealing to an idea's popularity as though that proves that it's correct. It would certainly be in keeping with Socrates' character to open his poem by reminding us to think for ourselves. The question, what is best in life, is far too important to be entrusted to other people. We each have a duty to answer it for ourselves by using our own reason. Socrates grew frustrated with the natural philosophers because he believed they were too focused on physical causes and not concerned enough about ethics, which poses the most important questions of human life. Although the word philosophy literally means the love of wisdom, Anaxagoras had very little to say about the nature of wisdom or about moral goodness and virtue. He was preoccupied with the how of life, whereas Socrates wanted to know the why. For what goal or purpose do we live? The first step we'll take, therefore, consists in focusing squarely on the question of what is best for a human being. What does it mean to live well and flourish? The Greek word used to denote this concept is eudaimonia. It's an unusual word and difficult to properly translate, but eudaimonia basically refers to the condition of someone who is living a good life, or rather, the best possible life. It has traditionally been translated by the word happiness, but this derives from an outdated English usage. Happy once meant blessed or fortunate. There's still a trace of this earlier meaning in its antonym, hapless, which means wretched or unfortunate. Happiness, in its original sense, is the opposite of being hapless. Happiness is more than just a feeling, in other words. It's a state of being. A good therapist will tell you that there's a big difference between merely feeling better and actually getting better. Ancient philosophers show us that there's a big difference between feeling good and being good, or even between feeling happy and being happy. It's an example of our tendency to confuse appearance and reality. Feeling good seems good to us. An addict, for instance, might be happy in the sense of feeling good, but be utterly hapless in the sense of living badly. The word eudaimonia, by contrast, means having a happy life in the sense of being fortunate or flourishing. We no longer even have a satisfactory word in English to describe this concept, whereas the ancient Greek philosophers took it to be the most important thing in life. Maybe that's a sign that over the intervening centuries we've grown more complacent, more dependent on the opinion of others, and so lazy that we neglect to reason for ourselves about the fundamental goal of life. Over time, Socrates began engaging in discussions with his friends every day, examining their own lives and debating the meaning of eudaimonia. Several of his students wrote dialogues, supposedly based upon these conversations, and it was mainly through these Socratics that his philosophy became known to subsequent generations. We're told the foremost of Socrates' students were Plato, Xenophon, and Antisthenes. Aeschines, Phaedo, Euclides, and Aristippus also wrote Socratic dialogues and attracted their own followers. Although most of these works are now lost, as noted earlier, those of Plato and Xenophon survive. These dialogues typically focus on the task of defining an important concept, often an ethical virtue. For example, Plato's magnum opus, The Republic, is mainly concerned with the definition of justice. Although Socrates himself did not leave behind any dialogues, the poems mentioned above may not be the only writing he did. Many centuries later, the Stoic philosopher Epictetus would tell his students that Socrates wrote as much or more than any other philosopher. How could this be, as he left behind nothing? Epictetus claimed that Socrates kept copious private notes, perhaps like an ancient version of a self-improvement journal. In these writings, he used to examine and re-evaluate his own deepest assumptions. Because he could not always have interlocutors with whom to debate, Socrates used to argue with and examine himself, we're told, by means of written notes. At any given time, he was always using his private notes to apply his philosophical method to at least one practical question. These, says Epictetus, are the things which a philosopher writes. Socrates began his poem about Aesop by referring to the concept of virtue. His private notes quite possibly had a similar focus. Indeed, Epictetus claims that Socrates wrote only for his own benefit and the care of his own soul. He left the writing of philosophical essays and dialogues, we're told, to his followers, who were more concerned than him with public recognition. In other words, Socrates kept some sort of self-improvement journal, but it was never intended for publication. Even if these private notes existed, we have no idea what they may have looked like. Except, perhaps we do. As it happens, we possess a short dialogue written by Xenophon in which Socrates is portrayed teaching a young philosopher how to clarify his values by means of a formal written exercise. In the previous chapter, we looked at questions designed to help us critically re-evaluate our existing goals and desires in life. Now we're going to turn our attention from the destructive or negative use of questioning to its constructive or positive use. Socrates was asked many years later by a young man concerned with self-improvement where the best place was to begin applying philosophy. He replied that our philosophical journey should begin with understanding the concepts of good and bad, specifically in relation to leading a virtuous life. Socrates then demonstrated how to apply his philosophical method to such concepts, using an exercise remarkably similar to the so-called two-column technique found in modern cognitive therapy. We're going to begin with a simplified version, which I call the one-column technique. Take a piece of paper or use a computer and brainstorm a list of things that you believe contribute to eudaimonia, or the good life. In other words, what constitutes flourishing? Another way of approaching this would be to ask yourself to define what is good by listing all the most important things in life. Try to think for yourself and, as Socrates advised, question your assumptions about what is good or contributes to flourishing. For example, at first you might say that flourishing requires physical health, but can you think of any examples of individuals who seem to have flourished despite poor health or disability? You'll almost certainly need to repeat this exercise several times. It may even feel as though your list is constantly evolving. That's normal. Each time you review your answers, try to push yourself to go further than before, creating a definition that's more accurate and complete. Here are some questions derived from one of the Socratic dialogues that you may find helpful. What is happiness or flourishing or eudaimonia in your opinion? What sort of person can be said to be flourishing? What sort of qualities or possessions might contribute to this flourishing? How may we define what we mean by a flourishing person? How shall we describe flourishing? This is akin to asking ourselves what it means to live the best possible life. That's what ancient philosophers were getting at when they asked the fundamental question, what is the good life? Or, what is eudaimonia? It's similar to asking, what is the fundamental goal or purpose, or in Greek the telos, of life? Greek philosophers generally assumed that eudaimonia denotes the supreme goal of life, although they disagreed about how to define it further. In a way, asking these sorts of questions was the ancient equivalent of asking, what is the meaning of life? For virtually all Greek philosophers, the good life seemed to consist, at least in part, in certain virtues, most notably wisdom. One of the biggest innovations in the field of modern psychotherapy over the past few decades has been the shift toward greater emphasis on personal values. For example, it used to be believed that in order to treat clinical depression, we would have to help clients identify pleasurable activities and introduce more of them into their daily routine. Now we realize that depression is more about a lack of meaning than a lack of pleasure. Modern evidence-based psychotherapy for depression, such as what's known as behavioral activation, focuses on clarifying one's authentic values, particularly those related to character strengths, and engaging in more activities that are consistent with them. People often become depressed when their lives feel empty or meaningless, because they've strayed too far from their core values and the type of people they truly want to be. We can all benefit, though, from clarifying our values and learning to live more consistently in accordance with them. Socrates leaves the workshop. Questions of a deeper kind about natural philosophy continued to bother Socrates as he toiled in the din of his father's workshop. He ran his fingers over the smooth Parian marble of the 3 charities, by now nearing completion. When asked what his life's purpose was, Anaxagoras had turned his gaze skyward, answering wistfully that he was born to study sun and moon and heavens. That passion for knowledge had infected his students and gradually spread to the youth of Athens. Anaxagoras was called both a philosopher or lover of wisdom and also a wise man. He had expertise in many different fields. Whatever wisdom he possessed, though, had been of little avail during his trial. A broken man, he had cowered in shame before the jury, throwing himself on their mercy. What was the point of knowing whether the sun is a blazing rock if you had no wisdom that could help you stand your ground in court, facing injustice as bravely as a soldier faces the enemy in battle, rather than fleeing into exile and living in fear for your life? When he found himself looking death in the eye, Anaxagoras blinked, but Socrates would not. Anaxagoras had convinced his followers that the goal of life was contemplative philosophy and the study of nature, which can free us from superstition. Socrates, though, would become convinced that it was, in fact, the study of man. The Ionian philosopher assumed that we become wise by contemplating the heavens and learning many things about nature. But what if he was wrong? How can we be sure unless we first answer the question, what is wisdom? To do so, we would need to examine not the heavens, but our own lives. Philosophy, decided Socrates, cannot promise man anything external. For whereas stone is the material in which the stonemason works, each individual's own life is the only proper material for those who would practice the art of living. Socrates turned to his friends in despair. "I'm putting down my tools," he said sullenly. "How can I continue?" Some of them were shocked and warned him that if he didn't return to work, he risked provoking his father's notoriously violent temper. Chaerephon and Crito understood, though, because they were troubled by precisely the same questions. Chaerephon even became quite worried for his friend. What would Socrates' family have to say about him abandoning his father's profession? How would he support himself? Then something happened that would change Socrates' life forever. Crito smiled and gestured toward the three Charites. "Socrates, my friend, suppose that the gods were to hand you a boon this very day," he asked. "Should you accept it graciously or with ingratitude?" "With gratitude, of course," replied Socrates. "If only I knew what you meant, but by the dog, I should try to be gracious anyway." "As everyone knows," said Crito, "I was fortunate enough to inherit what many consider to be a great asset in the form of lands left to me by my father, which I have turned to profit admirably. I think you will agree." Socrates, bemused, nodded. "Our little circle of friends has come to love nothing more than to discuss philosophy," he continued. "But in truth, without your skill at questioning, our conversations would be of little value." "What do you mean?" asked Socrates. "You have a unique talent, my friend, for posing the most crucial questions, ones routinely ignored by everyone else. Though I often depart from your presence feeling confused, and we never seem to arrive at the answers we're seeking, nevertheless, over time, I've grown to believe that this journey, spurred by your skillful questioning, has been of more value to me than any lecture I have ever attended or any book that I have ever read." "It's very generous of you to say so." Socrates was amused that for once his questioning nature had pleased rather than irritated someone. "You shall no longer require your tools," said Crito, "for you shall never return to your father's workshop." Socrates was taken aback and tried to speak again, but Crito hushed him. "I wish to make a gift to you of just enough land for you to build a small home, and enough besides for you to rent out, making a living thereby from your property, while helping others to profit from their labor." Socrates tried to refuse, but Crito continued, "If you wish to exemplify gratitude, as you said, you will accept my gift graciously, and repay me in the following way." "I will repay you in whatever way I can, my friend," said Socrates, "but without the labor of my hands, how can I hope to do so?" "Through the labor of your mind," said Crito with a laugh, "and I expect you to exercise it to the utmost by attending the lectures of wise men whenever possible, and spending your newfound leisure time discussing their ideas with us, your friends, for it seems to me that is what benefits all of us the most." Chaerephon could contain himself no longer and pounced on Crito and Socrates, cackling with delight. Socrates came to realize that the philosophy with which he had grown up was not the one he needed. We are told that Crito removed him from his workshop and educated him, being struck by his beauty of soul. He was free to spend his days discussing moral philosophy with friends and strangers alike, among the shops and colonnades of the Agora. Anaxagoras and the other natural philosophers had assumed that philosophy, the love of wisdom, meant acquiring as much knowledge as possible. For Socrates, though, some forms of knowledge were immeasurably more important than others. Philosophy required examining the nature of wisdom and ideas such as goodness, virtue, and justice. Instead of working in stone, crafting likenesses of the gods, Socrates would therefore begin roughing out his own character. He would sculpt himself, chiseling away the debris of false beliefs, in the hope of revealing the true nature of his own soul. On this day, therefore, Socrates was removed from his father's workshop by Crito, his friend, and his entire life henceforth was committed to discovering a new form of philosophy. Chapter 3. The Female Socrates. Having left behind the stonemason's workshop, Socrates immersed himself in the study of philosophy. He had a talent for spotting contradictions, which his new circle of friends found exhausting. Socrates, they said, couldn't consider a statement without immediately coming up with some exception or contrary observation. His old friends Crito and Chaerephon, however, found his questioning exhilarating, and gradually others started taking note of Socrates' talent for rational debate, which the Greeks called dialectic. Anaxagoras, for instance, had claimed that the sun was a huge lump of red-hot iron ore, like the metal smelted in a forge. At first, this seemed plausible to Socrates. Even today, many people still think of the sun as a big ball of fire. Soon, however, he began to notice subtle problems with this hypothesis. Blacksmiths look all day upon the metal being worked in their forges, and anyone can look upon even the largest of fires, he said. But nobody can gaze into the sun for long without being blinded. For once, Chaerephon was lost for words, as were his fellow philosophers. Our skin becomes tanned following exposure to sunlight, Socrates added, but how does it respond to fire? Chaerephon agreed that proximity to fire can burn our skin, but never causes it to tan. Anything else? He sighed. Yes, actually, replied Socrates. Sunlight nurtures plants, but fire kills them. In short, the sun looks like fire, but does not behave like fire. As Socrates saw it, the explanations of natural philosophy, while plausible, were often merely speculative. As more doubts of this kind arose in his mind, he began to view the supposed wisdom of Anaxagoras as presumptuous, even ridiculous, such as his claim to know that men lived in habitations on the moon. Socrates was also disappointed by the conservative attitude of the natural philosophers toward ethical questions. If they spoke about virtue at all, it was typically like traditional moralists, to hand down maxims or examples of great men derived from the works of Homer and other famous poets. Socrates was still searching for a philosophical method that would allow him to critically evaluate these claims about the good of man in order to examine the very goal of life itself. Phainarete, Socrates' mother, was said to be a formidable and intelligent woman. Described by her son as a noble and burly matron, she was looked up to as a Maya, a wise older woman who both advised fathers on matchmaking for their daughters and subsequently attended expectant mothers as a midwife. She was adept at identifying the virtues of young men and bringing them to the attention of young women and their families. Her name, rather appropriately, means she who brings virtue to light. It had not escaped Phainarete's notice that her relentlessly inquisitive son was outgrowing the natural philosophers. So whenever Socrates was within earshot, she began mentioning another foreign teacher who had arrived in Athens and found favour with Pericles, not long before Anaxagoras went into exile. She was one of the most remarkable and controversial women in Greek history. Her name was Aspasia of Miletus. Phainarete had gone to the home of Aspasia several times to hear her speak about her favourite topic, the art of love. She had been pleasantly surprised to discover herself in the presence of a female intellectual, albeit one with a questionable reputation about town. When the opportunity arose, she naturally brought this woman's qualities to her son's attention. "Have you heard of Pericles' guest, the lady from Miletus?" she said. "The Ionian who wears fine cotton silks," said Socrates, shrugging. "In the Agora they call her a prostitute, and a procurer of other women for the wealthy." There was a moment of uncomfortable silence. Socrates had narrowly avoided a scolding. Matrons like his mother, who introduced young women to potential suitors, were careful to avoid being accused of procuring. It would be more accurate to describe her as a female philosopher and an expert matchmaker, said Phainarete patiently. "What do you mean?" asked Socrates, suddenly intrigued. "What do you suppose," asked Phainarete, "are the duties of a good matchmaker?" "Not unlike those of a good pimp or madam," said Socrates. "And perhaps there's a confusion." Phainarete frowned, but was used to her son's candour. Socrates thought for a moment and then added, "To present their client in the most appealing way possible." "How so?" asked Phainarete. He replied that it involved arranging their hair and clothing nicely, as he'd seen his mother do. "Of course," said Phainarete, "but is it nevertheless possible for someone with fine clothing, a pretty face, and attractive eyes to give hostile looks?" Socrates agreed, and that even a person with a voice that sounds very sweet and charming might nevertheless use it to say quite unpleasant things. Her son nodded. "Some ways of talking make friends, whereas others make enemies," he mused. "So you see," explained Phainarete, "a good matchmaker must also train her client to speak and act in a manner more appealing to others." Socrates admitted he'd often heard about his mother doing just this with the eligible young women upon whom she'd been called to visit. Who, moreover, said Phainarete, would be the better matchmaker, she who could make her client appealing to one person, or to many? Socrates supposed the answer must be many, although it didn't escape his notice that this description of his mother's art, influenced no doubt by Aspasia, was indeed beginning to sound more like that of a madam than a matchmaker. Phainarete, noticing his puzzled look, nevertheless continued. "And would the greatest matchmaker of all not be the one who can make her clients appealing in this way to the entire city?" Socrates nodded in agreement. "An expert matchmaker who can describe her client in ways that make them appealing could even become an ambassador for Athens and help the city befriend and form alliances with other cities," he noted, although in Greek society such a role had never been given to a woman. Socrates was captivated by the sense that his mother was talking not only about matchmaking, but also about training in virtue. "What else have you heard this Aspasia teach concerning the art of love?" asked Socrates. "The goddess Aphrodite, as you well know, has two different types of shrines," replied Phainarete. "Some are dedicated to the common and some to the heavenly Aphrodite. Aphrodite Pandemos and Aphrodite Urania were their Greek names. The common Aphrodite, a child of Zeus, is mainly responsible for physical love. The heavenly Aphrodite, though, was created from Uranos, an older and wiser god, and she is concerned with loving others for their character." Phainarete paused because she knew she was approaching a point that would be of supreme interest to her philosopher son. People often pray to the common Aphrodite to lend her charm to their words and actions, she said, but this prayer can only be fulfilled by her heavenly counterpart, who teaches us to love the mind more than the body. Phainarete observed that, in her experience, those who fall in love with others only because of their good looks often become frustrated with their beloved's character, especially if the lover's affections are not reciprocated. They often end up loving and hating the same person. Even if we fall in love with someone's physical beauty and don't end up frustrated with their behavior, we must recognize that looks fade as we grow older. If your affection for someone is purely physical, it's bound to wane over time, she said. Whereas if you've fallen in love with their character, your love may become deeper as they become wiser with age. Moreover, she explained physical attraction can become gradually dulled simply through too much familiarity, much as our appetite for food and drink becomes sated if we have too much. Love of someone's character, though, if they're truly good, is only enriched by familiarity as we learn to further appreciate their virtues. Moreover, if the beloved progresses toward wisdom and virtue, they become even more deserving of our love. It is more natural for love of the mind to be reciprocated than love of the body, added Fineretti. First, how could you hate someone whom you know sees you as being a truly good person? You're not guaranteed to love them in return, but you're more likely to do so if they're interested in your personality and not merely your looks. Second, how could you hate someone if you know that they're more concerned with what's good for you than what is sexually gratifying for themselves? Socrates agreed. The love of another can influence our moral character. Someone who believes that he is loved mainly for his physical appearance will cultivate his looks, even to the neglect of his soul. One who knows that he's loved for his soul will cultivate that above all else, and he will become a better person. However, Fineretti continued, in addition to improving his beloved, a lover of goodness also improves himself, and that is the greatest benefit he can obtain from love. How so? Asked Socrates. Fineretti explained that if the lover has any sense, he will realize he cannot make his beloved good unless he becomes good himself. Suppose, moreover, that you love two individuals, she asked, one for his body alone, his good looks, and the other for the goodness and wisdom of his mind. Socrates listened intently. Which one would you trust to look after and improve your property? Asked Fineretti. Which to raise and improve your children? Socrates did not need to answer. Then to which of these two, asked his mother, should you be willing to entrust your entire life, your soul, and your own improvement? Socrates appeared lost in thought for a moment. How then, he finally asked, can one entice someone good to fall in love with him? In order to charm the beloved, replied Fineretti, smiling. The goddess Aphrodite teaches her followers how to cast spells and spin magic wheels. Socrates looked puzzled and confused. Come now, Fineretti said, smiling, answer me this. What should you do if you want a friend to invite you to dinner? Well, of course, said Socrates, I would invite him to my own home first. And if you want a foreigner to show you hospitality when you visit his country, she asked, what should you do? Socrates said he presumed one should first show the visitor hospitality when he is in Athens. So you already know how to weave the spells that can charm others, said Fineretti. You must behave as you wish others to behave. If I wish to simplify the incantation even further, I would say, those who wish to be loved must first learn how to love others. Socrates was astounded. He had never dreamed that he might learn more about virtue by asking his mother about her expertise in matchmaking than by scouring the writings of the greatest living philosophers. Where can I study this art? Asked Socrates. Fineretti was gratified by her son's eagerness. She explained that Aspasia resembled a priestess of the heavenly Aphrodite, as she taught those who came to see her how to improve themselves and others through the love of the mind's virtues. How is it possible, murmured Socrates, that I've been studying philosophy all these years without learning of these mysteries? Fineretti smiled and waited for him to answer his own question. Because up until this very moment, he murmured in bewilderment, it had only occurred to me to ask men. The dialogue with Aspasia. Aspasia was almost the same age as Socrates, and although she came from a different class and a different culture, they were kindred spirits. She was an intelligent woman with an inquiring mind and a fascination with language. She hailed from the birthplace of the Ionian school of philosophy, whose teachings Socrates had been studying. Finerete, an expert matchmaker, saw it as her duty to introduce Socrates to Aspasia. The two quickly became friends. During one of their first encounters, Socrates suggested that love was among the highest goods, by which he meant it was one of the most important things in life. Aspasia had spent her life pondering these mysteries. Her raised eyebrow made it clear that she found his views too naive and simplistic. "Tell me," she asked him, "is love of something, or is it of nothing?" "You mean, does love always have an object?" Socrates replied helpfully. He continued, "Surely it does, since all love is directed towards what is loved. Indeed, we often refer to its object as the beloved." "How might we define love's object more precisely?" asked Aspasia. Socrates replied that, in his view, the true object of love is what we call beauty, or goodness, which he said may even amount to the same thing. "Love then is a desire," continued Aspasia, "to have whatever is beloved, such as the beautiful or the good?" Socrates nodded slowly in agreement. "Can the lover already possess what he desires?" asked Aspasia. Uncertainty crept into his voice as Socrates answered that, "No, we typically lack whatever we desire." "But wait," he stammered, "surely the rich, for instance, sometimes speak of their love for whatever wealth they already have." Aspasia had anticipated this objection, one often given by novice students. When such individuals say that they love something they already possess, what they really mean, she told him, is that they desire to continue having it. Even if they now have silver or any other precious thing, they do not have it permanently, as the future is uncertain. Whatever we can desire, therefore, we do not yet fully possess. "Love," whispered Aspasia mysteriously, "is a desire for something we are not and do not have." Socrates felt his head spin, as if perhaps he were falling in love himself. He muttered hesitantly, "If the true object of love is the beautiful, then—" He paused, lost in thought, so Aspasia concluded on his behalf. "Then love wants, but does not have, beauty." Socrates gazed at her awkwardly for a moment in silence. Her large brown eyes gave her a look of innocence, but her wit and intelligence were undeniable, and she spoke with remarkable eloquence and self-assurance. She was one of the most beautiful and enigmatic women he had ever seen. Reluctantly, he conceded that based on this logic, love itself cannot be beautiful, for its very nature is a want of beauty, which it desires to find in those we love. Worse, as Socrates had sought to equate goodness and beauty, this meant that love cannot even be called something good. Love always looks outside of itself for goodness. These arguments are troubling enough in terms of their meaning for human relationships. Socrates and Aspasia were both conscious, moreover, that love was personified by the god Eros. Her argument, therefore, seemed to be toying with impiety by implying that Eros is not good. Socrates blushed and began to fidget nervously. Aspasia, an undisputed expert on the art of love, had forced him to concede that love was neither good nor beautiful. Perhaps the Athenians were even mistaken to consider love, or Eros, to be a god. Although Socrates had come to hear Aspasia speak on the topic of love, something else about their conversation had captured his attention. The way this young noblewoman had questioned him was like nothing he had ever experienced before. She had brought philosophy down from the heavens and applied it to human affairs by examining his assumptions about the nature of love, something only poets usually talked about. His thoughts returned to a favourite quotation from Homer. It comes when Odysseus learns, "What evil and what good has been wrought in thy halls, while thou hast been gone on thy long and grievous way." After being lost on his philosophical journey for almost a decade, Socrates had been shown a method that brought him back to earth with questions about human life and relationships. Aspasia was using philosophy to investigate matters far more important and much closer to home than those with which the stargazer Anaxagoras had wrestled. "If love is neither beautiful nor good," continued Socrates, "does that mean it's something ugly and bad?" Aspasia smiled again. "Hush now, my dear Socrates. You should know better than to assume that what is not beautiful must necessarily be ugly." He felt chastised and listened in silence as Aspasia continued. "Does everyone who lacks wisdom exhibit foolishness, or is there a third alternative that lies between these two opposites?" Socrates asked Aspasia to illustrate her point. "Someone who holds a correct opinion," she said, "is not exactly ignorant, but neither is he wise, unless he's able to justify it rationally." "I see," said Socrates confidently. "The foolish man is like someone lost in the woods. The wise man like someone who knows exactly how to find the path he needs. The man who holds a correct opinion without knowing the reasoning behind it, however, is like someone who happens by chance to be walking along the right path. He wouldn't know how to find it again if he got lost." "Yet," said Socrates, "it is agreed by everyone in Athens that love, or eros, is among the greatest of the gods." Aspasia laughed. "Do you mean that it's agreed by everyone who is wise, or everyone who is foolish?" "By all of them in unison, I think," said Socrates awkwardly. He noticed that she was not at all swayed, though, by this appeal to popular opinion. "Come now," replied Aspasia. "How is that possible when some do not even consider him to be a god?" "Who do you mean?" asked Socrates. "Well, you for one, and I for another," she replied. Aspasia went on to explain that the gods are assumed by Athenians to be completely happy and fulfilled, or eudaimon in Greek. Being fulfilled means having whatever is good in life, but if Eros lacks what is good, he cannot be truly fulfilled, and so he is no god. She concluded that Eros is neither mortal nor a god, but a daimon, a supernatural being that exists between mortals and gods. Aspasia went on to say that Eros did not have the appearance typically attributed to him, that of a beautiful winged youth crowned with roses. Instead, she described him as a paradoxical figure. On the one hand, he looked completely impoverished, tough and dirty, and went around shoeless and homeless, sleeping in doorways like a vagrant. On the other hand, he appeared as someone extremely intelligent, resourceful, and skillful at hunting down the beautiful and the good. He was like a cunning sorcerer, always searching for wisdom in the company of strangers, all the while enchanting them with his words. In short, Eros resembled a philosopher, and Aspasia made him sound very much like Socrates himself. "None of the gods philosophize," said Aspasia, "because they are already wise. Nor do mortals who are so foolish that they do not care about wisdom. Philosophy, or the love of wisdom, is an intermediate condition, providing a bridge between folly and wisdom." Aspasia said that Eros was therefore not a god, but a philosopher. Socrates, she proposed, had mistakenly assumed that love was beautiful, because we tend to confuse the qualities of love with those of the beloved. Anaxagoras, the first philosopher at Athens, and those like him, professed to have knowledge of many things, which they considered to make them wise. People came to these philosophers for answers about the nature of the universe. Aspasia seemed to hold a radically different notion of philosophy, which placed less emphasis on purveying answers and more on asking the right questions, a talent for which Socrates was developing a reputation. "All right," said Socrates, looking her in the eye. "But if what you say is true, and love itself is not good, then of what possible use can it be to humankind?" "Let me show you," replied Aspasia, by asking another question. "Given that love somehow desires what is beautiful, what is it that it desires from the beautiful?" Socrates replied that love desires to have what is beautiful. "But more specifically," said Aspasia, "how will someone benefit by getting what is beautiful?" Socrates could not answer, so Aspasia asked the same question another way. What will he have who desires what is truly good and gets it? This answer came more readily to the Greek mind, because everyone agreed that by definition, someone who gets what is truly good will live a good life and will experience fulfillment or eudaimonia. He will, in short, have achieved the goal of life. Most of the things we desire in life are really just a means to some other end. The most obvious example would be money, which consists of coins or bits of paper of no intrinsic value, but can be useful as a means of getting other things. Fulfillment, explained Aspasia, is an end in itself. There is no need to ask what fulfillment is good for, because it means already having whatever is good. There is no deeper goal. This is the meaning of life. Love, properly understood, would therefore be the desire to achieve eudaimonia and to become fulfilled by possessing what is truly good. The only additional thing we desire from possession of our supreme good, said Aspasia, is for it to be lasting. Love is a desire for the good to be always one's own. What then, she asked, should those who earnestly love and desire the good do? If I knew, said Socrates, smiling, I would not have come here, seeking to learn the answer to precisely this question. Aspasia proceeded to explain that true love, in practice, seeks to create something from beauty, both physically and psychologically. Love, strictly speaking, does not simply desire to have the beautiful, she said, but rather to give birth to something by means of the beautiful. Why should love wish to procreate, she asked. Because, as we've agreed, love wishes to have the good forever, which would require immortality. But for mortals, the closest we can get to immortality is to continually create something new. The closest that the physical body can get to immortality is to create offspring, thereby leaving behind young to replace the old. Bear in mind, she continued, that although you are said to be the same person from the day you are born until the day you die, from childhood to old age, nevertheless, you are constantly changing. Your hair and nails, flesh and blood, are constantly dying and regenerating. Moreover, your mind is ever changing from day to day, with different habits, character traits, opinions, fears, and desires coming and going. Even stranger, our knowledge is constantly evolving in the same way, as every day we forget old things and learn new ones. In this way, mortal beings are preserved, not by being forever the same, like a god, but by continually replacing the old with the new. For this reason, every mortal being loves its own offspring and creations, as these can make it feel a step closer to immortality, and thereby give it a glimpse of the eternal good. Socrates was amazed by this notion. "Priestess," he stuttered, "is this really true?" "Look how much your fellow Athenians love glory," she said. "Why is it so important to them? It seems incomprehensible, unless you understand that it is for the sake of immortality that they are willing to risk everything, including their own lives and even the lives of their children." She added quietly, Do you suppose that Achilles would have risked his life and died at Troy, unless he believed that his courage would be honoured by countless generations? Now, some wish to procreate physically, she added, and they find sexual partners, have children, and in this way approach immortality, or so they believe, by continuing their family line. Some, however, grow pregnant in terms of their minds, conceiving and giving birth to what most befits human nature, namely wisdom and the other virtues. The greatest and most beautiful of all these virtues is justice, she said, which consists in arranging the affairs of households, communities, and even cities. Through justice, we apply wisdom to our relationships and share our wisdom with other humans. The lover of wisdom, or philosopher, will go about in search of the beautiful and good, with whom he might create wisdom and conceive of justice. When he finds someone in whom he detects the potential for learning, the two friends will naturally find themselves discussing the nature of virtue. Lovers of wisdom maintain a closer friendship than those who have children together, because their creations, the thoughts they share, are more beautiful and closer to being immortal. For instance, none of us envy Homer, Hesiod, and the other great poets because of their children, whom nobody can name, but because of the magnificent literary creations they left behind. We envy them precisely because their offspring, their poetry, is closer to being immortal than human children. Socrates was enthralled and perplexed by Aspasia's speech. She paused for what seemed like an eternity, and looked directly into his eyes, as if searching for the potential within him. Socrates had been so captivated by her that to his shame he only now realized that Aspasia had been playing the part of the lover, and he of the beloved, in their conversation, and as they claimed, simply by listening to and repeating their words. He also couldn't afford to pay their fees. This left him and his friends with a problem. Where should one go to seek wisdom? Chaerephon had come up with a solution. They would ask the Delphic oracle to confirm the identity of the wisest man alive. How are we to know whether a teacher is as wise as he claims, said Chaerephon, and worth the money he charges? Socrates, for some reason, was reluctant to leave Athens. The temple of Apollo, which housed the oracle, was about 100 miles away on the slopes of Mount Parnassus. However, he was persuaded by the opportunity to study the ancient inscriptions there and to ask the priests what they meant. Socrates and his friends, including the two brothers, Chaerephon and Chirocrates, left Athens late in the summer of 434, making their way toward Delphi. It would take them about 5 days. They walked past scattered farms in the picturesque Attic countryside north of Athens, traversed wooded mountain paths, on their guard against wolves, the most arduous part of the journey. Then came a long trek across the fertile plains of Boeotia, before they joined the Sacred Way, which would ascend the slopes of Mount Parnassus and take them straight to Delphi and the magnificent Temple of Apollo. The dialogue with Chirocrates. On the approach to Delphi, in the foothills of the mountain, an argument broke out between Chaerephon and his younger brother, Chirocrates, about the way their family inheritance had been divided. Noticing that they were no longer speaking to each other, Socrates brought it up with Chirocrates. "Surely you're not the sort of fellow," he said, "who believes that some property is of more value to him than his brother." Chirocrates was at first taken aback. "Material objects are incapable of reason, whereas your brother has a mind," said Socrates, "the most valuable thing imaginable. You have many possessions, all of which require protection," he added. "You have only one brother, but in exchange for benefiting from your protection, he offers you protection in return." Chirocrates could hardly deny that people are more valuable than objects. However, he grumbled that wealth could attract friends and be used to buy slaves who might be far less irritating than his brother. Socrates furrowed his brow and said, "It puzzles me that some individuals will go out of their way to make new acquaintances, as though they feel the need for more helpers or companions, yet they will show no interest in their own brother. Why do they place more value on the friendship of strangers than upon their closest kin?" He thought that being born of the same parents and raised together should give us good reason to maintain friendship with our siblings, as we have so much in common with them. "You know, even many animals," he said, "feel a natural attachment to their own siblings. Humans in close-knit families," he added, "just like animals in a pack, are not only treated with respect, but also less likely to be preyed upon by others." Socrates had a great deal of respect for Socrates, but he was still furious with his brother and would not be so easily persuaded. "No doubt," he said, "having a brother is a great benefit in life." "Just as you say, Socrates, but only if he behaves himself." Socrates nodded. "One should never turn one's back on siblings for petty reasons," continued Socrates, "but if the disagreement is serious enough, their company may become quite unbearable." Socrates was about to speak, but Socrates wasn't finished. "So why should I attempt the impossible, if my brother is useless in every regard," he added through gritted teeth, "and the exact opposite of what he should be?" Socrates paused for a moment, then smiled gently. He knew his friend Chaerephon wasn't the monster his brother was making him out to be. "Tell me, Socrates," he said, "does everyone find your brother equally unbearable, or are there some who get along with him quite well?" Socrates was leading Socrates toward the therapeutic insight that his anger was caused not by Chaerephon, but rather by his own way of thinking. It was not his older brother who upset him, in other words, but rather his opinions about him. Socrates would have none of it. "That's precisely what I can't stand about him, Socrates," he said, his lip curling with unconcealed contempt. "He can get along with other people when he wants to, but whenever I have to deal with him, he's nothing but a liability." "Well," said Socrates, "much as a horse becomes a nuisance to its owners if they don't know how to look after it, perhaps a brother also becomes a problem when we don't know how to deal with him." "How can you possibly say that I don't know how to behave towards my own brother?" snapped Socrates. "I know perfectly well how to be civil towards those who are civil to me." Socrates listened. "But when a man does his level best to annoy me," Socrates snorted, "nobody can expect me to treat him well, and I'm certainly not going to try." "That's an odd thing to say," remarked Socrates with a shrug. Socrates, taken aback, stared at him blankly for a moment. "Imagine a man," said Socrates, "who owns a dog that is friendly with everyone else, but becomes aggressive only when he comes near it himself. Such a man," he said, "if he has good sense, would realize that the dog's aggression may be curable, simply because it does not always behave in this way. There appears to be no reason why it can't learn to be as friendly with him as it is with others. You said that your brother would be a great asset to you if he treated you properly," added Socrates, "and you admitted that you know how to treat him with civility, yet you don't attempt to do so because he does not appear civil to you." "Yes, I'm afraid that I must not know the art required," sneered Socrates, "to make my brother behave properly toward me." Socrates looked pleased at this, which surprised Socrates. "Oh, I can assure you," he replied, "you won't need to use any subtle or original technique on him. I think you could win high regard from your brother by using a method you already know quite well." "Oh, really?" said Socrates, raising an eyebrow. "If you honestly believe that I'm in possession of some magic formula for winning people over, you better speak up, Socrates, because I still have no idea what you're talking about." Socrates smiled again, taking this as an invitation to impart some of the practical advice he'd learned from his mother and Aspasia. "If you wanted someone to invite you to a dinner party, what would you do?" he asked. "Obviously I should invite him to my house as a guest first," replied Chirocrates. "What if you wanted to persuade one of your friends to look after your property," continued Socrates, "while you're away from home?" Chirocrates replied that likewise he should offer first to do the same thing for the friend. "What if you wanted a foreigner to show you hospitality," asked Socrates, "when you were visiting his city?" Chirocrates replied that he would, of course, go first by offering to play host to the other man whenever he came to Athens. "So you can recite all the magic charms that influence human behavior, but have been keeping your knowledge a secret until now," exclaimed the philosopher in mock surprise. "Why not begin using them?" he asked. "You appear to be saying, my friend, that we should consider behaving towards others as we wish them to behave toward us, and I have no doubt that you are correct." In this way Socrates gradually helped Chirocrates to cure his anger and resolve the feud with his brother. Socrates added that whereas the friendship of worthless individuals can be bought with material gifts, the friendship of good men was more often earned by displaying courtesy toward them, and he included the two brothers in the latter category. "What if I take the first step, but he continues to mistreat me?" asked Chirocrates hesitantly. "Well," said Socrates, "it will have cost you nothing, and you will at least have conclusive evidence that you are a good brother, and that he is a bad one, undeserving of your kindness." Putting his arm around Chirocrates' shoulder, he added, "Knowing you both as I do, though, I doubt that will be the case." This incident had a profound effect upon young Chirocrates, who soon began to display greater tolerance and courtesy as Socrates had advised. It also impressed Chaerephon, his older brother, who thanked Socrates effusively for mending the rift between them. Despite Socrates' tendency to ask provocative questions, he was earning a reputation as someone adept at ending quarrels and restoring friendships. Perhaps it was the influence of his new mentor, Aspasia, with all her talk about the art of love. The military general tells lies to the enemy or otherwise deceives them during a war, he asks. Euthydemus thinks that this is an exception and that it should be listed under justice rather than injustice. What if he captured the enemy and seized their weapons and armor? Asks Socrates. Euthydemus had said earlier that all theft was unjust, but he thinks that in warfare this is potentially acceptable, so it would go under the heading of justice. Euthydemus believed that he was acquiring wisdom and becoming a better person by memorizing sayings about morality from the books of famous wise men. By their very nature, though, these were generalizations which don't always hold true. Genuine wisdom would consist in the ability to spot exceptions to these rules and adapt them accordingly. Socrates and Euthydemus agree to revise their initial definition of justice to say that it is always unjust to steal from or lie to one's friends, but it may be just to do so to one's enemies. They have in mind an ancient Greek saying that justice consists of helping one's friends and harming one's enemies. The Socratic method is relentless, though. Socrates now proceeds to think up exceptions to this revised definition. What if a general sees that his troops are in danger of losing heart, he asks, and lies to them about help being on its way in order to restore their morale? He also gives the example of a father concealing medicine in the food of a small child who refuses to swallow it otherwise. What if one of your friends is depressed and suicidal, moreover, so you hide his sword from him out of concern for his safety? Euthydemus concedes that in cases such as these, it could be considered just to mislead or even lie to a friend. Socrates was particularly good at coming up with examples that contradict any given assertion. We're told he practiced these skills every day of his life. Euthydemus had begun confidently, but soon finds himself unsure and changing his answers. "Upon my word, Socrates," exclaims the youth, "I felt quite certain until today that my studies in philosophy had been providing me with the best education available, teaching me everything needed to improve myself and become a good person." Socrates smiles warmly. "Despite all my efforts," continues Euthydemus, "I appear incapable of answering even the most basic questions about some of the most important things in life, such as the meaning of justice. In truth," he adds, lowering his head, "I feel utterly disheartened." "Have you ever been to Delphi?" asks Socrates, to the young man's surprise. Euthydemus says that he has indeed been, twice. "Did you notice the words, 'Know thyself,' inscribed before the temple of Apollo there?" asks Socrates. The bemused Euthydemus says that he had noticed the inscription but paid little attention to it, because he took it for granted that he already knew himself very well. Socrates explains that people often behave as if they know about something just because they know its name. To genuinely know and understand the thing itself, though, usually requires more effort. Euthydemus felt certain that he knew what justice meant, having read many books about it, but Socrates all too easily demonstrated that this was nothing more than opinion rather than real knowledge. Verbal definitions and maxims tend to lead to sweeping generalizations, which can be easily refuted by pointing to a single exception. Any fool can remember some words and repeat them without understanding them. We must therefore be on our guard against confusing opinion, the mere appearance of knowledge, with real knowledge. Socrates explains that to really know ourselves, we must know what qualities a good man possesses and how he differs from a bad one. If we wanted to buy a horse, we'd carefully examine its hoofs, teeth, and body. We'd test it to find out if it's docile or stubborn, strong or weak, fast or slow, and so on. We would examine it in terms of the qualities most important for a horse. To know someone, we must examine the person in terms of the qualities of most value in a human being. To know ourselves, that is, we must know how we're doing when measured against human virtues such as wisdom and justice. We must clarify our thinking about our values and expose the sort of conceit that consists in believing we know what virtue is when we do not. Through self-knowledge, says Socrates, looking out from under his bushy eyebrows, men come to much good in life, and through self-deceit they come to much harm. Euthydemus thinks that this should be obvious to us. By knowing our strengths and weaknesses, we avoid making many mistakes. However, our most important weakness would be ignorance about the most important questions in life, such as what is good, wise, just, and so on. Someone who realizes that he is ignorant about the most important things in life will naturally seek to learn from someone he considers wiser than himself, according to Socrates. The real danger consists in believing that we know what is good for us when in reality we do not know anything of the sort. Knowing what we do and do not know is the most important form of self-knowledge. Socrates also believed that self-knowledge better enables us to know other people and to manage our relationships with them wisely. Realizing how his own beliefs affected his emotions and behavior may have helped him understand how his friends, such as Socrates and Euthydemus, could be misled by their assumptions. That explains how he was able to help them. Euthydemus was a clever student. "You can rest assured," he tells Socrates, "that I appreciate the importance of knowing myself in this way. But where exactly should the process of self-examination begin?" "Well," replies Socrates, "do you know which things in life are good and which are bad?" "Of course," said Euthydemus, taken aback once more. "For if I didn't even know the difference between good and evil, I really would be enslaved by ignorance." It was precisely his overconfidence regarding this knowledge, though, that blinded him to his biggest opportunity for self-improvement. When asked for an example of what is good for us, Euthydemus said that the most obvious one must surely be health, as everyone agrees that illness is bad. Health is usually a practical advantage in life and preferable to sickness. However, the good health of a serial killer or evil dictator might simply give that individual more opportunity to do foolish and vicious things. Even if we use our good health as an opportunity to pursue wise and virtuous goals, if we're unlucky, the outcome may be the opposite of what we desired. As Socrates points out, having good health and being able-bodied could be the reason that someone gets enlisted for an ill-fated military expedition, perhaps leading to their death or enslavement. From that perspective, it would have been better for that person to have been too sick to be recruited into the army. Socrates goes on to list beauty, strength, wealth, and glory as typical examples of things that people consider good. Euthydemus agrees and thinks these are obviously part of eudaimonia, or the good life, exclaiming, "How can anyone possibly flourish without them?" Socrates advises him to examine his assumptions more carefully, though, as these are questionable examples of human goods. To add them to our list of goods, he says, would be to include the sources of much trouble to humankind. Euthydemus is puzzled, so Socrates gives some examples. "Many individuals are ruined by admirers whose heads are turned by their beauty," he exclaims. "Many men of great strength become cocky, end up attempting tasks that are too dangerous for them, and suffer destruction as a result. Many individuals are corrupted by money, or fall victim to those who envy their wealth. And many, through glory and public acclaim," he adds, "have also suffered great evils." If such things are sometimes beneficial and sometimes harmful, observes Socrates, why should we say that they are any more good than bad? Whether we say they are good or bad depends entirely on the consequences of having them, which can vary unexpectedly, especially over the longer term. What seems at first like an advantage in life can often turn out to be a disadvantage, and vice versa. Euthydemus agrees, but feels that wisdom must be unquestionably a good thing. Socrates replies that it depends what we mean by wisdom. Many men who are considered wise because of their technical expertise, such as sculptors and engineers, have been captured and enslaved for that reason. The king of Persia had the most educated men in his kingdom seized and brought to his palace as slaves. He could have added that the supposed wisdom of Anaxagoras ended him up in court and was of little benefit to him as a means of coping with the perceived injustice of his trial. Euthydemus says with a laugh, "Well, it seems I was mistaken even to praise these things, so I no longer know what one should ask for in one's prayers." Socrates had noticed Euthydemus's initial overconfidence. He took it to be a sign that despite all his reading, he had probably never questioned his assumptions in this way. Although the young man at first felt quite humbled by this exercise and a little confused, he kept coming back to Socrates to discuss similar matters with him, and eventually he became one of his most devoted students. The Socratic method is a complex and subtle philosophical procedure. Nevertheless, Socrates believed that the basic cognitive skills required could be taught in this way, using a simple 2-column exercise. Anyone can memorize a definition of wisdom or justice from a book. Self-help books are full of sweeping generalizations about the good life. Folk wisdom likewise contains notoriously contradictory sayings. From "fools rush in where angels fear to tread" to "he who hesitates is lost," we have many proverbs that offer conflicting advice. The truth, of course, is that sometimes it's good to rush in, other times it's better to pause for thought. We must learn to adapt to circumstances. Wisdom requires being able to identify when a rule no longer holds true, and good advice becomes bad advice. We should also revise our assumptions accordingly, such as our definition of the goal of life. Nearly 5 centuries after Socrates lived, a Roman poet named Persius wrote a satire about the lectures attended in his day by students of Stoic philosophy. "Has philosophy taught you to live a good, upstanding life?" asks Persius. "You must," he adds, "be able to tell what is true from false appearances." As he puts it, alert for the false chink of copper beneath the gold. As we have seen, distinguishing appearance from reality was a central concern for ancient philosophers. He follows this by saying something that echoes the Socratic dialogue we've just discussed. "Have you settled what to aim for and also what to avoid, marking the former list with chalk and the other with charcoal?" He's referring to examining the goal of life by drawing 2 lists or columns, with the goods to aim for on one side and the evils to be avoided on the other. Perhaps like Socrates, the Stoic teacher would then ask his students whether some of the items they had listed potentially belonged in the other column. 2-column techniques are widely used in cognitive behavioral therapy as a way of facilitating Socratic questioning. It's striking to find Socrates describing a similar technique nearly 2,500 years before CBT was even invented. For instance, a depressed client who thinks nobody likes me might be asked to list pieces of evidence for and against that belief on a table with 2 columns, headed evidence for and evidence against. At first it might seem that the goal of this exercise is simply to disprove a mistaken assumption. It can benefit us in more subtle ways, though. What if we view it as being more about the process of challenging our beliefs than the outcome? What if we get into the habit, as Socrates advises, of challenging our assumptions about the most important things in life every day? Socrates, it seems to me, has what psychologists call cognitive flexibility. He is adept at generating multiple alternative ways of viewing a situation or concept. This prevents him from becoming too fused with a particular assumption. If you tell Socrates that you believe having good looks is an advantage, he'll think of one situation after another where it appears to be a disadvantage. Tell him the sun appears to be a ball of fire, and he'll list several ways in which it doesn't behave like one. Everything is a hypothesis waiting to be refuted. That type of cognitive flexibility may be inherently therapeutic. In contrast, rigid thinking, which can only consider a limited number of perspectives, has been found to be associated with a variety of psychological problems, including pathological worrying. There's a fascinating body of modern research that I believe holds the key to understanding another of the main benefits of the Socratic method. Definitions of our values, such as the goal of life itself or specific virtues, can be understood as verbal rules. Studies carried out by behavioral psychologists have shown that although verbal rules can be useful, they also tend to cause a problem, best described as insensitivity to change in our environment. For example, when participants in an experiment are told to push this button rapidly to earn points, a verbal rule, they are less likely to stop pushing when the points are no longer being awarded than another group of participants who have instead discovered how the button works through trial and error. This research finding has profound implications for psychotherapy, because many of the psychological problems that therapy clients experience involve rigid persistence in following certain rules or using certain coping strategies, despite the fact they're clearly not working. We can easily get stuck in a rut, doing what we believe we should do again and again, even when it's hurting us. Someone who has learned, for instance, that lying is wrong, from their parents or from a book or a lecture, may stubbornly refuse to tell even a white lie which would benefit their loved ones. Or as William Blake wrote, a truth that's told with bad intent beats all the lies you can invent. To adapt the example used by Socrates above, if you rigidly define lying as wrong, you might think that when a suicidal friend asks where his gun is, you should answer him truthfully, rather than lying to save him from harm. Socrates is more flexible than that in his thinking. He trained himself and his students to constantly examine their verbal rules, especially moral definitions and maxims, by creatively thinking of exceptions to them. Perhaps lying is unjust in some contexts, but not in others. Perhaps standing your ground is courageous in some situations, but not others. Perhaps knowledge is good for us, sometimes, but not always. Whereas the earlier philosophers taught moral maxims or rules, Socrates encouraged his students to question them. It seems to me he realized that true moral wisdom requires some degree of openness, flexibility, and adaptability in our thinking. In a word, it's healthier in the long run for us to learn to think for ourselves than to depend too much on memorizing the sayings of wise men. In the dialogue earlier, Socrates asked Euthydemus if he'd ever been to Delphi and read the famous inscription there, "Know thyself." He explained that although most people naively assume that they know themselves, they are, in an important sense, mistaken, and therefore intellectually conceited. Genuine self-knowledge means knowing what we do and do not know. In other words, it means grasping the limits of our knowledge, especially concerning some of the most fundamental things in life. The two-column exercise uses a simplified version of the Socratic method to test our knowledge of the good life, or eudaimonia, and our definition of virtues such as wisdom and justice. Through constant practice with methods such as this, we come to realize that what appears certain to us is often easily contradicted and must be subject to revision. Knowing ourselves means knowing that we don't know everything about the goal of life. The pronouncement of Apollo. When Chaerephon finally emerged from the temple, his face was even paler than usual. "Don't keep us waiting, my friend," said Socrates. "What did the gods say? Who is the wisest man alive?" Chaerephon looked around sheepishly at his friends. "Well, that wasn't exactly how I phrased my question," he croaked. "What do you mean?" said Socrates, his eyes widening. "Don't you realize how important it is to word a question correctly, especially when you only have one chance of hearing the answer?" Chaerephon said nothing. "Well, what question did you ask?" said Socrates. There was a long pause before Chaerephon, with uncharacteristic hesitation, replied, "Is any man wiser than Socrates?" That indeed was the question he asked the god of Delphi, and speaking through the Pythia, his priestess, Apollo answered, "Of all men, Socrates is the most wise." Socrates, for once, was dumbstruck. "That was not the question you were supposed to ask," he finally stammered. "The priest confirmed the answer," replied Chaerephon awkwardly. Socrates scolded him for wasting his opportunity to question the god. "Don't you realize that your question has an assumption?" said Socrates. "Whenever you ask a question that makes an assumption, you're putting words in the other person's mouth," he exclaimed. "And in this case, it was the mouth of a god." "What assumption?" asked Chaerephon, slightly indignant. "That Socrates is wise," said Socrates, scowling. "I said no such thing," shrugged Chaerephon. Socrates thought for a moment. "Perhaps you're right," he said. "What then can Apollo mean?" he muttered to himself, furrowing his brow in concentration, as if trying to solve a riddle. "I have no wisdom," he said, looking up at his friends, "either great or small." Socrates had been convinced of this by Aspasia, who had taught him, paradoxically, that one cannot be both a philosopher and wise. "The god cannot lie," said Chaerephon, smiling. "To do so would be against his very nature." Everyone agreed. If the god's baffling pronouncement were true, it would suggest that those who called themselves wise, and even those who were called wise by others, were no wiser than Socrates. After considering this at length, he arrived at a decision. Socrates would seek out a man wiser than himself and report back to Delphi. As though he were cross-examining a witness in court, he would present the priests with contrary evidence, and they would be forced to clarify or revise the Pythia's testimony. He would question anyone who seemed to have wisdom and try to refute their beliefs to establish whether they were really wise or merely appeared wise. Where should he go first? To speak, of course, with the wisest man alive. Chapter 5. The Wisest Man Alive. One spring morning, on his way to the Agora, Socrates, now in his 30s, noticed a group of boys playing knucklebones in a narrow alleyway. Suddenly the youngest leapt up and yelled, "Rotten cheat!" at one of his playmates. After a brief quarrel, they resumed play. Just as the lad who had shouted was about to take his turn, a cart, pulled by 2 oxen, rounded the corner, rumbling toward the boys. They scattered, all except this youngster, who was so determined to win the game that he refused to budge. He raised his hand for the cart to stop, but the driver paid no heed. Scowling, the boy threw himself in front of the advancing bull's hooves. The driver yelled out in anger, but was forced to halt his cart abruptly. Anyone could see this boy was fearless, to the point of foolhardiness. He possessed what the Greeks called philotimia, a passion for victory, honor, and fame. Such a child was destined either for greatness or catastrophe. Socrates quietly asked one of his young playmates, "Who is this child, and what is the name of his father?" "His father was killed in the war," came the answer, "and now he's being raised in the house of Pericles. They call him Alcibiades." About a decade earlier, Aspasia, along with her father and their extended family, had sailed from her home in Ionia. Shortly after their arrival, her niece, who lived in Athens, gave birth to a boy. He was named Alcibiades, after his grandfather. Aspasia's brother-in-law, an Athenian noble who had been living in exile. The family lost Alcibiades the elder, though. Next his son, Cleinias, while still in his 30s, was slain in battle at Coronea, fighting against the Boeotians. At the age of 4, therefore, the now fatherless child was taken into the household of his father's best friend, Pericles, who became his legal guardian. Pericles later divorced his first wife, and Aspasia moved in with him, becoming his consort and eventually his second wife. Pericles and Aspasia would go on to raise her great-nephew, the young Alcibiades, as if he were their own son. In the years to come, Socrates would watch as the whole of Athens became entranced by the son of Cleinias. Aspasia, the boy's great-aunt, was like a stepmother to him, and inevitably took an interest in his education. As the boy reached adolescence, Socrates began to notice him in the company of prominent Athenian intellectuals. Alcibiades retained his youthful good looks as an adult, for which he became famous throughout Greece. Later in life, just like other nobles, he would keep his hair long, a symbol of status, because the poor found it more practical to cut theirs short. He spoke with a lisp, which made him pronounce the letter rho as if it were lambda, so that instead of Socrates, he would say Socrates. His speech impediment was thought of as charming, precisely because, in the eyes of many, it seemed to be his only imperfection. Socrates did not approach the boy, although they were often in the same company. The two had seldom exchanged words. Instead, the philosopher listened with interest as Alcibiades argued with his friends and even his teachers. The rest of Athens treated Alcibiades like a celebrity. They flocked around him and gossiped about him. They loved him, indulged him, and heaped praise upon him. He could be reckless and arrogant, but he was also charismatic, intelligent, courageous, and a born leader. The names of Alcibiades' illustrious ancestors were on the lips of everyone he met. His father's side of the family were nobles of the Salaminioi clan, who traced their ancestry back to the legendary hero Ajax. The Alcmaeonids, his mother's clan, were one of the wealthiest and most powerful dynasties of ancient Greece. Through them, Alcibiades claimed descent from Nestor, the legendary king of Pylos, who, like Ajax, was immortalized in Homer's Iliad and Odyssey. In the 6th century, some of the Alcmaeonids played a crucial role in overthrowing the last tyrant to have ruled Athens. By tyrant, incidentally, the Greeks meant a sole ruler who stands above the law, like a dictator or absolute monarch. Cleisthenes, one of the Alcmaeonids, established Athenian democracy, for which the city had since become famous. Despite their noble blood and great wealth, therefore, Pericles and other Alcmaeonids remained leading figures in the Democrat faction, which sought to keep power in the hands of the people. Alcibiades, who was born into the same noble clan and had since become the ward of Pericles, was expected to follow in his footsteps. Pericles was an early populist, whose exceptional power came, ironically, from his claim to give the common people more control over the governance of their city. The Athenian citizens loved him and looked up to him as their leader. Whereas political tyrants impose obedience with threats of violence, Pericles exercised almost as much authority because the citizens freely offered him their support. He was also a master of international diplomacy. Throughout their growing empire, he was respected for saying that Athens made allies not by receiving benefits, but by bestowing them on others. His motions had to be put to the vote, like anyone else's, but he almost always got his way. The greatest political orator of his era, he held the assembly in the palm of his hand. Whereas Pericles had built his authority over decades, Alcibiades, desperate to outdo person. Protagoras nodded in assent. Although Socrates had received an answer, everyone could see from the expression on his face that questions still troubled him about Protagoras' response. A few moments of silence followed. Then Socrates said something so bold that it caused a few gasps. The truth is, Protagoras, that I have never believed that this could be taught by anyone, although if you say you can teach it, I assume you are sincere. All eyes were on Socrates as he began to elaborate. He told them that he had two key reasons for calling Protagoras' statement into question. The first was that the Athenian assembly did not appear to believe that virtue could be taught. When it was making decisions about matters such as building triremes or fortifications, the assembly only consulted experts who had knowledge of the relevant technical arts. Yet Pericles had seen to it that every male citizen had a right to speak on general questions of governance and justice. None of these men were expected to have specialist training in the art of good citizenship. This, said Socrates, implied that the assembly thought the virtues relevant to public life were common property, rather than being the product of education. The same goes for private life, which Socrates introduced as his second point. If virtue could be taught, as Protagoras claimed, why did the greatest Athenians not teach it to their own children? Look at these two young men, he exclaimed, gesturing towards Paralus and Xanthippus. Pericles, their father, has provided the best education for them in everything that can be taught. Yet with regard to virtue, said Socrates, furrowing his brows, they're left to browse like stray cattle, picking up nourishment wherever they may find it, and the less said of their relative, young Alcibiades, the better. Nobody made a sound. Though most in the room were aghast at his candour, Socrates continued. There are many men who, despite being good themselves, have never made their own children, or anyone else, good, observed Socrates casually. Nobody, except perhaps Alcibiades, wanted to hear any more controversial examples, so out of respect for Protagoras, Socrates concluded. When I consider the matter in this way, he said, turning to the sophist, I doubt that virtue can be taught. However, he added, I may be mistaken in this, as I know you are a man of great learning with much experience in education, so please explain how it is possible to teach men wisdom or any other virtue. Protagoras smiled for a moment. His followers, unsure what to make of this eccentric former sculptor, exchanged glances. A few had taken offence. Protagoras was growing slightly irritated with Socrates, but attempted to conceal the fact. I would welcome the opportunity to explain my views to you, he said in a voice so charming that the whole audience appeared to fall back under its spell. Rather than developing an argument, though, I think it would be most pleasing if I simply told you a story. Socrates was about to object to what seemed like a diversion, but everyone else applauded Protagoras, begging him to speak. What followed was one of the most remarkable speeches in the history of philosophy. It would come to be known simply as the Great Speech of Protagoras. The Great Speech of Protagoras. There were gods in the beginning, said Protagoras, but no mortal creatures. When the time came, Zeus, the king of the gods, fashioned countless species of animals by mixing the elements of earth and fire. He then commanded two of the Titans, Prometheus and his brother Epimetheus, whose names mean foresight and hindsight, to assign different abilities to each living creature. Hindsight begged for the right to assign the abilities all by himself. Foresight agreed and said that he would inspect his brother's work when it was done. Some creatures were slow-moving, and so to make up for this, Hindsight gave them great strength. Others were weak, so to these he granted speed. Some creatures he armed, while others were given various forms of protection. Small creatures were granted winged flight, or the ability to conceal their dwellings underground for safety. Large beasts had their size for protection. He took care to grant all creatures some means for their own preservation. Having equipped all living beings to survive among each other in this way, without fearing that one species should eliminate another, the Titan next granted them protection against their environment and the harshness of the seasons. He covered some animals with skin tough enough to endure the heat of summer, and others with thick pelts to ward off the cold through winter months. Some he shod with strong hooves, and others with padded feet to walk upon the rough earth. Every creature was assigned its own source of food. Some pastured on the earth, others ate fruits hanging from trees or dug up roots from the ground. Still others were hunters, who fed on the weaker animals. To these predatory creatures, he assigned limited offspring, whereas their prey were so numerous that there would always be enough of them to serve as food. Hindsight lacked wisdom, however, and having assigned to each species its own special capabilities, he realized he had nothing left to give humans. When Foresight inspected his brother's work, he found that man alone was born naked and had been left unshod, unarmed, and with no bed in which to lay his head and rest safely. Not knowing what else to do, he stole the technical expertise of the goddess Athena and gave it to humankind along with the fire of Hephaestus, the blacksmith god. Together these gifts allowed humankind to survive in the wild, though they were as yet unable to found cities. Once human beings were granted these divine gifts, they sensed their kinship to the gods and began praying and building altars to them. They invented clothing, bedding, dwellings, agriculture, and even the use of language to express their thoughts and acquire learning. Men lived apart at first in scattered isolation, but finding themselves beset continually and harassed by wild beasts, they sought to build cities for their mutual protection. However, no sooner than humans had gathered to save themselves, being still lawless, they began to wrong one another and fighting broke out among them. The wisdom that governs our relations with other people, the art of politics, belonged to Zeus alone, king of the gods, and patron of friendship and families. Without the art of war, which is part of politics, men did not know how to conquer their enemies, build alliances, or secure peace. Scattering once again from their failed cities, they continued to perish in the wild. Looking down on this chaotic scene with dismay, Zeus feared for the destruction of the human race. He therefore sent Hermes, his messenger, to teach mortals about justice and to instill in them a sense of shame concerning wrongdoing as a deterrent against injustice. By this means, Zeus now granted humankind the capacity to unite themselves in cities, maintaining order through the bonds of friendship and fostering their sense of community. Hermes asked Zeus whether he should distribute the virtue of justice and other social and political arts among men selectively, in the same way as knowledge concerning the technical crafts. One man who possessed the knowledge of medicine, he said, was enough to benefit many men. One architect was enough to build many houses, and so on. However, Zeus decreed that every human being must be granted at least some knowledge of justice and a sense of shame regarding their own wrongdoing. Finally, he set it down that if a criminal was found incapable of respecting the rule of law, he should be exiled or put to death as a plague on the city. With this, Protagoras concluded. "Well then," asked Socrates, "suppose someone asked us whether piety is just or justice is pious." Protagoras hesitated, saying that it was a difficult question. He did not think that the virtues were identical, but reluctantly agreed that they are similar, although he insisted the resemblance was trivial. Socrates exclaimed in mock surprise, "Are you saying that the relationship between justice and piety is only very slight?" Protagoras scowled in irritation, so Socrates changed tack. "Let us examine these similarities," he said, in order to decide how important they are. Socrates adopted a more serious expression. "Do you believe, for instance, that those who act unjustly, in so doing, judge the consequences of their actions wisely?" Protagoras launched into another beautiful speech, which won applause, but failed to answer the question. My apologies, said Socrates, but I happen to be a very forgetful person. Protagoras raised an eyebrow. You will have to cut your answers short, Socrates insisted, if you want me to follow you. Protagoras knew this was a ruse, meant to force him into playing the question and answer game at which the philosopher excelled. Socrates, he exclaimed with a sigh of frustration, I have taken part in debates with many men over the years, and I have earned a reputation for wisdom throughout Greece. But if I were to agree to answer these sorts of questions, I fear that I might never be deemed superior to anyone again. At this point, Callias intervened. He was keen to hear Socrates' questions answered, he said, but he didn't want to offend his guest of honour. An argument ensued about whether Socrates, who was about to leave, should be allowed to question Protagoras more rigorously. Suddenly, Alcibiades leapt from his seat, exclaiming, You're talking nonsense, Callias. Protagoras must allow his reasoning to be put to the test in a debate with Socrates, and not spin out long speeches to fend off difficult questions, going on and on until everyone has forgotten where he started. Critias laughed. Alcibiades, as usual, wants to be on the winning side. Protagoras, shifting awkwardly, agreed to continue and, after some further digression, submitted himself again to Socrates' interrogation. Socrates insisted that he merely wanted to clear up some questions that still troubled him about the idea of teaching virtue. As usual, that seemed like it could be true, but not the whole story. His thinking was obviously a step ahead of Protagoras, although it was unclear exactly where he was taking the conversation. The question I asked was this, said Socrates. Are wisdom, justice, courage, temperance, and piety all names for one thing called virtue? You had said that, on the contrary, they are distinct aspects of virtue, like the different parts of a face. Socrates asked whether the sophist had changed his mind. Protagoras twisted his lips into a smile, barely concealing his unease. He said he believed that the other parts of virtue were somewhat alike, but courage was something quite distinct from the rest. This is proven, he said, by the fact that we find many people are extremely unwise, unjust, intemperate, and impious, and yet exceptionally courageous. Socrates leaned forward. Would you describe courageous men as being confident? Yes, replied Protagoras, insofar as they are ready to act when most men would be afraid. After some discussion, however, they agree that even the insane and those consumed by rage may exhibit a sort of rash confidence. This stems from ignorance, Socrates noted, and should not be confused with the virtue of courage, which requires knowledge about what one is doing. The courage and self-confidence in battle of a well-trained hoplite, for example, would be completely different from the rash and foolish self-confidence of a madman who, in a rage, grabs a weapon without understanding how to wield it or the dangers of doing so wrongly. Most people believe that our minds are ruled by the desire for pleasure and avoidance of pain, mused Socrates, and that men are dragged around and enslaved by their passions in this way. He asserted, however, that genuine wisdom is more powerful than pain or pleasure, and Protagoras agreed. Few will be convinced, though, said Socrates, because it seems that passions can easily usurp one's reason. People say, for instance, that they are overcome by cravings for food or drink or sex, which they indulge in ways that are bad for them, despite knowing that they will later regret their actions. They see the better path, but follow the worse. Most people will tell you, explained Socrates, that though certain forms of indulgence feel pleasant, they may have unpleasant consequences, such as poverty, illness, and suffering, and deprive us of other pleasures. Likewise, he added, they think of athletic exercise, military training, and medical surgery as good things. Despite often being unpleasant or painful, these sort of activities may bring about good health, which is ultimately pleasant. So, he concluded, they regard pleasure as good, and pain as bad in themselves, and in terms of their consequences. Indeed, the majority consider some action good, if the overall pleasure it causes outweighs the pain. It is judged bad, however, if it brings about more pain than pleasure. When someone claims he is seduced by a desire he knows to be wrong, said Socrates, what he often means is that he has sacrificed a greater pleasure in the future to enjoy a lesser one now. Likewise, he added, when he says he has been overcome by fear, he means he has fled from a lesser pain now at the cost of suffering greater pain in the future. Protagoras nodded. Everyone knows that appearances are deceptive, continued Socrates. Things nearby look larger than when seen from a distance. A noise sounds louder when closer than when further away, and so on. Most people recognize that their well-being requires both having sufficient temperance or self-control to abstain from small pleasures in order to obtain larger ones, and having the courage to endure small pains if it helps to avoid larger ones. Those who lack self-control, added Protagoras, nodding, often feel they have sacrificed the better course of action in order to take the worse. Their ruin, said Socrates, evidently lies in the misleading power of appearances. So why don't they realize that their salvation requires a sort of wisdom, a method of measuring their pleasures and pains rationally, as if weighing them against one another in a set of scales? Protagoras listened without saying a word, as though he was beginning to glimpse where Socrates' questions might be leading. Appearances have us wandering all over the place in confusion, said Socrates, because they constantly deceive us about what is greater or lesser when it comes to pain and pleasure in ways that lead us to regret our choices. The art of measuring these things rationally would, by contrast, ground our decisions in reality rather than appearance, leading us to peace of mind. Protagoras agreed that such an art would promise to deliver us from our irrational fears and desires, and that this was obviously a type of knowledge which would allow us to distinguish appearance from reality when it comes to the consequences of our actions. Precisely what this knowledge consists in, said Socrates, does not matter for now. What matters is the realization that it is in knowledge of some kind that our salvation lies. Those who believe that their good intentions are easily overcome by the desire for pleasure or fear of pain, said Socrates, would have found it ridiculous at first if they heard us say that what overcomes them is a type of ignorance. Many of them would now be surprised, I think, to find themselves conceding that their lack of temperance and courage is due to a lack of knowledge regarding the measurement of pleasure and pain. Yet it follows from everything we have so far agreed. Most people, in other words, greatly underestimate the role of cognition or thinking in shaping their desires and emotions. It is moral ignorance that the teachers of virtue, educated men such as Protagoras and his friends, claim to be able to cure, added Socrates. Many people nevertheless place more value on their money than upon the knowledge in which their salvation and that of their children might lie, so they refrain from paying sophists for their wisdom. Socrates asked Protagoras and his philosophists in the audience if they agreed, and they did wholeheartedly. What then is fear? Asked Socrates. I put it to you, he said, that fear is an expectation of something bad. Everyone agreed. It is against human nature, he added, for any man to approach what he believes to be bad or painful rather than what is good. Would anyone then, based on what we've been saying, asked Socrates, be willing to go toward what he fears when he can avoid doing so? Protagoras nodded uneasily in agreement. Well then, said Socrates, when a courageous man and a cowardly one both face something they believe to be as bad as can be, does one approach it and the other flee to safety? The sophists agreed. How is that possible? Asked Socrates, as we've just agreed that no man, whether courageous or cowardly, willingly approaches what he considers bad, except to avoid a greater evil. With this, the mood of the audience shifted slightly, as the conversation was becoming more serious. Alcibiades, the youth famed for his courage, had been laughing and enjoying the debate with his friends, but something about this remark struck a chord within him. His gaze was now completely fixed on Socrates, as if he'd forgotten about everyone else for the time being. "Come on, Socrates," scoffed Protagoras. "What the courageous and the cowardly go toward are two opposite things. One goes to war, while the other flees to safety." "The courageous go to war because they consider it honourable to defend their country, do they not?" asked Socrates. Everyone agreed. "And because they believe honour to be the greatest thing in life," added Socrates. "So, are you suggesting that the cowardly refuse to go toward what they know for certain to be more honourable, better, and more pleasant?" he asked. Protagoras admitted that this would contradict what they had agreed earlier. "Therefore," said Socrates, "the fears of the courageous man are neither foolish nor disgraceful, but the fears of the coward are both foolish and disgraceful." Protagoras was forced to agree that men are cowards because of their ignorance concerning what it is or is not appropriate to fear. Would the opposite of this ignorance, Protagoras, not be wisdom concerning what is and is not to be feared? Asked Socrates. The sophist nodded silently, although clearly displeased at having to agree. So to sum up, is not courage simply wisdom about what is and is not to be feared, asked Socrates, and is not cowardice the opposite of this, a form of ignorance? Protagoras refused even to nod in agreement now, and said nothing. Will you not say yes or no to my question? Insisted Socrates. Answer it yourself, said Protagoras with a sigh. As you wish, replied Socrates, smiling. But first I have one more question to ask. Do you still think, as you did at the beginning, that a man can lack wisdom and yet still be courageous? Protagoras reluctantly conceded that it seemed impossible, based on their discussion, for a man lacking wisdom to have the virtue of courage. Socrates explained that his only reason for asking was that getting to the truth about these matters would allow them to answer the original question with which they were both concerned, namely, whether virtue can be taught. What impressed many observers was that Socrates showed no sign of taking pride in winning the argument. Though he had approached Protagoras saying that he believed virtue could not be taught, their positions had reversed during the discussion. Now I find myself arguing, said Socrates with a shrug, that justice, temperance, and courage are all types of wisdom or knowledge, in which case virtue would appear to be the sort of thing that can be learned. Protagoras, he said, you wanted to say that the virtue of courage was something other than wisdom, in which case it would appear not to be teachable. Although Protagoras claimed to be wise, Socrates' questions showed the sophist to be confused about the nature of virtue, the very thing in which he claimed to be an expert. How could he teach others what he did not understand himself? Though Socrates had argued for its teachability, he was in fact still not entirely clear what virtue was and how it could be taught. He wanted to review the main points of their discussion, but the sophist declined. Socrates, he said, I respect your enthusiasm for debate and the way you navigate through an argument. He heaved a sigh. I'm not the sort of man to take offence. Indeed, I have told many people here today that I admire you more than anyone I have met, at least among your generation. I would not be surprised if you gain a high reputation for wisdom. I would be happy to examine these questions later, whenever you wish, although for now I think it's time to turn our attention elsewhere. With their conversation over, they parted company. The practice of cost-benefit analysis. During his dialogue with Protagoras, Socrates outlined a rational therapy of the passions, or in modern parlance, a form of cognitive psychotherapy. We could also describe it as a philosophical therapy, which aims to replace irrational fears and desires with rational ones. Fear, he says, is due to the belief that something bad or painful will happen, a belief that can easily be mistaken due to false appearances. Conversely, desire can be seen as the belief that something good or pleasurable will happen, which can also be mistaken. We are especially prone to being misled by appearances when we focus too much on the present and fail to take account of the consequences of our actions. For instance, drinking a bottle of whiskey might appear pleasant at the time, but it can give us a painful hangover the next day. Socrates anticipated modern psychotherapy by suggesting that both the causes and the cures of our emotional problems may be cognitive in nature. That's quite remarkable, as these ideas only became established in modern psychotherapy with the so-called cognitive revolution during the 1950s and 1960s. Socrates described a method of rational measurement, as he calls it, that compared the longer-term consequences of our actions in terms of the pleasure or pain that they're likely to cause, to help decision-making. This weighing of pros and cons is very similar to what cognitive behavioral therapists call cost-benefit analysis, which is an integral part of a more comprehensive method called problem-solving therapy, or PST. In some form or another, evaluating the consequences of a course of action plays a key role in almost all forms of CBT. For example, individuals who suffer from phobias and similar forms of anxiety usually avoid facing their fears. One of the first tasks in therapy is to show that the long-term benefits of confronting feared situations outweigh the short-term discomfort doing so inevitably causes. To someone with a dog phobia, the prospect of reaching out and stroking a dog appears worse, or as they usually say, feels worse, than that of simply avoiding doing so. Avoidance is everyone's favourite coping strategy, because at first it invariably seems like the easiest option. Often a therapist will help clients to reevaluate their coping by asking them to consider the pros and cons of alternative ways of behaving. For instance, here are some typical pros and cons of exposure therapy, which would require a dog phobic to endure being near a dog for a prolonged period. First, the cons. You're going to feel uncomfortable and highly anxious during the prolonged period of exposure, perhaps 20 minutes or more. Second, the pros. By doing this repeatedly, you're likely to significantly reduce and even eliminate your phobic anxiety. Your self-confidence and general ability to cope with anxiety will probably also improve as a result. You will be able to do things you couldn't do before, like walk in the public park with your children, which could even improve your quality of life and relationships. Sometimes cognitive therapists teach clients simply to ask themselves, regarding a particular course of action, what do I have to gain? And what do I have to lose? I think Socrates would have recognized this weighing of pros and cons as an application of the art of measurement that he discussed with Protagoras. The same method can be applied, of course, to any number of different situations, including problems us about it. I imagined so, said Alcibiades. Well, let's see, replied Socrates. Do you know how to fly up high in the sky? Clearly not, scoffed Alcibiades. There you are, said Socrates. Despite your ignorance, you're not confused about how to answer that question. But why is that? Alcibiades, blushing with shame, admitted he had no idea. Let me explain, said Socrates. So long as you know that you do not know something, you're not confused. It's only when we think we know something that in fact we do not know that we become confused. Alcibiades listened carefully. When we falsely believe that we know something, our actions are guided by ignorance, and we make mistakes. If we recognize our ignorance, however, and we are reasonable men, we will seek counsel from experts. If you know that you know nothing about medicine, for example, you will obtain the guidance of a physician. Someone who falsely assumes that he's a medical expert, though, will behave in a confused manner due to his intellectual conceit. He will contradict himself and may even make dangerous mistakes. If such conceit leads him to advise others, whether in private life or in the assembly, his ignorance will endanger not only himself but his friends, and perhaps even the entire state. Alcibiades stared down at his hands, deeply concerned by this remark. Someone who believes he knows what he does not know will therefore become confused and make errors, said Socrates, and those who are confused about the most important things in life will make the most serious errors of all. Alcibiades agreed, but he was worried where this was leading. Can you name anything more important than justice? Asked Socrates. Alcibiades lowered his gaze again. That was precisely what you were confused about a few moments ago, added Socrates gently. You wouldn't be alone, however, in rushing into the affairs of the city without first learning what is just and unjust. Indeed, very few lack this conceit, said Socrates. Why then should I be concerned, said Alcibiades suddenly, if the majority of those who compete to win the ear of the Athenian people are uneducated when it comes to justice? I am no worse off than my rivals in that regard, and my natural ability will allow me to surpass them. If only they were your main concern, said Socrates. What do you mean? Retorted Alcibiades. With whom else am I in competition? You should look to Sparta and Persia, replied Socrates, and study those enemies with whom Athens has most frequently been at war. If your ambition is to unite many cities, then you need to understand that Spartan and Persian kings are your rivals, and not your fellow Athenians. Socrates patiently detailed the superior wealth and military discipline of Athens' traditional enemies. To cap it all, he brought up the famous hero of the Democrat faction, whose achievements he knew Alcibiades envied. A generation before you were born, he said, Themistocles managed to give Athens a navy and defeat the Persians, despite lacking wealth, noble birth, and all the other advantages you possess. Alcibiades was about to speak, but paused, as he noticed his hands were slightly trembling. He achieved all of this, continued Socrates, because he was a man of great knowledge who had studied the enemy, despite which the Athenians eventually turned against him. What the philosopher meant was that great leadership and popularity do not always go hand in hand. Then something extraordinary happened, which took even Socrates by surprise. Alcibiades, who longed to surpass the achievements of Themistocles and Pericles, suddenly realized how unprepared he was to lead Athens. Tears began to roll down the young man's cheeks. He leaned against Socrates, who stroked his head. Alcibiades was weeping with shame. You're barely 20 years old, whispered Socrates gently, and by your own admission, completely uneducated with regard to the most important matters. He had never seen anyone respond like this to his questions, with such painful remorse for his own shortcomings. Yet Alcibiades' desperate need to become a great leader and win glory for Athens exceeded any shame he felt over admitting his ignorance, and he grieved that he was not the man he ought to be. Socrates waited in silence for a few moments, then used his staff to draw an outline in the sand. It was a rough map of the known world, based on those created by the Ionian philosophers. He asked Alcibiades to point out Athens, which he easily did. Now show me where your houses are, added Socrates. Alcibiades owned a lavish townhouse in Athens and 2 rural estates nearby in the Attic countryside. He struggled, though, to pinpoint their exact location. You see, said Socrates, they don't add up to even a tiny fraction of the world, and yet you hold them in such high regard. Do you really believe that you can put your trust in your good looks, noble birth, and property, asked Socrates, so long as you lack wisdom and virtue? If you were to follow the advice inscribed at Delphi, to know thyself, You would care for your soul more than your property, and outdo in that regard even the kings of Sparta and Persia. Socrates explained that as our true nature lies in the mind and not the body, to know oneself surely means to know the mind. Alcibiades looked intently at him. We need to be clear about what we are and how best to care for ourselves, if we're to follow that famous maxim, said Socrates. But I think we fail to understand its true significance. What can you possibly mean? Asked Alcibiades. Socrates furrowed his brow and peered out from under his bushy eyebrows. The inscription, it seems to me, advises us to know ourselves in no ordinary way, he said, and I can only compare it to an unusual feature of the human eye. He leaned in a little, raised his head, and looked directly at Alcibiades. Suppose, he continued, that instead of instructing you to know yourself, Apollo instructed your eye to see itself. I would imagine he meant, said Alcibiades, that the eye must look at something in which it could perceive its own image, such as the reflection in a mirror. Indeed, replied Socrates, but an image of our face may also appear when we look at the face of another person. Alcibiades thought for a moment before exclaiming, Yes, that's right. If we look closely enough, we can sometimes glimpse our own reflection in the pupil of their eye. Socrates was impressed. So an eye looking at an eye, indeed at its very centre, asked Socrates, would see its own image. Alcibiades nodded in agreement. Amused by this idea, he began shifting a little as they spoke, trying to glimpse his own reflection in Socrates' eyes. Indeed, the eye sees itself only when it looks directly into the other's pupil, the very part capable of vision, said Socrates. Likewise, the soul knows itself only when it looks directly into the soul of another, at the part capable of knowledge. When we examine another's capacity for wisdom, said Socrates, we provide ourselves with the purest mirror available among mortals. Alcibiades was fascinated. By this means, concluded Socrates, we may best do as the Delphic maxim advises, and come to know ourselves. Where one lacks knowledge, however, said Socrates, it is better to be led by experts. Alcibiades somewhat reluctantly nodded in agreement. Socrates argued that ignorance of ourselves, therefore, condemns us to a slavish existence, inappropriate for anyone who wishes to be free, let alone anyone who would lead others. Do you recognize this as your condition? He asked gravely. Alcibiades, still with tears in his eyes, replied that he was becoming painfully aware that this was his problem. How, then, can you escape from the slavery of ignorance? Asked Socrates. God willing, said Alcibiades, I will be saved, for I will be following you, and from this day forward you can be sure that I will begin to study the nature of justice, and I will not let up until I learn how to be a great statesman. I hope you do, said Socrates ominously, but I am afraid for you, not because I do not trust in the goodness of your nature, but because this city may be powerful enough, in the end, to destroy us both. The practice of Iliism. Aesop said that we're born with two sacks hanging around our necks. One large sack right under our noses containing everyone else's flaws, and a small one hidden behind our back which contains our own flaws. Self-knowledge, in other words, is difficult. Our worst character defects, or biases, are visible to others, but we have a blind spot for them ourselves. As the New Testament puts it, you can see the tiny fleck of wood in someone else's eye, but not the great beam of wood in your own. Without a mirror for our soul, we're often simply oblivious to ourselves. Blindness to our own errors presents a serious challenge, of course, for anyone concerned with self-improvement. Modern psychology may help shed some light on Socrates' proposed solution to this problem. Igor Grossman, the head of a research centre at the University of Waterloo in Canada, specialising in the psychological study of wisdom, has found evidence that we exhibit better judgment when considering other people's problems rather than our own. He writes, "We chose the term Solomon's paradox to identify the contradiction between thinking about other people's problems wisely but failing to do so for ourselves. The biblical king Solomon, known for his keen intellect and unmatched wisdom in guiding others, failed to apply wisdom in his own life, which ultimately led to the demise of his kingdom." In one study, Grossman and his colleagues described a hypothetical relationship problem to participants in two groups. One group was asked to imagine it was a friend's problem, the other group's participants to view it as if it were their own. The group examining the problem as if it happened to a friend scored 22% higher on ratings of intellectual humility, 31% on open-mindedness, and 15% on compromise. What if we could help ourselves to overcome the psychological limitations associated with Solomon's paradox by studying our own reflection? Socrates reputedly advised some of his followers to contemplate themselves in mirrors as a way of examining their own moral character. However, he also believed that we can see our reflection in the character of others. Socrates appears to have imagined being in his interlocutor's shoes, sharing their assumptions and making similar errors to theirs. The Socratic method uses the person answering as a mirror, reflecting the image of the questioner. Philosophical dialogue with others helped Socrates to examine his own beliefs with greater detachment and objectivity. When we read philosophical dialogues, or better still, engage in real-life dialogue, we gain a broader perspective from which to consider our own way of thinking. By observing someone else's reasoning, we can more easily imagine the consequences of holding a particular belief, such as how it might affect one's character and actions, whether it conflicts with other beliefs, and how it might relate to a variety of different situations. Moreover, it looks like Socrates himself adapted the philosophical method employed in the dialogues for solitary use. When someone asked one of his followers what benefit he had obtained from studying philosophy, he replied, "The ability to hold conversations with myself." Indeed, we find several references to Socrates having philosophical conversations with himself, which may help to explain this intriguing remark. In Plato's Hippias Major, for example, Socrates keeps referring to a strange man who relentlessly pesters him with questions, a close relative who even shares his home. He waits there to challenge Socrates when he returns from his conversations. This man reminds Socrates that he should be ashamed to use words such as wisdom, justice, and beauty if he can't even define their meaning. "And yet how are you to know," he will say, "either who produced a discourse or anything else whatsoever, beautifully or not, when you are ignorant of the beautiful?" He tells us that the questioner who waits for him is Socrates, the son of Sophroniscus, who would no more permit me to say these things carelessly without investigation than to say I know what I do not know. In other words, the strange man is Socrates himself, viewed as if he were another person. It seems that even after Socrates had finished having a dialogue with a sophist or one of his own friends, he would continue the discussion with himself in private, in his imagination. A closely related method involves referring to our own thoughts and actions as if we were talking about those of someone else. Third-person self-talk is known as Iliism, from Ili, the Latin pronoun for he. We don't even need to use our imagination for this, just our words. For example, rather than thinking, "I'm really upset and I don't know what to do," in the first person, I might say to myself, "Donald is really upset and he doesn't know what to do," in the third person. A recent pair of studies on Iliism asked a total of 555 participants to record their thoughts in a journal for 4 weeks. To test whether wise reasoning could be cultivated in daily life, participants were to write about various social experiences that happened each day, one group using first person and the other third person language, or Iliism. Those employing Iliism were found to have improved on ratings of wisdom, measured in the same way as above. The study also found that in some cases, Iliism reduced negative emotions, such as anger or frustration, in participants' relationships. Similar verbal techniques have long been used in cognitive psychotherapy. Aaron T. Beck and his colleagues advised clients suffering from anxiety disorders to practice detached self-awareness. Look at your thoughts, feelings, and actions as if you're a friendly but not overly concerned bystander, they write. They describe this as learning to watch myself, in language highly reminiscent of Socrates' analogy of the eye that looks at itself. Moreover, using third-person language can, they claim, help a client to, as they put it, increase self-awareness by voluntarily choosing to distance himself from his anxiety. Beck and his colleagues also recommended an exercise in which someone observes his thoughts and feelings throughout the day in order, as they put it, to gain a more objective picture of himself. He's instructed to replace first-person pronouns with third-person pronouns and his own name, Bill, for example. He therefore gives himself a running commentary as if observing the thoughts of another person, such as, Bill seems to be scared, his heart is beating, he seems to be concerned that others are thinking poorly of him, Bill is focusing on the impression he is making. Similar techniques have become increasingly common in more recent mindfulness and acceptance approaches to CBT, such as acceptance and commitment therapy, or ACT. Socrates certainly employed Iliism, referring to himself in the third person, but he began by searching for his reflection in other people. He found an unlikely mirror for his soul in the form of Alcibiades. For when Socrates asked him about justice, the son of Cleinias gave honest answers and made honest mistakes, the kind Socrates could imagine making himself. Neither did Alcibiades run away from Socrates' questions. He almost became hooked on the process, later saying that Socrates' questions, having troubled him at first, finally possessed him, making his heart beat faster than a Corybantes in a trance. His words make my tears flow, the young noble said, and I have seen a great many others affected by him in the same way. He claimed it was impossible for him to go on as he once had, thinking only of himself, once Socrates had forced him to dedicate himself to justice in the affairs of Athens. Socrates saw in Alcibiades the potential to become a philosopher, and also, because of his ability to influence his fellow citizens and the need he felt to achieve excellence, a great statesman. Whatever others may have thought of Alcibiades, Socrates clearly saw him as a young man who, at some level, wanted not only to appear wise and just, but actually to be so. Together, they would embark on a philosophical journey that neither man could have accomplished alone. The Battle of Potidaea. Socrates' heart felt as if it had stopped beating. Time froze. He watched helplessly as Alcibiades was struck in the thigh by a javelin. His shield dropped from his grasp, and he fell roughly to the ground. The young noble, glimpsing an opportunity, began. The Spartans had invaded Attica, the region containing Athens and Piraeus, raising the crops. Each summer, Pericles ordered the countryside evacuated. At its peak, the population of Attica was roughly 250,000. About 50,000 lived in the city of Athens, and almost as many in Piraeus. A fortified corridor, known as the Long Walls, connected Athens with its port, so that even when besieged, supplies could reach the city by sea. During the annual invasion, the rural population withdrew behind the city walls, which Sparta lacked the siegecraft to penetrate. The city's inhabitants would therefore almost triple in number. In the second year of the war, with food already in short supply, a terrible illness swept through the city. It began with a high fever, inflammation of the eyes, and swelling in the throat and tongue, after which symptoms spread throughout the body: sneezing and coughing, vomiting and diarrhea, rashes and pustules on the skin. Groups of sufferers, reeling and confused, crowded around fountains, desperate to quench the raging thirst brought on by the disease. They probably contaminated the water in doing so. Within 8 days, about a quarter of the infected lay dead. Physicians were powerless to help. Over 3 years, the plague would claim many tens of thousands of Athenian lives, perhaps even exceeding the number of casualties from fighting in the war. The plague had also changed society. Since Athens' enemies were largely unaffected, the gods, it seemed, had singled out their city for punishment. As desperation took hold in Athens, so did political cynicism and corruption. At the same time, religious disillusionment and superstition were on the rise. The Spartans who roamed the Attic countryside watched the funeral pyres burning from a safe distance. Between warfare and disease, the Athenian military was significantly weakened, and the soldiers' troubles were only just beginning. Socrates and Alcibiades had received word that Pericles had succumbed to the plague, not long before their ship docked at Piraeus. They marched, eyes downcast, into Athens via the long walls, along with the rest of the returning hoplites. During their lengthy absence, the glorious city of Pericles had been reduced to a pitiable condition. Alcibiades entered the city wearing the hero's crown awarded to him for valour at Potidæa. When they reached the city gate, he was met by his kinsmen, and together they walked to the Karamikos and the tomb of his famous guardian. First his father, and now Pericles, had been taken in their prime. Alcibiades only made it home from Potidæa thanks to Socrates. He must have felt the gods spared him for some great purpose. The legacy of his clan, the Alcmaeonids, and the future of the Athenian democracy founded by them now rested on his shoulders. Socrates also came home a hero, but found himself walking a very different path from the young man whose life he had saved. The philosopher trod through the city alone. He stopped at a small wrestling school near the Acropolis to see if anyone he recognized was there. Sure enough, familiar faces immediately surrounded him. Surprised, they called out and welcomed the philosopher home. Suddenly, Chaerephon appeared. Lunging forward like a madman, he grabbed his friend's hand and shrieked, "Socrates, by the gods, are you all right? How did you fare?" "I arrived home in one piece," said Socrates, smiling, "as you can see." "We have heard that the fighting was much worse than expected," frowned Chaerephon, "and many Athenians were lost." "That I can confirm," replied Socrates. "Sit down then and give us news, my friend," urged Chaerephon, "for we have yet to hear the whole story." Chaerephon led Socrates to a group of young men, which included Critias, the noble who had accompanied Alcibiades when they watched Socrates question Protagoras. Like several of his aristocratic friends, he now grew his hair long, in the Spartan style, and wore it in braids. The young men gathering around Socrates desperately wanted to know how the war in the north was going. He explained that the initial fighting had been intense. Nevertheless, the Athenians had managed to blockade Potidæa. However, when additional reinforcements arrived from Athens the previous summer, they brought the plague, which killed over 1,000 of his fellow soldiers. Socrates was one of the few unaffected. During the second winter of the siege, Potidæa's starving inhabitants, turned to cannibalism, but eventually they were forced to surrender. The Athenian generals sent by Pericles showed mercy, however, and permitted the rebels to evacuate, carrying a few possessions. Socrates asked how things had been at home. Chaerephon explained that no sooner had the siege of Potidaea begun than Sparta summoned her allies to hear their latest complaints against Athens. The Corinthians, Sparta's most powerful ally, were furious, as Potidaea, like Corcyra, was a former colony of theirs, but this time one with whom they retained friendly ties. The two Spartan kings were reluctant to escalate the conflict, but their allies insisted that Athens had repeatedly broken the peace treaty. A vote was held in Sparta, and war was declared. When the Spartans sent their hoplites to invade Attica, Pericles argued before the assembly that Athens had no hope of winning a pitched battle against such elite infantry. He urged the population to retreat behind the city walls, even though it meant sacrificing their farmland. Pericles assured the people that their navy, which was vastly superior to any Spartan fleet, could make up for the damage by raiding enemy cities along the Peloponnesian coast. Following the first summer of the Spartan invasion, Pericles was required to deliver a funeral oration in honor of those who had fallen in battle. The speech he gave, which it was rumored Aspasia helped him write, became famous for extolling the virtues of the democracy that men had given their lives to protect. "Our government does not copy that of our neighbours," he said solemnly, "but it is an example to them. We are called a democracy, for the administration is in the hands of the many and not of the few." He told them that, as he put it, Athens is the school of Hellas, and that its citizens were more adaptable than their enemies. His words also hinted at a weakness, though. "Our enemies have not yet felt our united strength," he said, "as manning such a great navy divides our attention, and on land we are forced to send our own citizens into battle." His powerful voice sent shivers down their spines. "Such is the city for whose sake these men nobly fought and died," he continued. "They could not bear the thought that she might be taken from them, and every one of us who survive should gladly take up the fight on her behalf." Most of all, though, he used the occasion to call upon their sense of patriotism. "I would have you fix your eyes upon the greatness of Athens day by day, until you become filled with love for her, and when you are impressed by the spectacle of her glory, reflect that this empire has been acquired by men who knew their duty and had the courage to do it." Pericles' military strategy was indeed wise, but he could not have foreseen that a plague would strike the overcrowded city and claim so many lives, including his own. Chaerephon explained that after Pericles' death, the assembly had split into two rival factions, led by Nicias and Cleon. Nicias, a moderate of noble birth, had inherited a share in the hugely profitable silver mines at nearby Laurium. He lacked the eloquence of Pericles, but remained popular with the people because of his reputation for moral integrity and religious piety, and for his generous financial contributions to the city. He would prove to be a talented general, but unlike Pericles, was notoriously superstitious, and at times hesitated to take decisive action. He favoured negotiating peace with Sparta, which appealed to the oligarchic faction in Athens, though the terms he was willing to accept struck many of the poorer citizens as too favourable to their enemies. Cleon, a businessman whose wealth came from his family's tannery, emerged as a political outsider, a demagogue who quickly gained popularity by attacking the ruling elite. He evolved into a radical populist, appealing to the lower classes with a distinctive approach in the assembly, characterized by his cynicism, aggression, and forthrightness. He often whipped up public hostility towards Sparta, but lacked the military experience to lead an army himself. Despite his popularity, he was dogged by allegations of corruption. Both men came from the same generation as Socrates. Alcibiades felt certain that they lacked the strategy and ambition to win the Peloponnesian War, and perhaps he had a point. Neither Cleon nor Nicias could ever unite Athens in the way that Pericles had. Socrates soon wearied of discussions about the war and shifted the conversation toward his preferred topic, philosophy. Did any of Athens' youths, he wanted to know, show any aptitude in this regard? Critias was among those most eager to discover what they could learn from the eccentric philosopher, whose reputation had grown since the pronouncement of Apollo, especially with the news that he had saved the life of Alcibiades. At first, Critias seemed as promising as Alcibiades, although he was more committed to writing than to politics. He was particularly interested in comparing the virtues of the Athenian and Spartan constitutions, and had been studying the concept of virtue, which he felt could be reduced to doing your own work. Although Socrates thought this sounded rather like looking out for one's own interests, he was impressed that Critias seemed to care enough to attempt a definition. After Alcibiades and Critias, Socrates attracted more young followers, whether he bumped into them at the gymnasia, in the shops of the agora, or in the homes of his more affluent friends. He hoped that training in philosophy might improve their characters and protect them against being corrupted by rhetoric and conceit, maybe even preparing them to become the next generation of leaders their city needed. The war that followed the Battle of Potidaea exceeded any previously recorded in Western history, whereas the Trojan War, if we are to believe Homer, had lasted 10 years. This war between Athens and Sparta would last 27. The two main combatants were at the peak of their martial powers. Sparta had become the great beast of the land, with an infantry feared by every other nation. Athens had become the great beast of the sea, ruling the waves with a fleet of around 300 ships. Most of the other Greek cities were forced to ally themselves with one side or the other, joining the Delian League of Athens or the Peloponnesian League of Sparta. The war would engulf the whole Mediterranean world and even drew in the neighbouring barbarian races of Thrace and Persia. The Athenians called it the Peloponnesian War, after the region in which Sparta and most of her allies were located. The Spartans must have thought of it as the Athenian War, and although its first phase is named after the Spartan king, Archidamus, we might also think of it as the War of Pericles, the Athenian statesman under whom it began. The Periclean war strategy was clearly stated and well known to every citizen. Athens must refrain from further expansion, hold her existing empire together, avoid fighting the Spartans on the land, trust in her navy, retain total control of the waves, and endure patiently until her enemies grew exhausted and sued for peace. Though distasteful at first to many Athenians, who would rather have gone out to fight and defend their farmlands, this strategy was based on sound knowledge of Athens' strengths and weaknesses, as well as those of her adversaries. Pericles was now dead, however, and the course of the war would soon be shaped by the influence of political orators pushing for a change of strategy. Although Pericles was a democrat and something of a populist, he tried to reconcile the interests of common people and aristocrats for the greater good of Athens, and he would challenge the will of the people where necessary. Cleon was also a democrat, but more radically populist and in some ways the opposite of Pericles. If Pericles was a moderate, Cleon was an outright firebrand. To garner support, he denounced the prudent but unpopular strategy of withdrawing the population within the city. Although he inherited a lucrative business, critics claimed that he entered politics heavily in debt. He used the war, they said, as a cover for enriching himself by extorting money from Athenian aristocrats and foreign allies, accepting bribes and embezzling public funds. Pericles had appealed to what was best in the people, Cleon to what was worst. He would yell insults at his opponents in the assembly, running to and fro, hitching up his robe and slapping his thigh for dramatic effect. It worked. The people found his unusually brash style more entertaining than the polished rhetoric of established statesmen such as Nicias. In the aftermath of the plague, as Athens tried to reassert herself, Cleon's rhetoric became more violent, crude, and aggressive as he attacked his critics rather than refuting them. But most often he carried the assembly with him. Soon, this kind of outlandish behaviour became normalized, and the political climate at Athens degenerated into partisan bickering. Genuine statesmen gave way to demagogues who stoked the fear and anger of the citizens and pandered to their greed and other vices. The change became evident the year after Pericles' death, when Mytilene, the major city of the island of Lesbos, was discovered to have plotted a revolt against Athens, with aid from Sparta. Mytilene was one of the few members of the Delian League who avoided paying tribute to Athens by providing the coalition with crewed ships. In response to the revolt, the Athenians sent a fleet to blockade the city, while troops laid siege by land. When Spartan ships finally reached the northern Aegean, 9 months into the campaign, Mytilene had already fallen. The Athenian assembly was divided about what to do with the captives, presumably numbering tens of thousands. Cleon fumed that a show of strength was required. "These foreigners are a threat to our state," he said, "and they must be crushed." He moved that the entire male population of Mytilene should be put to death, and the women and children enslaved. The demagogue whipped up such outrage and lust for revenge among his fellow Athenians that they voted to send a trireme with orders for the troops surrounding Mytilene to carry out a massacre. After reflecting on the decree overnight, however, many Athenians regretted the cruelty of the decision that Cleon had convinced them to make. They insisted on reconvening the assembly. Cleon mounted the rostrum again and gave a speech that became infamous. The days of Pericles, in which sober debates about justice were the norm, were gone. Cleon launched into a shameless diatribe against the moderates who opposed him, and despite his own reputation for corruption, accused them of taking bribes. Yelling loudly above the opposing voices, he raged against the Mytileneans, invoking every prejudice to blacken their name. An example must be made of their city, he boomed, warning other cities against contemplating revolt. The Athenians, he cried, were fooling themselves if they believed the Periclean myth that their empire was a civilized alliance of friends, held together by justice and diplomacy. They should realize it was pure despotism, and their subjects were slaves, who must be forced into submission by punishing them until they learn to fear their masters. He induced terror in the assemblymen, stoking their fear of losing control, and then working that fear up into anger and a lust for revenge. If Athens didn't have the strength to punish her enemies, he said, they would punish her. Teach them, he roared, that the penalty for rebellion is death. After Cleon finally stepped down from the rostrum, the son of one of Pericles' former advisers, a moderate, stepped forward and called for reason. The two things most opposed to good counsel, he said, are haste and anger. The assembly should give themselves time for sober debate. Cleon, he said, was fear-mongering and manipulating the vote by attacking the character of anyone who disagreed with him, rather than answering their objections. There was no logic to his strategy. The punishment he had demanded was so extreme that it would blacken the reputation of Athens for many years to come. Support for democracy among the lower classes in other cities, he said, was their greatest political asset. By punishing not only the powerful, but the entire population, Athens risked losing its moral authority, which was the glue that held its fragile empire together. The assembly voted by a hair's breadth to change its decree. A second trireme raced through the night to catch the first ship, which had left the day earlier. Miraculously, it arrived just in time to avert a genocide. Cleon's opponents would later accuse him of using the threat of a massacre to extort money for his own pockets from the residents of Mytilene. Cleon had stood before the Athenian assembly and castigated the democracy itself for being incapable of governing an empire. He complained that the debates permitted by the assembly led to delay and indecision. The assembly was too easily swayed by rhetoric and changed its mind too easily, he said. Weak laws, he argued, which are subject to change, were worse than bad ones applied consistently. During a war, he claimed, the Athenians needed a strong leader like him to save them from the chaos caused by indecision. Of course, by accusing his political opponents of corruption and escalating conflicts with other states, he could make this need appear more urgent. It should have been obvious that Cleon was doing the very thing he accused his enemies of doing, manipulating the debate through appeals to emotion rather than reason. Like many authoritarians, he managed to combine demagoguery and anti-democratic rhetoric. Socrates watched from a distance, observing how easily Cleon was able to conceal his own corruption by accusing his critics of corruption, undermining the democratic process while posing as a champion of the people and promising to be their savior. Democracy worked if the people behaved rationally, but once they fell completely under the spell of a demagogue, rule by the people became a form of tyranny in disguise. The dialogue with Gorgias. The most celebrated orator in all of Greece arrived in Athens shortly after the Mytilene debate and caused quite a stir. Gorgias had been dispatched as an envoy from the Greek colony of Leontini in Sicily, a large island located far to the west, off the tip of the Italian peninsula. Thanks to his rhetorical skills, Gorgias won Cleon's support in persuading the assembly to send 20 warships to Sicily, commanded by a general named Laches. These Athenian warships were to help friendly cities who were fighting against Syracuse, an ally of Sparta and the most powerful city on the island. Cleon was desperate to take credit for a military victory, but in the end the expedition achieved little. Laches and the other generals were later accused of being traitors and taking bribes by Cleon and his faction, who sought to punish them for their perceived failure. Socrates had heard that Gorgias resembled Protagoras and other sophists, except that he focused not on the attainment of wisdom or virtue, but on the art of oratory and the closely associated discipline of rhetoric. These skills were becoming important in Athens, not only because the power of persuasion could save one's life in the law courts, but because it could sway the assembly, causing them to vote for or against military campaigns. The fate of Athens itself and the lives of millions of people living in other Greek cities might hang on an orator's choice of words. Rhetoric, Gorgias therefore believed, had an almost divine power, which could exceed that even of military might, because it can persuade men to agree to peace or declare war. Language is an all-powerful drug, he claimed, as words can cause us pain or pleasure, evoke fear or anger, fill us with courage, or bewitch our minds and lead us astray. It is more important than any other art because it allows a person to persuade anyone of anything, something a skilled orator may accomplish with surprisingly little effort. They say it's better to arrive late for a battle, said Critias wryly, but early for a feast. Since Socrates and Critias had first become acquainted, the haughty young aristocrat had shown some enthusiasm for philosophy, though his natural talent was poetry. Recently, both he and Alcibiades had begun taking lessons from Gorgias in order to advance their political aspirations, and both young men had shown a talent for oratory. Socrates and Chaerephon had arrived late at the Lyceum, where an audience, including Alcibiades and Critias, was listening to the sophist finish a long and elegant speech. "That's Chaerephon's fault," said Socrates. "He wouldn't stop talking to our friends, and kept us lingering in the agora." Socrates usually looked quite dishevelled. He went barefoot, and his favourite cloak was threadbare. However, today his clothing was torn, and his body was cut and bruised. As he had become bolder about questioning strangers, following his return from Potidaea, he not infrequently found himself being accosted in the street. Only this morning a wealthy Athenian businessman, indignant at the philosopher's questions, had kicked and beaten him. Socrates, as always, was unshaken. When witnesses urged him to sue the man for assault, he chortled, "If a donkey had kicked me, should I have dragged him into court?" To many, his indifference to these attacks seemed like weakness, though, and it gave them the impression that he was afraid of speaking up in court, because despite his obvious cleverness, he lacked the eloquence to win a case. Chaerephon offered to make up for their lateness by asking Gorgias the question that had been troubling his friend Socrates. "The art practiced by a physician is called medicine," he said. "But what is the proper term for the art in which Gorgias is an expert?" Critias interjected defensively that the great orator was exhausted from delivering a long speech. Hearing this, Alcibiades tried to answer on Gorgias's behalf with a half-serious digression about how oratory was the finest of all arts. This satisfied nobody. After some hesitation, Gorgias finally agreed to answer himself. Socrates preemptively insisted that the orator should refrain from making speeches and try instead to give an answer that was unambiguous and concise. Gorgias smiled warmly. "My art is oratory, or public speaking," he said, "and I am one of the finest practitioners alive." "And you teach others to be orators like yourself," added Socrates casually, as he reached down to rub his bruised leg. "Yes," replied Gorgias, "in Athens and other cities." Socrates paused for a moment, narrowed his eyes, and looked Gorgias up and down from under his thick eyebrows, as though inspecting a horse. "Now, physicians aim to produce bodily health by the art of medicine," he said. "But what does the art of oratory or rhetoric produce?" "Speech," replied Gorgias pointedly. Critias and his friend sniggered. "That's wonderfully concise," smiled Socrates, "but perhaps you could elaborate." Gorgias replied that rhetoric was concerned with knowing how to speak well on any subject. Socrates objected that experts in other fields, such as medicine, must learn how to speak well by putting their knowledge of whatever subject they've studied into words. So what made rhetoric different? What did it study? "It has to do with the very greatest of human concerns," replied Gorgias, as he looked toward his students and smiled. Socrates shrugged and remarked that if a physician were present, he would surely also claim his art dealt with the greatest of human concerns, and likewise a gymnasium instructor or a businessman. Gorgias, however, was not referring to health, beauty, or wealth, so what made him believe that his art was concerned with a greater human good than theirs? "Because rhetoric," said Gorgias, "not only confers freedom to those who possess it, but also gives them the power to rule over others." Socrates asked him to elaborate, and Gorgias finally explained that in his eyes, the art of rhetoric was of supreme importance because it allowed one to influence one's fellow citizens by means of persuasion. "If you have enough expertise in oratory and the art of rhetoric," said Gorgias, smiling, "that physician will end up as your slave, as will the gymnasium instructor, and the businessman you mentioned will not be making money for himself, but for you." This elicited a few cheers from the young men listening. Socrates asked Gorgias if he could be more precise. Teachers in every subject, after all, persuade their students to believe certain things. Gorgias answered that oratory was mainly concerned with persuading a group of citizens, such as a jury or political assembly, that one course of action is just, whereas another is unjust. So through the art of rhetoric, an orator influences the beliefs of others concerning what is right and wrong, said Socrates, summing up. Precisely, said Gorgias. Socrates asked Gorgias whether learning and persuasion were both capable of producing belief in listeners. He agreed that they were, although he was forced to concede that rhetoric differed from learning in that it produces belief in the absence of knowledge. Then the orator persuades men on juries and the assembly to believe that certain things are just or unjust, as opposed to teaching them to know what is just, concluded Socrates, adding, he could hardly teach so many people something as important as the nature of justice in such a short space of time. Of course not, said Gorgias. A group has gathered here to listen to you, said Socrates, indicating Critias, Alcibiades, and them. Beck compared this to wearing coloured glasses, let's say with blue lenses for sadness. Gaining cognitive distance would be like taking off the glasses and looking at them, or just realising that the blueness or sadness resides in the lenses. If I were clinically depressed, however, I might forget that I'm wearing lenses and assume that the world itself is sad and blue. In this way, our thoughts, especially our value judgments, easily become fused with the events to which they refer. Beck noted the overlap with philosophy when he said that this concept is related to epistemology, or theory of knowledge. He wrote, "Distancing involves being able to make the distinction between I believe, an opinion that is subject to validation, and I know, an irrefutable fact." The client's ability to make this distinction, he says, is of critical importance in cognitive psychotherapy. Socrates, of course, was one of the pioneers of epistemology, and a similar distinction between opinion and knowledge is central to his philosophy. Beck believed that it was important to teach clients cognitive distancing before proceeding to ask them what cognitive therapists call Socratic questions. To begin questioning our own beliefs, we must first be able to view them as hypotheses rather than facts. Beck said that a person has gained cognitive distance if he can examine his beliefs, as he puts it, as a psychological phenomenon rather than as identical with reality, which means seeing them as capable of being refuted. He writes, "If he automatically equates the thought with reality, his distancing is poor. If he can regard the idea as a hypothesis or inference rather than accept it as a fact, he is distancing well." Rhetoric, as Gorgias implies, is basically the art of persuading one's audience to accept certain ideas uncritically. If cognitive therapists teach other people to notice the coloured lenses through which they're looking at life, rhetoric does the opposite. When politicians use verbal manipulation to make you frightened or angry about something, they don't want you to notice that's what they're doing. In the art of persuasion, the goal is for one's audience to fuse opinion with reality. The aim of an orator, such as Gorgias, is to win the debate by persuading the audience that he is right. Socrates, though, in typically paradoxical fashion, claims that he would rather be proven wrong, especially regarding the most important matters in life. These are two fundamentally different attitudes, and perhaps even opposing ways of life. The orators wanted to sound as confident as possible that they knew what was right, and seldom stopped to question their own assumptions. Socrates continuously examined his own beliefs, which required being able to imagine they could possibly be false. Often, when people behave as though their own beliefs are self-evidently true and beyond question, that can be taken as a warning sign that they lack cognitive distance and have fused their opinions with reality. In the dialogues, Socrates generally places philosophy in opposition to rhetoric. At times he did acknowledge that rhetoric and philosophy could work together for our good by persuading us of the truth. However, in most cases, rhetoric, like storytelling, is designed to create an emotional effect by decreasing cognitive distance. When we are completely engrossed in a novel or movie, we suspend critical thinking and allow ourselves to become lost in the story for a while, as if it were real. Political oratory sweeps us along and carries us away in a similar fashion, without any pause for analysis, so that opinions are experienced as though they're facts. Powerful rhetoric can resemble, if you like, a form of hypnosis. Socrates, therefore, won't allow the sophists to cast their spell over our imagination, but keeps interrupting them with questions. The Socratic method could be called a form of dehypnosis. It is designed to awaken us from the trance of rhetoric. The Peace of Nicaeus. 2 years after Athens' humiliating defeat at Delium, Cleon placed himself in direct command of a major military expedition. He set sail with 30 ships, hoping to take back Amphipolis and salvage his reputation. Socrates, who served on this campaign, aged 48, was by now a veteran of several battles. He had acquired a reputation for exceptional courage and endurance, and he exhibited enough knowledge of training, strategy, and tactics for generals to seek out his advice. Amphipolis would be his third and perhaps his last major battle. Most of the men fighting alongside him would have been younger. Although citizens could see active service until they reached 60, so many Athenians had been killed or incapacitated by warfare and disease by this time that there must have been relatively few men of Socrates' generation left on the battlefield. Alcibiades, who appeared set to become Cleon's rival for the affections of the people, was perhaps for that reason not called on to fight in this campaign. After some initial victories, the Athenian force under Cleon, which consisted of 1,200 hoplites plus several thousand lightly armed foreign troops, marched on Amphipolis. The city was defended by the slightly larger but less experienced Spartan army led by Brasidas, who commanded 2,000 Spartan hoplites, plus around 4,000 light-armed foreign troops. The Athenians noticed that Brasidas, the most daring and talented Spartan general, and 1,500 of his troops, had taken up position on a hilltop beside Amphipolis, from which he could better observe Cleon's movements. This presented a good opportunity to attack the city, while some of its defenders were outside the walls, but instead Cleon insisted on waiting for the arrival of mercenaries, whom he had sent for from nearby Thrace in Macedonia. His troops grew frustrated at the delay and accused him of weakness and incompetence. Cleon responded by marching them up to the city walls to inspect its defences. While he stalled, waiting for reinforcements, he insisted that there was no danger of the enemy emerging to attack them. This gave Brasidas enough time to return to the city. Cleon's scouts noticed that the Spartan troops were gathering inside. He became afraid that they were about to charge out and attack, so he ordered a tactical retreat. As he tried to get his men to change formation, however, they became disorganized. Seizing this opportunity, Brasidas led 150 of his most experienced hoplites out of the south gate in a surprise attack against the Athenian centre. This caused Cleon's men to panic, which was the cue for the remaining enemy troops to charge from the north gate and attack the Athenian rear. They were completely routed and lost about 600 men, whereas the Spartans lost merely 7. During the intense fighting, Cleon was killed and Brasidas mortally wounded. The Athenian survivors, including Socrates, were forced to abandon the expedition, board their ships, and sail home with news of another costly defeat, due to the arrogance of a leader who lacked any military competence but could be very persuasive. The deaths of Cleon and Brasidas, the two leading war hawks on either side, brought the first phase of the Peloponnesian War to a close and opened the way for peace negotiations between more moderate factions. The Peace of Nicaeus, as it came to be known because Nicaeus had led the Athenian side of the negotiations, was signed in 421 and was meant to last for 50 years. It stipulated that everything should be returned to the pre-war status quo, including Pylos being handed over to the Spartans and Amphipolis to the Athenians. However, most of Sparta's allies refused to sign, and a loophole was exploited to retain control of Amphipolis, so the treaty began crumbling from the outset. With Cleon dead, the path was clear for a new champion of the Democrat faction who could appeal to the masses. Alcibiades, by tricking some Spartan envoys, was able to thwart Nicaeus's attempts to settle further terms with them. He was now actions of its generals cruel. At Melos, they did what Cleon had been prevented from doing at Mytilene. They enslaved all the women and children and slaughtered every adult male they could find. It would be one of the most notorious genocides in history. The city was handed over to Athenian colonists. The rhetoric of democracy and justice had been replaced with the rhetoric of tyranny and violence. For now, Athens was victorious, though the arguments her envoys had used to threaten the Melians would soon come back to haunt her. Chapter 8. The Sicilian Expedition. In early 415, diplomats from the Sicilian city of Segesta arrived in Athens to plead for military aid. They were accompanied by exiles from the neighbouring Greek colony of Leontini, which had previously sent Gorgias. Leontini had been seized by Syracuse and its democracy replaced with an oligarchic regime. Athens was sworn to defend its allies, including these far-flung cities to the west. Thousands of Athenians gathered on the hillside of the Pnyx to hear the Segestan envoys present their case. They warned the assembly that the whole of Sicily might end up under the control of Syracuse, its most powerful city, which was an ally of Sparta. The envoys had the support of Alcibiades, who was eager to be placed in command of a new military expedition. The Segestans claimed they could pay the Athenians a fortune for military aid, 60 talents of silver, with the promise of more to come. The assembly members were so easily persuaded that they immediately voted to send a fleet of 60 triremes. However, they decreed that Alcibiades must share command with the more cautious Nicaeus and another general called Lamachus. The assembly granted their generals authority to, as they put it, conduct themselves in Sicily in whatever way seemed most in Athens' interests. Nicaeus was appalled by this decision. He disapproved of the campaign and did not wish to be dragged into serving alongside Alcibiades, his main political rival. 5 days later, an even larger crowd of citizens convened to finalize the preparations required for the expedition. Nicaeus used the opportunity to complain that they had not adequately debated whether the fleet should be sent at all. Despite having been appointed one of the generals in command, he pleaded with the citizens to reconsider the whole plan. Nicaeus said he was alarmed by the military risk and implored his fellow Athenians to rescind the decree. The fragile peace that he had negotiated with Sparta was, he claimed, being jeopardized by Alcibiades, who was simply hungry for glory. In addition, Athens was still recovering from the plague. The Athenians were not safe enough at home to risk sending so many troops overseas. It was foolhardy, Nicaeus said, not only to leave Athens short of men for its defence, but to risk their lives far from home in a campaign doomed to failure. He dismissed as groundless the claim that unchecked Syracuse would grow stronger and join forces with the Peloponnesians against Athens. He pointed out that, as Pericles would have said, They should not grasp at another empire before securing the one they already have. Finally, Nicias launched into a scathing attack on his young rival's character and that of the faction who supported him. Alcibiades, he sneered, was full of youthful arrogance, having been appointed general, and plotted this campaign for his own selfish ends. He had notoriously squandered his family fortune on expensive racehorses, and was now looking for a way to pay off his debts. He lacked experience, and was behaving impulsively in a way that placed all of Athens at risk. Nicias was appalled at Alcibiades, still only in his mid-30s, being granted a share in the command of such a major expedition. He also feared that the campaign to aid Segesta would become a pretext for conquering the whole of Sicily. Although the decision had already been made, he tried to persuade the assemblymen that the campaign was too dangerous. They had, he said, been misled by Alcibiades. He begged them to put it to the vote a second time. The duty of men holding public office, Nicias asserted, was not only to do their country as much good as they can, but also to avoid doing it any harm. Privately, he feared that sending a fleet to Sicily would compel the Spartans to revoke the treaty he had painstakingly negotiated. The collapse of the peace agreement would not only tarnish his reputation as a politician, but also jeopardize his business interests, including his lucrative silver mines in Attica. As the officials struggled to maintain order, Alcibiades took to the rostrum, with the Segestans and Leontinians at his side. By now an accomplished orator, he first defended his own reputation in his typical fashion by turning the weaknesses used against him into strengths. It was true, he lisped, that the money he lavished on racehorses brought him fame, but all of Athens shared the glory of those victories. His private life was not, he said, the concern of the assembly, whereas in public life he had exhibited largesse at home and diplomatic success abroad. His youth and energy were virtues that perfectly complemented the experience of older statesmen. Having united the most powerful cities of the Peloponnese, he said, without any real danger or expense to you, I forced the Spartans to risk their all in the Battle of Mantinea, and though they prevailed, they have not yet recovered their confidence after coming within a hair's breadth of defeat. Regarding the substance of the motion, Alcibiades had come prepared. He demonstrated a clear grasp of Syracuse's military strengths and weaknesses, derived from lengthy conversations with the Sicilian envoys. He made his case for deterrence. It is not enough for us to parry the attacks of such a powerful enemy, he said, but we must strike the first blow and prevent their attacks from ever being made. We cannot settle for what we have, but must expand our domain, he continued. For if we cease to rule others, we shall be in danger of being ruled ourselves. In short, he concluded, my conviction is that a city that is active by nature could not choose a quicker path to ruin than adopting a policy of inaction, and that the safest rule of life is to take the character and institutions of one's city for better or worse and live up to them as best one can. Sicily was also rich in cornfields, control of which could free Athens from its dependence on grain supplies shipped from the Black Sea via the Hellespont, arguably the city's greatest vulnerability. Pericles had built Athens into a power rivaling Sparta through alliances with many smaller Greek cities in the Aegean and other nearby regions. Their navy must actively protect these friendly cities at all costs if they wished to maintain the security of their empire. The envoys from their allies in Sicily came forward to remind the Athenians of their oaths. Alcibiades assured the assembly that as he was confident of making allies and obtaining reinforcements in Sicily, 20 ships would suffice instead of 60. Athens would not need to risk much. He wished to be given sole command over a smaller force, without having to worry about interference from Nicias. Alcibiades then made way for his rival to speak. Nicias mounted the rostrum a second time in a desperate bid to damp down the enthusiasm for war. Alcibiades, he argued, had greatly underestimated the number of men required. There were, he said, 7 fortified enemy cities on the island. If Syracuse managed to unite with its neighbours, their collective wealth would be immense and their military power unstoppable. His argument backfired, though, when one of the assemblymen asked him to be more specific about the numbers. Without thinking, the reluctant general blurted out that at least 100 ships and 5,000 hoplites would be required. Nicias watched in horror as instead of abandoning the motion, the assembly voted to commit even more resources to the campaign. What had started as a modest expeditionary force had expanded into a full-blown armada comprising almost half the ships available to Athens. Such a large fleet could not be entrusted to one man alone, so the assembly insisted once again that command must be shared between Alcibiades, Nicias, and Lamachus, even though Nicias had tried his utmost to have the whole plan scrapped. This was the pinnacle of Alcibiades' power. Although forced to share command, it was clear to everyone that he was the architect of the expedition. His dream was, after the imagined fall of Sicily, to take the cities along the Italian coastline and to subjugate Carthage and the north of Africa. With the resources acquired, including additional troops, money, and timber to build more ships, he could mobilize an army powerful enough to invade the Peloponnese and finally defeat the Spartans. Athens would rule over an empire that encompassed the entire Hellenic world and most of the Mediterranean. With Greece united, they could even plan an invasion of Persia, their most powerful barbarian enemy. Athens was immediately gripped with war fever. Everywhere there was talk of the great adventure ahead, glory to be won, and vast wealth to be pried from enemy hands. Alcibiades' ambitions frightened the older, more conservative aristocrats, who would bear most of the cost. The young and the poor, however, who had most to gain from conquest, felt inspired by his vision. They had all heard that Sicily was wealthy and filled with valuable resources. Most of them probably found it difficult to comprehend the scale of their expedition, though. The island on which they were about to wage war was larger than all of the Aegean islands combined. Socrates had at first encouraged Alcibiades in his ambition. He believed that his natural courage and love of glory could be channeled through philosophy into the study of wisdom and justice. Perhaps he could become a great statesman. As Alcibiades became more engaged with politics, though, which meant trying to win support in the assembly, he was increasingly drawn to the sophists who taught rhetoric, the art of persuasion. He seemed torn between wanting to become a great leader and wanting to appear like one. The Scandal of the Herms. One morning, while the ships were being readied, the Athenians awoke to find that every herm in the city, except one, had been defaced. These statues, which stood in the doorways of many homes and temples, consisted of a rectangular pillar topped with the head and shoulders of the god Hermes. The pillar below was featureless, except for a set of male genitals. Dozens of herms had been mutilated during the night. It was an act of sacrilege against Hermes, the patron god of voyagers, and a terrible omen for the fleet preparing to depart. The crime was widespread enough that it had to be the premeditated work of a group working together in secret. Suspicion was directed towards the Hetairai, secret societies of powerful individuals who banded together to advance their own political interests. The most obvious motive was to frighten the ship's crews from setting sail for Alcibiades' campaign. Panic spread throughout Athens, as sabotaging the expedition, upon which many believed victory in the war depended, was seen as a plot against the state itself. Perhaps it was the prelude to an oligarchy or tyrant staging a coup. Cleon's accusations against the aristocrats had fueled an atmosphere of heightened suspicion and recrimination at Athens, and its legacy was increased fear of the secretive political clubs. An investigation was launched, led by a young aristocrat named Heracles. It inevitably became an opportunity for bitter political enemies to seek revenge against one another. At one point, 2 of Nicias's brothers were accused. It is surprising, then, that the finger of blame ended up being pointed at Alcibiades, his greatest rival, who seems to have had the least to gain and most to lose from this crime. Nevertheless, accusers started to come forward, willing to testify that they knew of his involvement once immunity from punishment and rewards were offered. Days before the fleet was due to leave, a young man appeared before the assembly with accusations of another religious crime. He alleged that Alcibiades and his friends had defiled the Eleusinian mysteries, the secret initiation rites of the goddess Demeter, by performing a reenactment of them in the presence of an uninitiated slave. This was a grave profanity, as the sanctity of these rites was jealously guarded. The annual festival held at Eleusis, which neighboured Athens, was also a major source of foreign revenue. The slave was called to testify and was able to describe secret rituals, of which he should have had no knowledge. Presumably the political clubs were believed to engage in acts of sacrilege because they carried such a severe penalty. To betray the club's pledge of secrecy would potentially mean incriminating oneself in a serious religious crime. The case was taken up by Alcibiades' enemies, who claimed that his extravagant private life showed that he aspired to overthrow Athens' democracy and install himself as a tyrant. Cleon had left Athenian politics in a degenerate state, where sensational accusations and extreme knee-jerk responses were indulged and could lead the powerful to be condemned for treason on the basis of quite negligible evidence. Alcibiades repudiated the allegations against him and demanded a trial to clear his name, though being found guilty might mean a death sentence. His enemies responded with a masterstroke. They argued that his trial should be postponed to avoid delaying such a huge military expedition. The young men were so keen to set sail that the vote was easily carried. The timing of the trial had been engineered, as Alcibiades realized, so that it might take place while most of his supporters were on campaign and unavailable for jury service. Under circumstances so contrived and so unfavourable to Alcibiades, it seems obvious his political rivals were planning to use the Athenian system of justice to destroy him. The second dialogue with Alcibiades. At daybreak, on the day of the fleet's departure, thousands of parents accompanied their sons to the docks. The whole city came down to Piraeus, including Socrates. Although the philosopher was now in his mid-50s, he was still eligible for military service. He recalled the disasters he had witnessed at Delium and Amphipolis, as well as the long and brutal siege of Potidaea. He also recalled the Battle of Coronea, where Alcibiades' father had been slain. Cleinias was no older then than his son was now. This time the philosopher's inner voice warned him against joining the expedition. He sought out Alcibiades on the docks by his flagship and advised him not to go, but it was clear nothing would change his mind. Alcibiades knew something was amiss. He could have refused to set sail because of the trial hanging over him. He saw victory in Sicily as his opportunity, however, to go down in history as one of Athens' greatest leaders. The Athenians voted for such a large and well-equipped armada because they felt it guaranteed their safety, said Alcibiades. Of course, said Socrates. A smaller force, like the one you initially requested, would have arrived sooner and given the enemy less time to prepare. Alcibiades nodded. Their fleet was too large. Extensive preparations and frequent stops for supplies would slow their progress considerably, robbing them of the crucial advantage of surprise. My main concern, Alcibiades added, is that with 3 generals instead of 1, every decision will be a debate, leading to delays when action is necessary. Those debates are not the ones you should fear most, said Socrates. You easily persuaded the assembly to give you the fleet you requested, and answered the allegations against you so convincingly that the citizens decreed you should retain your command. His voice became graver. Once you set sail, they will no longer feel your influence. Other speakers, who wish you harm and use the courts as their weapons, will have the people by their ears. I am reminded of your conversation with the Sicilian orator, Gorgias, said Alcibiades. Yes, said Socrates. It was many years ago, but I remember he claimed that rhetoric gave his students great influence over their fellow citizens, though he was unsure whether what they had learned was just or good for the city. At the time I was eager to leap to Gorgias's defence, said Alcibiades with a laugh, as was my friend Critias. Yes, said Socrates, by admitting rather boldly that he and his fellow orators had no interest in justice. I suppose you were trying to help him. Alcibiades recalled his frustration at listening to Gorgias being tied in knots by Socrates' questions. The great orator had contradicted himself repeatedly. Gorgias was merely afraid of losing face, Alcibiades had claimed. He should have had the courage to admit that he wasn't an expert on justice and didn't attempt to teach it to others. Nobody wants to admit that he is ignorant of justice, and Socrates, Alcibiades had complained, exploited this to make Gorgias appear foolish. Alcibiades, my dear friend, Socrates said, perhaps you can help Gorgias and me back to our feet if we have tripped up in our thinking. Socrates insisted that his friend should also refrain from launching into long-winded speeches. So Alcibiades turned the tables on the philosopher and invited Socrates to answer some questions, beginning with what sort of art he took rhetoric to be. I don't think of it as an art at all, replied Socrates, but as something more like a knack acquired through trial and error. What sort of knack? Snorted Alcibiades. One that seeks to produce feelings of pleasure or gratification in others, replied Socrates. Alcibiades retorted that surely it was a good thing for an orator to gratify his audience. Socrates, however, said that this meant orators resembled confectioners. At first this perplexed everyone, but Socrates explained what he meant. Confectioners, he said, come up with recipes for sweets which appeal to the tastes of their customers. They learn through trial and error how to give people what they want, regardless of whether it's good for them or not. Socrates said that he therefore considered both rhetoric and confectionery to be forms of pandering to others, by attempting to gratify them, one with sweets and the other with fine words. Physicians study the science of nutrition, said Socrates. They prescribe diets intended to be good for our health, based on an understanding of the human body. The treats supplied by a master confectioner, in contrast, are based merely upon whatever people tell him tastes most pleasant. If an audience of children, lacking any knowledge of nutrition, were asked to choose between eating the treats of a confectioner or the healthy food prescribed by a physician, the confectioner would win their vote every time. Pandering, said Socrates, pays no attention to the best interests of its subjects, and instead catches the foolish with the bait of pleasure, tricking them into esteeming it more highly than their own good. On this definition, of course, the vast majority of so-called politicians would be panderers, or demagogues, rather than genuine statesmen. These men employ rhetoric in order to gain power, instead of studying justice and learning how to benefit society. Sophists and orators, according to Socrates, were lumped together in the minds of the public. These men teach their students how to influence the votes of assemblymen and jurors by persuading them that some course of action is right or wrong. They are far more concerned with appearance than truth, and they create the impression of possessing wisdom and virtue despite being ignorant of their nature. Rhetoric is to the mind, said Socrates, as confectionery is to the body. Both are knacks that their practitioners have developed for pandering to the desires of the ignorant, and neither pays any attention to what is in anyone's best interests. Do you seriously believe that highly regarded orators such as Gorgias are mere panderers? Cried Alcibiades. I don't think that they should be held in any regard at all, shrugged Socrates. What are you talking about? Alcibiades exclaimed. Aren't they the most powerful men in the city? Not if by power you mean the ability to achieve what is good for them, replied Socrates. Because if that is the case, orators are among the least powerful men in the city. Alcibiades laughed. Hang on, can't skilled orators kill whoever they like, confiscate other men's property, and banish anyone they please like tyrants? It was true. By exerting their influence over the assembly and courts, demagogues could indeed do all these things. Yes, replied Socrates, and yet, just like tyrants, orators are the least powerful men in the city. Alcibiades was perplexed. Did you not just say that great power gets whatever is good for its possessor? Asked Socrates. Alcibiades nodded. Do you believe it is good for a man who is foolish to do what appears best to him? Socrates added. Alcibiades said no. Then unless you can prove that orators and tyrants are wise, said Socrates, how does it follow from the fact that they can have men killed that they possess great power? This fellow, Alcibiades blurted out, says that such men are powerless to achieve what is good for them, or what they really want, said Socrates, smiling. No, you said that they can do whatever appears best to them, huffed Alcibiades. But they are ignorant of what is actually best for them, said Socrates, which means that they may appear powerful to themselves and perhaps others, but are in reality completely powerless. That's outrageous, Socrates, lisped Alcibiades. You're talking the most monstrous rubbish. Rather than using such bitter words, said Socrates, prove to me where I am mistaken. Alcibiades appeared lost. Socrates explained that when we undertake most actions, we do so for some other end. For instance, when someone drinks medicine, they don't want the bitter taste, but they endure it for the sake of their health. Tyrants and demagogues do whatever they do, believing that it will somehow help them, not harm them, added Socrates. So can they be said to do what they want and to have great power if their actions turn out to be bad for them? He asked. Alcibiades reluctantly agreed that they could not. We might say that someone armed with a sword appears more powerful than an unarmed man. But if we add that the swordsman is blindfolded and cannot see whom he is attacking, he is less powerful. By analogy, a tyrant who is blind to what is in his own interest is utterly powerless, no matter how many armed men are under his command, or how much harm he believes he can do to others, because he does not understand what he is doing. You make it sound, Socrates, as if you do not envy the man who can kill, rob, or imprison anyone he likes, said Alcibiades, frowning. Do they do so justly or unjustly? Asked Socrates. It makes no difference, exclaimed Alcibiades. Consider what you are saying, my good man, said Socrates, because those who do such things unjustly are not to be envied, surely, but pitied. You honestly believe that a tyrant who holds your life in his hands, scoffed Alcibiades, can be called miserable and pitiable? Socrates nodded. It is obviously the man who is put to death unjustly that you should pity, exclaimed Alcibiades. I pity him less than the tyrant who kills him, said Socrates, because to do wrong is a greater misfortune than to suffer wrong. You wouldn't rather have the power of a tyrant to kill and banish and have everything his own way, interjected Critias, who was equally incredulous. Socrates asked him to imagine that they'd met in a crowded marketplace, and he'd said, My young friends, I have in my possession a wonderful means of tyranny, a concealed dagger, with which I may potentially kill whomever I choose from the people around me. Indeed, with merely a dagger, anyone could murder someone in the street if he set his mind to it. He could, moreover, light a torch, and with that alone burn down the whole Athenian fleet while it sits in the harbour. "Why do you not call that great power?" asked Socrates. "Because," replied Alcibiades impatiently, "if anyone except a great tyrant committed such crimes, he would most likely be arrested and severely punished." "And you think that being punished is bad?" asked Socrates. "Of course," replied Alcibiades. "In that case," said Socrates, "once again you appear to be saying that having power means being able to do what is in your best interests, as opposed to doing what harms you." Alcibiades hesitantly make a show of strength and then sail home at the first opportunity. Alcibiades' plan was more ambitious. Now that the element of surprise had been lost, he proposed that they build alliances with as many cities in the region as possible. He hoped to secure grain, horses, and additional troops in Sicily. They would proceed to establish a base at Messana on the northeastern tip of Sicily, besiege Selinus, and then take the city of Syracuse. Nicias and Lamachus reluctantly agreed. Messana, however, and other nearby cities gave them a cold reception and little or no support, being frightened by the imposing size of the Athenian fleet. Alcibiades' men managed, with aid of local partisans, to set up a base in the town of Catana, about halfway between Messana and Syracuse, on the eastern coast of the island. Like the Leontinians and Segestans, the citizens of Catana had embraced elements of democratic rule, making them natural allies of Athens. Unfortunately, Catana was too small for the Athenians' needs, and they had to camp outside in a temporary stockade, which left them somewhat vulnerable to attack. Meanwhile, Alcibiades' enemies back in Athens had been fomenting outrage. To clear the way for their own attempt to seize power, they had persuaded the citizens that the religious scandals were evidence of a coup that had intended to install Alcibiades as tyrant of Athens. The campaign in Sicily was barely underway when the Salaminia, one of Athens' two state ships, arrived unexpectedly at Catana. With more informers suddenly coming forward to testify against him, Alcibiades had been recalled to stand trial in Athens and face a potential death sentence. The Athenian authorities could not arrest a general of Alcibiades' stature without risking a mutiny of the many soldiers devoted to him. He agreed to return voluntarily to Athens and stand trial, his flagship escorted by the Salaminia. Along the way, they put ashore overnight at a Greek colony on the Italian coast. Alcibiades, having weighed his options carefully, decided to slip away from his guards. He was smuggled onto a ship and disappeared under cover of darkness. Before embarking for Sicily, he had volunteered to defend himself in court, but was denied the opportunity to do so. His enemies clearly meant to ensure that he would not face a fair trial. As soon as the news of his escape reached Athens, Alcibiades was condemned to death in absentia. He was now an outlaw and a hunted man. He eventually turned up in Sparta by invitation of King Agis II, one of the few places where he could seek refuge. Back home in Athens, the son of Cleinias was ritually cursed and his property seized and publicly auctioned, which raised a fortune of 100 talents of silver for the state. A bounty was put on his head and that of his confederates. Decades earlier, when Alcibiades was little more than a baby, and Anaxagoras received word of his death sentence, the philosopher calmly replied that both he and his accusers had been condemned to die long ago by nature. When the news reached Alcibiades that his rivals in Athens wanted him dead, he whispered darkly, "I will show them that I am alive." The War under Nicias. The Athenians, now under the command of Nicias, with Lamachus as deputy, sailed around the coast and marched through the interior of Sicily to make a show of strength. The enemy waited, refusing to engage them for now. Alcibiades had enjoyed a special relationship with the Segestans and Leontinians. With him gone, they must have doubted Nicias's commitment to their goals and their defence, leaving them less inclined to risk supporting his campaign. Nicias, in any case, achieved little else in the first year, before his troops settled down to winter in Catana. The Athenians, reluctant to ship their own horses such a long distance, had assumed they could obtain horses from cities on the island. However, lacking Alcibiades' skill as a negotiator, Nicias was unable to persuade the local rulers that such a vast armament meant them no harm. Without cavalry in this terrain, his troops were left severely hampered in their ability to engage in land battles. The enemy had many horsemen who could outflank infantry, pursue and pick them off when retreating, or defend their own troops in retreat. Over time, they began riding up to the Athenian camp and taunting them. "Have you come not to fight, men of Athens, but merely to settle down in our country?" The Syracusans eventually marched to Catana, believing an opportunity had arisen to surround the Athenians and catch them off guard, only to discover they had been tricked. The Athenians had sailed along the coast during the night and were fortifying a position adjacent to Syracuse, beside some hills and marshland, which gave them protection against enemy cavalry. After burning the deserted camp at Catana, the Syracusans began the day-long march home. The two armies lined up for battle the next morning, formed into opposing phalanxes, hand-picked veteran troops on the Athenian side against novices levied by the Syracusans to defend their homeland. The battle was in stalemate until a storm broke overhead, which so badly disconcerted the inexperienced Syracusans that the Athenians were able to rout them. The enemy cavalry, over 1,000 strong, prevented any pursuit, however, limiting their losses to only a few hundred men. After that hollow victory, Nicias withdrew to Catana to have his troops rebuild their encampment and resupply for the spring campaign. The Syracusans used the winter months to build fortifications and provide the soldiers with better arms and training. They also sent for military aid from Sparta. In the spring, the Athenians managed to capture some high ground overlooking the city of Syracuse, which they fortified in order to begin a siege. Next, they started to erect a wall of circumvallation around the city to prevent anyone from getting in or out and to protect their own troops. Their efforts were hampered by the Syracusans building counter-walls between their city and nearby forts. After some intense fighting, however, the Athenians were able to blockade the city of Syracuse by both land and sea, sending their fleet into the harbour, though one of their generals, Lamachus, was slain in the battle. The Syracusans, demoralised, began to discuss terms of surrender. It appeared the expedition was finally about to succeed. Sparta, in response to Syracuse's pleas, had made the surprising decision to send a small fleet commanded by an undistinguished general named Gylippus, whose mother was a slave. Nicias, viewing this as a mere token gesture, took no precautions. The Spartans, however, by sending a general with a small force, were mirroring the prudent strategy initially proposed by Alcibiades. They would unite their allies, train and organize them, without making the mistake of intimidating them by sending in too many troops. Nicias was about to discover that despite Gylippus's humble birth, he would prove himself to be one of the most formidable generals of the war. Gylippus landed with a modest force of 1,000 hoplites and around 2,000 auxiliary troops. He announced that if the Athenians agreed to depart Sicily in 5 days, they would escape harm. Nicias treated this offer with contempt, so Gylippus began to engage the Athenians in battle. After some initial setbacks, by bringing Spartan military expertise to the aid of the beleaguered Syracusans, he soon turned the war around. The Syracusans were able to complete a counterwall, which rendered the Athenian circumvallations useless. With Nicias's hopes of blockading the city completely dashed, enemy reinforcements arriving by sea and horsemen patrolling the surrounding countryside, the Athenians were forced into a defensive posture. Suddenly, they had become the ones besieged. To make matters even worse, Nicias's health began to fail, apparently due to kidney disease. His troops were weary, and the hulls of his ships, after more than a year at sea without suitable harbours for repairs, were in doubt. Could believe what he was saying. It caused such uproar that he was accused of spreading enemy propaganda. They tortured him on the wheel, trying to make him say it wasn't true. Over the following days, though, other travellers arrived who confirmed his story and the shameful downfall of Nicias. The Sicilian disaster and the Spartan occupation of Decilia, near Athens, marked the beginning of the Peloponnesian War's third and final phase. The Athenian armada had suffered an unimaginable defeat. At least 10,000 hoplites and 30,000 sailors had been slain, plus non-combatants. Almost half the Athenian Empire's entire fleet had been captured or destroyed. These losses included their most experienced troops. The crippling financial cost of the expedition had all but ruined the city. Perhaps worse, Syracuse had now been brought into the war, allied with Sparta, and its emerging naval power would continue to threaten Athens. Rhetoric was a double-edged sword that could be used to transform strengths into weaknesses, and vice versa. Socrates had repeatedly warned Alcibiades that the assembly of Athens could be turned against him by skilled orators, appealing to the fears and prejudices of the masses. In his absence, the son of Cleinias had been powerless to defend himself before the courts. Alcibiades' apparent strengths, his great wealth, popularity, and military prowess, became weaknesses because they were used by his enemies to instill fear that he planned to overthrow the democracy and impose himself as a tyrant. Ironically, though, having been stripped of his command and forced into exile by his enemies to avoid being put to death, Alcibiades was the only general to survive the Sicilian expedition. The practice of spotting thinking errors. Socrates believed that rhetoricians and demagogues used several ingenious contrivances to win an argument by persuading people of things that weren't necessarily true. In our earlier dialogue, Alcibiades resorts to several of these tactics while trying to persuade Socrates that rhetoricians and tyrants are the most powerful men in politics. First, he attacks Socrates' character in order to discredit him. Next, he appeals to popular opinion. Then he tries to scare him by describing graphic scenes of violence. And finally, he mocks him in an attempt to portray what he's saying as ridiculous. Not one of these tactics would be capable of proving Socrates wrong. They are, if you like, ways of winning an argument by manipulating the audience, or, put bluntly, cheating. The consequences of such cheating could be devastating. No sooner had Alcibiades and most of his supporters reached Sicily than his political enemies persuaded the Athenian citizens to reverse their earlier decision and recall him for trial. This was, for Athens, perhaps the single most catastrophic setback of the war. Yet it wasn't due to the action of hoplites wielding spears in the battlefield, but rather orators wielding rhetoric in the assembly. One of the greatest challenges we face today is how to defend ourselves against rhetoric. Today's sophists are called influencers, and arguably most of our politicians behave more like demagogues than true statesmen. We're easily manipulated into believing things that we don't know to be true. We are the victims not only of other people's rhetoric, but also of our own. We frequently exaggerate, trivialize, and generalize, and are selective with the facts, thereby persuading ourselves to believe things that may be false. For instance, research shows that people who are anxious tend to overestimate risk, whereas those who are angry do the opposite, like the Athenians who called for this expedition, underestimating the dangers they would face. Socrates protected himself against rhetoric by questioning the sophists and exposing the contradictions in their thinking. He also questioned himself, as we've seen. Cognitive therapy has developed a wide variety of techniques which can help us to examine our thinking for what researchers call cognitive distortions, informally referred to as thinking errors. These resemble some of the most common logical fallacies employed by rhetoricians. When Aaron T. Beck first introduced cognitive therapy, he presented its basic strategy as follows. The therapist helps a patient to unravel his distortions in thinking and to learn alternative, more realistic ways to formulate his experiences. The most common technique of early cognitive therapy was simply to ask regarding our own distressing beliefs, where's the evidence for that? Most people find this easier to learn with the help of a therapist. An even simpler technique consists in the habit of spotting our own cognitive distortions. You can learn to do this quite easily without the help of a therapist. Just by noticing our thinking errors and realizing that they are errors, we gain a more detached perspective, the cognitive distancing mentioned in an earlier chapter. Training ourselves to become mindful of cognitive distortions can also make it harder for others to deceive us by leading us into such errors in our thinking. Books on CBT contain various lists of common thinking errors. Each one may overlap with the others. However, Beck originally described 4 common types. Number 1. Exaggerating or trivializing. Beck called this extreme thinking, which, for example, includes what many therapists call catastrophizing, or overestimating the severity of a threat and blowing it out of proportion. We also tend to speak of people minimizing or trivializing certain things. Beck likewise referred to thinking in polarized extremes, such as believing that someone is either a friend or an enemy, and nobody falls in between, a tendency that is sometimes called black and white or all or nothing thinking. Number 2. Selective thinking. We've all encountered people who exhibit selective memory, selective hearing, and the like. These are examples of a more general problem, which Beck called selective abstraction, because it involves taking information out of context by ignoring or possibly dismissing relevant facts. You might also call it cherry-picking information, or failing to look at the whole picture. For instance, a depressed person may only remember the criticisms made in an appraisal of their work, while forgetting any compliments. Number 3. Jumping to conclusions. Beck refers to this as arbitrary inference, which means making unfounded assumptions. For instance, cognitive therapists label it fortune-telling, when someone presumes to know things in advance without sufficient evidence, such as overestimating the probability of a threat. Another common example would be mind reading, in which we jump to conclusions about what other people are thinking. Number 4. Overgeneralization. This is the term Beck used for another common error, in which we assume that something true in one situation is true in general. For instance, clients in therapy often talk in sweeping terms about certain things always or never happening. Overgeneralizations are the basis of many stereotypes and prejudices against other groups, such as all philosophers corrupt the youth. As you can see, there are several variations of these errors, and many others we could add to the list. Most people don't experience all of them at once, of course. There's nothing to stop you from identifying other types of cognitive distortion and choosing to work on those. It's often helpful, though, to analyze your emotions carefully in order to spot what your most significant thinking errors might be. You may want to begin by thinking of several recent examples of situations where you've exhibited one of those 4 errors. Imagine how fateful decisions could have been made differently in the Athenian assembly if the citizens were trained to notice when these sorts of distortions were being exploited by demagogues. Would they have voted to recall Alcibiades for trial, or even to invade Sicily in the first place, if they had been more on the lookout for political rhetoric encouraging them to make errors of reasoning? You'll obtain the most benefit from learning about thinking errors if you can get into the habit of spotting them wherever they occur, or at least whenever they appear to be associated with anxiety or some other problem. The easiest way to do this is to keep a count or tally of thoughts that exhibit a specific type of thinking error. That alone may suffice to help you achieve cognitive distance, which can often reduce the frequency, intensity, and duration of upsetting thoughts. Beck, for instance, wrote, "Counting one's own irrational thoughts allows the patient to distance himself from his thoughts, gives him a sense of mastery over them, and helps him to recognize their automatic quality rather than accepting them as an accurate reflection of external reality." There are several variations of this technique. You could keep a written tally or use a counter of the sort used by golfers or doormen. Keep track, for instance, of how many times a day you catch yourself engaged in catastrophic or exaggerated thinking. Beck advised accepting the thought rather than fighting it, and merely saying to yourself, "There's another fearful thought, I'll just count it and let it go." Likewise, you could keep track of how many times each day you catch yourself making overgeneralizations, whether in thoughts or speech, or how often each day you make unfounded assumptions, or exhibit a negative bias and engage in selective thinking. You'll probably find it's easier to focus on one type of thinking error at a time rather than tracking all of them. Often when people start doing an exercise like this, they notice an initial increase in the frequency of troubling thoughts. That's normal. Over the following days, if you're consistent, you'll probably find the negative thoughts occurring less often. You'll also start to experience them as more boring, as if viewing them from a more detached perspective. If you can spot your own biased thinking in this way, and distance yourself from distorted thoughts, you'll stand a much better chance of protecting yourself against the rhetoric of others, including influencers and politicians. The war under Alcibiades. In Sparta, Alcibiades had boldly claimed that rather than having any animosity towards his new hosts, he saw himself merely as a patriot defending Athens. He proposed allying himself with Spartan political moderates, represented by King Agis II, and helping them to defeat Nicias and the faction who now controlled Athens. When the king's wife became pregnant the following year, however, it was rumoured to be Alcibiades' doing. He was forced to seek refuge a second time, fleeing from Sparta to the Persian Empire under the protection of Tissaphernes, the satrap or governor of Ionia and Lydia in Asia Minor. It was here that the news reached him of Nicias' death and the destruction of the Athenian fleet in Sicily. With Alcibiades gone, and Athens in turmoil following the Sicilian disaster, a handful of wealthy aristocrats finally seized their chance to take control. Athens had been a democratic state for almost a century. The nobles, however, blamed the democrats for perpetuating a war that had crippled them financially. In the summer of 411, the navy was told that there were no more funds coming from Athens, and their generals would have to go and raise money from allied cities to pay their crews. By this time, most of the ships were stationed in the port of Samos, a large island near Miletus on the coast of Asia Minor, governed by a democracy that was closely allied with Athens. A plot was hatched by certain nobles to overthrow the democracies simultaneously in Athens and Samos and replace them with oligarchic regimes, wresting power from the common people and placing it instead in the hands of a select group of wealthy aristocrats. Prominent among the oligarchs were Charicles, the young radical who had investigated the scandal of the Herms, and a moderate named Theramenes, who happened to be a former student of Socrates. In Athens, they staged an armed coup and rewrote the constitution, establishing a council of 400 nobles who would in turn choose 5,000 citizens from the hoplite class to whom the vote would be restricted. This transformed the assembly from a democracy into an oligarchy, where the lower classes, who provided most of the oarsmen for the navy, lost their political voice. The plot in Samos, however, was uncovered, which led to a rebellion championed by the Athenian general Thrasybulus. The generals involved in the oligarchic conspiracy at Samos were deposed, and the rebel sailors swore allegiance to Thrasybulus and the democracy. The city of Athens may have been in the hands of an oligarchy, but Samos, where the Athenian fleet was stationed, remained a democracy. The first act of Thrasybulus as the leader of the Democrat army in exile was to move that they grant Alcibiades immunity from prosecution, recall him from exile in Persia, and elect him general with immediate effect. The vote was easily carried. Alcibiades had heard Socrates say many times that a wise man is never distressed by apparent setbacks, because he realizes that there are countless reversals of fortune in life, especially during war. What we call misfortune may turn out to be good fortune, and vice versa. It was only by losing control of their city to the oligarchs that the Athenian navy were free to elect the generals they loved the most. They clearly believed Alcibiades might turn the tide of war. Meanwhile, internal fighting broke out in Athens between the moderates, led by Theramenes, who wanted most of the hoplite class to be enfranchised, and the extreme oligarchs who wanted to restrict the vote to the original 400. The situation worsened when the radical oligarchs were found to be constructing a fortress in Piraeus, into which they moved the grain supply. The moderates alleged these men were preparing to hand the city over to Sparta. This led to a minor conflict in which the leaders of the extreme faction were overthrown, and the moderate oligarchy of the 5,000 was finally instated. Theramenes, one of the leaders of the moderate oligarchs, began to call for the return of Alcibiades from exile. However, Athens was effectively left in a state of civil war between the oligarchs who controlled the city and the democrat generals who commanded their fleet. When Alcibiades arrived in Samos, he was greeted as a hero. The sailors crowded around him, begging him to lead them back to Athens. The rebels were furious and wanted nothing more than to liberate their city and their loved ones and take revenge by slaughtering the remaining oligarchs. Envoys from the moderate regime now controlling Athens appeared at Samos, promising that the families of the sailors were unharmed. The men remained so enraged, however, that they wanted to launch an immediate strike on Athens in order to topple the oligarchy. Alcibiades was perhaps the only man alive who could stand before the Athenian navy in their moment of blind fury and dissuade them without facing a mutiny. They would be making a fatal mistake, he said, to sail for Athens now. The Spartans would be free to take over not only Ionia, but also the Hellespont. About half of Athens' grain supply was shipped down the strait from the Black Sea coast. If the Spartans controlled the region, the city's throat would be cut and its people would starve. Athens would be wrested from the oligarchs only to fall to Sparta within the year. No, if they wanted to restore the democracy at home, they would have to do the opposite of what the Spartans expected and sail north to attack them. Alcibiades went from man to man through the streets of Samos, gathering support for his daring plan. At times, the cries of opposition grew so deafening that he needed to enlist the famously powerful voice of his friend Thrasybulus. Alcibiades sent word back to Athens that he wanted to make peace with the moderate oligarchy led by Theramenes and avert the looming civil war. Rather than Athenians fighting Athenians, the Democrat and oligarch factions must unite against the Spartans, or Athens would face certain destruction. The historian of the war, Thucydides, would look back on this as Alcibiades' finest hour and the first truly great service he did Athens, a feat of leadership, as he puts it, of the most outstanding kind. Plutarch, reflecting centuries later on the life of Alcibiades, wrote that a lesser man who had been raised suddenly to power by the multitude, especially after returning from exile, would have been tempted to become a demagogue, pandering to public opinion. Alcibiades, however, chose to act in a manner befitting a great ruler, who opposes those who are swept along by anger and prevents them from committing a grave error, as Plutarch says. And on that day he distinguished himself as the saviour of their city. He was still an outlaw, though, a rogue general who had been taken in by the Spartans and Persians. Even many of the rebel Athenians were unsure how far they could trust him. In 411, the Spartan general Mindarus tried to instigate a decisive sea battle by bringing up reinforcements to his base at Abydos on the Hellespont. These ships, however, were ambushed en route by the Athenians, a move that forced the main Spartan fleet to sail to their rescue. Mindarus now fielded 97 triremes against the main Athenian fleet under Thrasybulus, which had only 74 ships. The battle wore on until late afternoon, when a stalemate set in. Suddenly, a fresh squadron of 18 triremes from Samos appeared in the distance, under the command of Alcibiades. The Spartans stopped in confusion, uncertain to whose aid he had come. As Alcibiades' ships drew nearer, the crews raised bright purple flags, signalling that they were there to fight for Athens. The Spartan fleet panicked and turned to flee toward the safety of their base. The Athenians pursued them and managed to seize 30 enemy ships and recover 15 of their own which had been captured during a previous battle. Alcibiades was back in the fight, and with characteristic flourish, he had immediately restored the hopes of the whole Athenian navy. The Athenians, however, were so financially crippled that they were unable to press their victory. So when shortly after this the Persian satrap Tissaphernes arrived at the Hellespont, Alcibiades gladly sailed out to meet him, eager for his friend's support in financing the war effort. Instead, to his surprise, he found himself under arrest, as the king of Persia had ordered Tissaphernes to aid the Spartans. Alcibiades was transported to a prison deep in Persian territory. The Spartans took this opportunity to recapture the city of Cyzicus with the help of another Persian satrap, Pharnabazus, and reinforcements from the Syracusan fleet. A month later, however, Alcibiades reappeared on horseback at Clazomenae on the Ionian coast. He was with a fellow prisoner, both having managed to break out one night under cover of darkness. Word had reached him that the Athenians suspected Mindarus was about to launch another major attack against their naval base on the Hellespont. Alcibiades rushed to their aid once again with a small squadron of triremes. When reinforcements under Thrasybulus, the leader of the Democrats at Samos, and Theramenes, the leader of the moderate oligarchs at Athens, arrived to join them, Alcibiades suddenly found himself in command of an imposing fleet numbering 86 sails. It was an extraordinary moment. Athens had been on the verge of civil war, but Alcibiades had managed to persuade the oligarchs and democrats to set aside their differences and fight side by side in a combined force capable, once again, of defeating the Spartans. Alcibiades saw his chance and took it. First, he impounded every vessel, large or small, that could cross the Hellespont. The Spartans would not learn about the size of the fleet that was about to launch against them until it was too late. The next morning he gave a rousing speech to the men under his command, explaining their plight but filling them with hope. Following the catastrophic defeat of Nicias in Sicily, Athens was now destitute. The enemy was rich, its coffers filled with Persian gold. All the better, for Athenians would fight at sea, fight on land, and fight against fortresses in order to take back whatever they needed from the enemy. That day the sky was dark with clouds and heavy rain fell, weather that triremes would not normally choose to set sail in. Instead of delaying, Alcibiades used it as the opportunity for a surprise attack. Sure enough, as his ships emerged from the storm, they caught the Spartan fleet off guard, on manoeuvres by the shoreline. Alcibiades led a decoy squadron, which drew the Spartans out to sea, while Thrasybulus and Theramenes cut them off from the safety of their harbour. The Spartans panicked and fled to the nearest shore, where they moored all 60 of their triremes side by side to prevent them being rammed by the Athenians. Alcibiades landed on the shore with a contingent of hoplite marines who fought their way along the beach to outflank the enemy. Mindarus led a desperate counterattack on the shore, but was slain in the fighting. The entire Spartan fleet was captured, except for the Syracusan ships, which were burned by their own crews. The Spartan officer left in command sent home a notoriously laconic message. "The ships are gone, Mindarus is dead, the men are starving, we know not what to do." They were down, but not out. Although the Spartans had lost their main fleet, they still had the vast resources of the Persian Empire behind them. The next day, Alcibiades sailed into Cyzicus unopposed, as the Peloponnesians and their new Persian allies had evacuated. He secured a massive bounty from the city. Next, the Athenian fleet recaptured Byzantium, which controlled the Bosporus and access to the Black Sea. Alcibiades sailed from one city to another, exacting tribute, collecting taxes, building fortifications, and gradually restoring Athenian domination of the Hellespont. After witnessing him achieve a string of stunning victories, the short-lived oligarchy at Athens collapsed, and democracy was reinstated. 8 years had passed since the son of Cleinias had bid farewell to his friend Socrates and set sail from Athens. It was time, at last, for Alcibiades to go home. Chapter 9. The Fall of Athens. Alcibiades' small fleet of triremes rode triumphantly into Piraeus, the port of Athens, in the summer of 407. The 20 ships were decked with battle trophies, captured swords and spears, helmets and shields, bearing the Spartan lambda. The figureheads, ripped from over 200 defeated enemy vessels, were towed along in their wake. Alcibiades stood at the prow of his flagship, whose bright purple sails were rivalled in beauty only by the flowing robes in which he was dressed. Now in his 40s, Although he retained his famously youthful looks, a few strands of grey hair were starting to appear. On his arm he bore a golden shield which depicted Eros armed with the thunderbolt of Zeus. A celebrated actor led the chant, keeping the oarsmen in time, accompanied by a famous flutist. The crowds, intoxicated like revellers at a party, cheered the man they hoped would be their saviour. Fathers pointed out the returning hero to their youngest sons, who had never before glimpsed his face. As Alcibiades disembarked, the mob pushed aside even his fellow generals, Theramenes and Thrasybulus, rushing to surround the tall nobleman. Those who got closest grabbed at his clothes and adorned him with ribbons and golden wreaths. It was obvious the moment he set foot on Attic soil that many Athenians, especially the men of military age, welcomed him as their leader. Some even wanted him to be named king over what remained of their empire. Tears stained his cheeks as the praise with which his fellow Athenians now showered him stood in such marked contrast to the condemnation they had once heaped upon him. Homesick, after so many years in exile, he could not resist the temptation to return to Athens in glory. Remember, my friend, that it was my motion in the assembly that brought you back, a grinning Critias whispered in his ear. Critias had grown into an accomplished orator, and was becoming one of the most influential speakers in the assembly. He and the other young nobles hoped that Alcibiades' presence would help consolidate their influence over Athenian politics. Alcibiades' reputation among much of the ruling class had been restored by his stunning victories in Abydos, Cyzicus, and Byzantium, which seemed to be turning the tide. More importantly, by reconciling the moderate democrats and oligarchs and persuading them to fight as one against Sparta, he had averted a civil war which threatened to tear Athens apart. His popularity among the common people had barely waned despite his troubles, and was now higher than ever. The sailors adored him as one of their own and would follow him anywhere, boasting that their general had never yet been defeated in battle. After the Athenians had celebrated his recent victories, they began recounting to one another with tear-filled eyes the catastrophic misfortunes they had suffered during his exile. Many lamented that they would never have lost the war in Sicily and suffered such a dire catastrophe if only the assembly had granted Alcibiades supreme command and trusted him as they had trusted Pericles. With her navy almost vanquished from the sea, enemy soldiers marching through her farmlands, and political rivals at each other's throats within her walls, Athens had seemed on the verge of collapse. Yet Alcibiades had seized victory by convincing the opposing factions to set aside their differences for the common good. The main Spartan fleet had been destroyed at Cyzicus, its general killed, and Athens had regained control of the Hellespont. Democracy had been restored in Athens, and now the Spartans were forced to sue for peace. Nevertheless, Alcibiades was a former exile and a divisive figure with powerful enemies among the Athenian aristocracy. He only agreed to leave his ship and come ashore when he witnessed his kinsmen and friends approaching the harbour to greet him. They offered him safe escort into Athens, where he hastened to the Pnyx in order to address the assembly. Standing on the rostrum, he spoke to a huge crowd, perhaps numbering tens of thousands. They lamented the miscarriage of justice that had forced him into exile, placing him at odds with his homeland. Alcibiades spoke with great temperance and diplomacy, quite the opposite of Cleon's fiery rhetoric. Instead of complaining bitterly about his fate and blaming his fellow citizens, he calmly described his previous downfall as a matter of personal misfortune. Rising above partisan squabbles, he led by example, showing his fellow Athenians the magnanimity he also needed them to find within themselves. His message was that they should set aside thoughts of revenge and work together to rebuild their empire. Nobody that day saw fit to speak against him. Alcibiades had long been prepared to answer the charge of impiety, not through words alone, but also through his actions. For the past 8 years, the Spartans had occupied the fort of Decilia, giving them control of northern Attica all year round. This stopped processions taking place from Athens to Eleusis, forcing celebrants to sail along the coast instead. Alcibiades' first act was to pledge before the assembly that in early autumn he would ride to Eleusis leading an armed escort and provide security for those attending the greater mysteries of Demeter. In the eyes of the people, this made the former accusations against him for defiling the mysteries seem ridiculous. Either he was innocent or the goddess had forgiven him. The assembly therefore ordered the priests to revoke the curses they had laid upon him, which named him as a traitor, and to throw the pillars on which they had been inscribed into the sea. His fellow citizens then voted to return to him all his former property in the region, which the state had seized when he was exiled. Having addressed the past, Alcibiades turned his attention to the future. He began to detail military weaknesses among the Spartans and their allies, which he believed would provide Athens with further opportunities for victory. His speech was designed to give the people courage, as he once again asked them to follow him into war, and it worked. The Athenians were so enthusiastic that they put a golden crown on his head, a glamorous but not unusual award for military achievements. More importantly, they elected him strategos autokrator, or supreme commander of all their forces on both land and sea. The assembly ordered a fleet of 100 triremes to be prepared for him, crewed by 20,000 men, including 1,500 hoplite marines. Even as the victor's crown was placed on his head, however, Alcibiades knew gossips would be whispering that he had put into harbour on an ill-omened day. The multitude may have greeted him and led him into the city with fanfare, but the goddess veiled herself from him and refused him welcome. Images of Athena had been covered up throughout Athens while they were being cleaned as part of the annual summer festival of Plentyria. The temples were therefore closed. As the city was temporarily without its patron deity, no business was supposed to be conducted. Over 2 centuries earlier, Alcibiades' ancestors had defiled the Acropolis by killing rebels there who were involved in an attempted coup meant to install a tyrant over the city. The notorious curse laid upon the heads of the Alcmaeonid clan for shedding blood before Athena's sacred altar was still brought up against them. It appeared strange, therefore, that his old friend Critias had proposed a motion for Alcibiades to be recalled from exile during the solemn religious holiday. The timing would cast a shadow over his arrival and leave any authority he was granted by the assembly's vote in question. It was at the Pnyx, on the day of his return, that the son of Cleinias sighted an old friend whose memory had haunted him ever since he left Athens. Despite everything, Alcibiades felt that his homecoming would be incomplete, perhaps even worthless, unless he could set eyes once more on Socrates. Indeed, if Socrates had not, a quarter of a century earlier, saved his life on the battlefield of Potidaea, Alcibiades would never have witnessed the start of the war, let alone become Athens' supreme commander in its final phase. It must have seemed like a lifetime since they last spoke, 8 years earlier, when Socrates warned his beloved friend not to take command of a fleet crossing the Ionian Sea for the doomed expedition to Sicily. The crews of over 200 triremes had been lost on that campaign, and it was perhaps only by a quirk of fate that Alcibiades was not among the dead. Socrates and Alcibiades looked at each other for a moment through the crowd, but no words were exchanged. Alcibiades felt too ashamed. Instead, he turned away, embraced his kinsmen and companions, and joined their celebrations. The third dialogue with Alcibiades. Several weeks passed before Alcibiades found the courage to approach Socrates. He came across him in one of his favourite haunts in the Agora. Although Socrates was notorious for going around barefoot, he liked to pass time in the workshop of his friend Simon, the shoemaker. Alcibiades, by contrast, was very fond of a good shoe, and had made an unusual new design fashionable, which bore his name. Over the sound of nails being hammered into leather soles, the conversation of this odd couple soon returned, as always, to the nature of justice. Although he held the assembly in the palm of his hand, as long as he remained in Athens, Alcibiades knew that he fell short of the wisdom required to be a truly great statesman. Nevertheless, he exceeded the fame of any living military or political leader in Greece. What he craved most was to outshine even Pericles, and he seemed on the verge of achieving that. Pericles, though, had accomplished a delicate balancing act. Despite being the ruler, in effect, of a large and powerful Athenian empire, he maintained the appearance that he was a man of the people, upholding democracy. How could Alcibiades exceed Pericles' power and status except by crossing the line that separated an elected general from a lawless tyrant? Yet although there were rumours of him conspiring with the oligarchic faction, Alcibiades always professed his allegiance to the Democrats, never participated in an oligarchic regime, and never became a tyrant. Indeed, he helped restore the democracy after the civil war. The citizens of Athens elected him strategos, and he stepped onto the rostrum, offering his services as their commander during their hour of greatest need. "The very first time we spoke," lisped Alcibiades, 2 decades ago, "you told me to set my sights upon rivaling the greatest Spartan and Persian kings for wisdom. I had barely been outside of Attica, but I've since travelled widely and come to know all of Greece, including Sparta, and even the barbarians of Thrace and Persia. More intimately, I dare say, than almost any man alive." "Are you suggesting," said Socrates, raising an eyebrow, "that exile, deemed among the greatest of evils and meted out by the Athenians as punishment, may actually have benefited you?" "War and exile indeed have been my teachers since we parted ways," said Alcibiades, smiling. "'Tis a remarkable thing," said Socrates, "if circumstances considered by many to be the greatest of evils can be turned to some good." Indeed, he liked to compare his beloved Alcibiades to the followers of Dionysus, known as the Bacchantes, whom legends said were able to draw milk and honey miraculously from wells that had run dry. "Are you not also known for your eloquence?" asked Socrates. "It is true," answered Alcibiades, "that I have made a study of oratory, in order to cultivate what natural ability I may have had, attending closely to the lectures of Gorgias and other fine rhetoricians. But I would be ashamed to step upon the rostrum if I did not also believe that I had acquired knowledge that may be of some benefit to my fellow citizens." "You have certainly proven yourself capable in the arts of war," nodded Socrates. "That may be true," said Alcibiades, frowning, "but as you often say, it requires more to be a leader. For to know when to go to war and when to negotiate peace, one must understand many things, not least what it means to govern with justice." "Do you believe, best of men, that you have that knowledge?" asked Socrates. "I know only that I do not yet know what justice is," sighed Alcibiades, "although I have assuredly learned something by keeping the company in my former years of wise men such as yourself." "Then come with me," said Socrates, "and we shall continue to explore these questions together." Alcibiades, pained by the knowledge that he lacked wisdom, would continue to seek out Socrates whenever he was able. For this reason, and because his magnanimous return from exile had saved Athens from civil war, Socrates favoured Alcibiades over the other great statesmen of his era. Alcibiades realised that Athens' survival depended on its opposing factions setting aside their desire for revenge against one another and working together. Despite his many flaws, and the controversy and misfortune in which he had become embroiled, he had wept when he realised that he lacked wisdom. Others avoided Socrates or turned against him in anger, but Alcibiades was among the few devoted students who had kept returning to him, although they were separated for many years due to Alcibiades' exile. Whereas other statesmen believed that they knew what justice was, Alcibiades knew that he did not, and he yearned to better himself. He wanted, unlike his rivals, not only to lead Athens, but to deserve to do so. Several months had passed since Alcibiades' return, and the fleet was on the verge of setting sail to engage that of the new Spartan general, Lysander. Socrates, walking by the river Ilissus, heard a voice calling his name. He turned to see Axiochus, Alcibiades' uncle and best friend, hurrying toward him. Axiochus, with tears in his eyes, began pleading with Socrates to come to his house, where he said Alcibiades was waiting. He won't eat or sleep, he beats his hands noisily against his breast, and there is only one name on his lips, but I fear he is too proud to approach you himself. Now is the time, urged Axiochus, for you to show the wisdom of which you are always talking. Come with me, Socrates, and console your beloved friend. Socrates seldom accepted invitations to the homes of powerful men. This time he smiled, nodded politely, and followed Axiochus along the road by the city wall toward an elegant townhouse by the Aetonian gate. When they arrived, Axiochus was pleased to find his friend was on his feet. Although Alcibiades still seemed disturbed, and from his frail appearance it was clear he had been unwell, he smiled and greeted Socrates. When Alcibiades was a child, his father had been slain, in his prime, at the Battle of Coronea. Since that day the son of Cleinias had been consumed by the need to cover himself in glory before meeting a similar end. As a young man he grew up in the shadow of Pericles, constantly competing for attention with his famous guardian's sons and desperate to be remembered as an even greater leader than the foremost man in Athens. His love of fame and glory had defined him, making him into a larger-than-life character. Both he and Socrates, though different in so many ways, would be remembered as great souls by their contemporaries. The philotemia that had consumed Alcibiades made the many dangers he faced throughout his life seem trivial to him. Since returning from exile, though, the fickle nature of public acclaim had become more apparent to him and shaken his belief that it could ever make his life and death worthwhile. Once I laughed at death, he murmured, shaking his head. Remembering your words, Socrates, I thought of it as a child wearing a bogeyman mask, which frightened fools to be sure, but seemed ridiculous to the wise. What is this, my friend, said Socrates, and whatever has become of your boastful nature, your talk of virtue and your famous courage? Are we to assume that you've become one of those worthless men, he added, smiling gently, who exhibit their strength in the training grounds only to lose their nerve and run away in the field of battle? Remember that you are an Athenian, and have rubbed shoulders with men of wisdom since you were a beardless boy. After having cast your eye over nature for 40 years, will you not now agree with the old saying that life is merely a sojourn on earth? You should pass your time here as a rational man, ready to depart in good spirits at any moment. Otherwise you condemn yourself to the life of a coward, who ends his days being torn away roughly from existence, weeping like a child. Alcibiades seemed momentarily taken aback, but then the remarks seemed to strengthen his desire to recover his former courage and vigour. He laughed, albeit softly. Well spoken, my friend, said Alcibiades, and you're right, as usual. Yet it seems every wise saying slips from my grasp, now that I am face to face with what I dread most, to die no longer trusting that I will be remembered for my achievements. Although he believed that Athens could be saved, Alcibiades knew that the glory she experienced under Pericles could never be recovered, let alone exceeded, since the disaster at Sicily. Despite the power handed to him and the adulation poured upon him, he began to fear for his legacy. He saw how easily reputations could change when political regimes were overthrown, and knew that he might be remembered by future generations of Athenians as a villain and a traitor. "Fear grips my mind," he said, "and tears me into pieces when I imagine being removed from the light, and everything good, and left rotting, wherever that may be, unseen and forgotten, being eaten by worms and other foul creatures." "You are speaking at odds with yourself," remarked Socrates. Alcibiades looked slightly puzzled. "Are you not making the error," explained Socrates, "of confusing consciousness with unconsciousness?" "How so?" asked Alcibiades. "You are grieving over the loss of consciousness that comes at death," said Socrates, "while at the same time you lament the idea of your body rotting and being deprived of what is pleasant. How can anyone be pained by these experiences, though, if after you die your fate is to be in a state of complete insensibility, no different from the one you were in before you were born?" "We cannot, I suppose, experience what our bodies suffer after death," said Alcibiades hesitantly. "You are right, my friend." Socrates smiled. "As for your reputation after death, consider, noble man, the many difficulties faced over 100 years ago by your great ancestor. Cleisthenes was vilified and exiled several times before he succeeded in founding the institutions of our democracy." Alcibiades' expression was growing sombre once again. Fear of the legendary curse upon the heads of the Alcmaeonid clan had been used by Cleisthenes' enemies to turn public opinion against him a century earlier. The same superstition had been used to undermine and attack Alcibiades throughout his whole career. "Although it may trouble you now to think of the injustice that befell your ancestor," said Socrates, "it certainly did not trouble you when it happened, because at that time you did not exist. So your own present troubles will not affect you in the slightest after your death," he added, "as there will no longer be any Alcibiades in existence to recall them." "Then again," said Socrates, "according to some, the soul continues to live after the body dies, and they become separated from one another. As the body is afflicted throughout by pains, diseases, and other ills which tarnish what little pleasure we experience in life, the soul grows homesick for heaven and the blissful existence free from sorrow that awaits it there. If such stories are true, then to depart from this life would be to exchange evil for good," he concluded, "something worth desiring rather than fearing." Alcibiades looked unconvinced. Scowling, he replied, "Really, Socrates, if you truly considered life on earth to be such a bad thing, then why would you, who exceed us all in wisdom, ever choose to remain here?" "You are not testifying truthfully in the case against me," said Socrates with a laugh, "because, like most Athenians, you still confuse a philosopher who loves wisdom with one who claims to possess wisdom." Socrates explained that it was the sophist Prodicus, a student of Protagoras, who was the source of these teachings. Socrates did not presume himself to know what awaits us in the afterlife. "Nevertheless," he said, "when I heard Prodicus give a speech at the house of Callias, he spoke so eloquently and convincingly against living that I drew a line through the very word in my mind, marking it as a thing of such little value that I began to yearn instead for death." "Whatever did he say?" asked Alcibiades. "Let me tell you what I can recall," said Socrates, as he began to gesture and declaim like an orator. "What part of life is free from pain? The infant cries as soon as it is born. Its life thus begins with suffering, and it continues to cry. It cries because it is deprived of food, because it is too hot or too cold, or because it is afflicted by some other cause of discomfort. Being unable to speak, it cries aloud almost constantly. After enduring all this, upon reaching its 7th year, it finds itself under the tyranny of various instructors. Before long it is being taught grammar, music, geometry, military tactics, and countless other subjects. Things become worse for him as a youth, when the physical trainers in the lyceum and the academy begin to discipline him with a stick. Miserable as these experiences are, they are viewed as childish trifles compared with what follows when he embarks upon adulthood and faces military service. Health problems, financial worries, and his life becomes one constant struggle. Before long, old age will have sneaked up on him, and ailments which prove increasingly hard to remedy join forces in the prelude to death. Some pay back quickly the life that is on loan to them. Others give it back one piece at a time, as though nature stood over them like a moneylender demanding the payment due as they approach old age. Bit by bit, eyesight, hearing, and the strength of limbs are taken from them. Even if their bodies remain vigorous, their minds weaken and they become children for the second time in their senility. What of those like yourself, who set out across the ocean and spend all their days aboard ships? Such men exist neither among the living nor the dead. Having abandoned their native land and cast themselves upon the water, as though transformed into amphibious creatures, they commit themselves wholly to the whims of fortune and staggering danger, something you are now on the verge of facing yet again. Political power, likewise, is held in high regard and certainly also brings many pleasures, but in a fevered state accompanied by anxiety. That, as you know, is because the fall of an ambitious statesman is full of suffering, worse than 1,000 deaths. Who then can be happy who lives for the approval of the mob? Even if they receive him with loud cheers as the plaything of the people, afterward they will reject him, hissing disapproval, fining him, casting him into exile, or putting him to death, said Socrates in conclusion. And he is remembered either with pity or as a villain.
That is precisely my fear, replied Alcibiades. Nothing seems more disagreeable to me now than to stand on the rostrum and speak to the assembly, and yet it is also my desire to win glory for myself and my country. You judge the whole business accurately by looking at it from a distance, Socrates. But we who have tried our hand at politics know from our own bitter experience how ungrateful, cruel, envious, and ignorant the people can be. By its very nature, the assembly itself is composed of the most worthless meddlers, who are only brought together into such a formidable body by the strength of their collective fear and anger. Those who must pander to it are the most miserable creatures of all. You make the case well, said Socrates, that the most powerful position in Athenian society is the one for which a man should pray the least. It does not surprise me, said Alcibiades, frowning, to discover once again that we have arrived at such an odd conclusion. Tell me, what other paradoxes do you and Prodicus have about life and death? That death exists neither for the living nor for the dead, replied Socrates. How can that be? Asked Alcibiades, looking more puzzled by the minute. As regards the living, answered Socrates, they are not yet dead, and so the experience of death does not exist for them. Regarding those who are dead, he added, they do not exist themselves, and so cannot experience anything. You cannot suffer because of death while alive, because it does not exist for you, nor can you suffer after death, because you will be no more. The troubled nobleman solemnly agreed. Socrates went on to explain that when we fear our own death, as if being dead was somehow an event in our life, we behave as if we knew the value of something that neither is nor will ever be. Fearing death is like worrying about dragons, centaurs, or other mythological creatures. Although we can talk about these and other such fantastic creatures, we never actually encounter them during our lives. The experience of our own death is no less elusive. Vain is the sorrow, he said, in Alcibiades grieving for Alcibiades. For what is fearful is so to those who exist, but to those who do not exist, how can it be fearful? Alcibiades was growing sceptical. "This is fine talk," he said, "of the kind that wins acclaim from the young boys in the gymnasia who like to gather around the sophists. What grieves me, though, is not the thought of experiencing suffering after I'm dead, something I admit to be impossible, but rather of losing the good things of life and never again knowing any pleasures." What troubled him most, in fact, was the thought of dying a failure in the eyes of his countrymen, which he still considered dishonourable. "The distinction you are trying to make between the experience of pain and deprivation of pleasures is mere wordplay, though," said Socrates. "You are forgetting that you will be dead, and so you will not be able to experience the suffering of deprivation." "Are you not therefore contradicting yourself," asked Socrates, "by fearing both that you will be deprived of consciousness and that you will be conscious of being deprived of pleasure?" Alcibiades agreed. He seemed more taken with the argument now, and somewhat less preoccupied with the dangers he faced. "Then again," said Socrates, "there are those who believe that at the end of life, rather than oblivion, we may look forward to immortality. They say the body is like a tomb or prison, from which the soul is released at death, in order to enjoy a pure and blissful existence in heaven." "If the soul does endure," asked Alcibiades, "how can we be sure it is bliss rather than sorrow that awaits us after our death?" "That will depend on your character, and where you take your pleasures in life," answered Socrates. "How so?" said Alcibiades. "A true philosopher, who loves wisdom more than anything, requires nothing besides the ability to reason in order to be happy," said Socrates. "As long as he is asking someone questions, perhaps even himself, and examining their character and values, he is engaged in the highest activity that life has to offer. Whatever happens to him after death, if he is conscious at all and able to think about his situation, he will be able to reason and continue to do philosophy in death just as in life. In other words, for a person who is self-sufficient and gains satisfaction entirely from example, death is nothing terrible, because if it were, it would have seemed so to Socrates. For the opinion about death, that it is terrible, is the terrible thing." As you can see, Epictetus immediately applied this concept to what he considered the most pressing psychological issue we face. He refers to Socrates' attitude toward death, because, I presume, he is aware that this insight into the psychology of emotions did not originate with Stoicism, but goes all the way back to Socrates himself. If generations of psychotherapists had not gotten into the habit of quoting this passage out of context, they would have been forced to reply to the question that it implicitly raises. How much benefit is there in overcoming our other fears if we continue to be afraid of death? For Socrates, the fear of death is a dangerous conceit. We believe that we know something that we do not, in fact, know, that death is awful. We base our fear not on knowledge, however, but opinion. This realization is a form of cognitive distancing. We can learn to distance or separate our judgment that death is awful from death itself, the event to which it refers, by noticing that it is just an opinion and not a fact. Learning to tolerate uncertainty about the nature of death permits us to suspend our judgment, which will normally reduce the intensity of our distress, especially if this way of thinking becomes habitual or second nature to us. Today, we know that several different techniques can be used to help psychotherapy clients achieve cognitive distance. We have mentioned some in preceding chapters. For instance, you might begin by observing your feelings about death carefully, noticing how your thoughts shape your emotions from a detached perspective. Socrates was doing this, in a sense, when he conversed with other people and studied how their beliefs about death and other such important things influenced their emotions and behavior. By observing these processes at work in others, we can sometimes learn to view our own thoughts and feelings with greater objectivity. In cognitive therapy, we often teach clients to place their thoughts in quotation marks, as it were, by articulating them in a particular way. This combines well with Iliism, the technique of referring to ourselves in the third person. Therapists don't often apply these techniques to the fear of death, but if we did, we might say, "I notice right now that Donald is thinking, 'Death is awful,' or words to that effect." By tactics such as these, we can learn to separate our thoughts about death from the event of death itself, in a way that dilutes our emotional response, while still permitting us to contemplate the idea that death could, potentially, be awful, or perhaps not. The main thing is that we gain cognitive flexibility and the ability to think about death in new ways. As Socrates said during his trial, we can't know for sure if death is bad, but we can know that acting with injustice is bad, and so are other vices. So perhaps how we live our lives, whether badly or well, is more important than the fact that we must die sooner or later. If we are true lovers of wisdom, who value our own enlightenment above wealth, reputation, physical pleasure, or anything else, our chief good is within rather than outside us. This transforms our relationship with death. We can no longer be deprived of our highest good, except by being deprived of reason altogether, in which case we'd be oblivious rather than suffering. As Socrates realized, therefore, philosophers cannot fear death as long as they genuinely love wisdom. The death of Alcibiades. With Alcibiades gone, his allies were also removed from office, and 10 new generals were elected, who shared command of the Athenian fleet. At the Battle of Arginusae, they destroyed 70 Spartan ships. This victory more than made up for Athens' defeat at Ephesus, and hopes increased that the war was going in their favour once more. By the following year, however, the Spartan fleet under Lysander had taken Lampsacus on the Hellespont, threatening to cut off grain supplies to Athens. A huge Athenian armada under the new generals managed to blockade Lysander's ships. Although the Athenians had managed to rebuild their fleet and reputedly mustered 180 ships for this battle, they could not so easily replace men. Their triremes were now crewed mainly by relatively inexperienced sailors. Rather than stationing themselves in the harbour of a nearby city, they set up camp on a beach in order to remain close to the enemy. In years to come, sailors would tell how Alcibiades rode into the Athenian camp, dressed in furs, like a barbarian as they put it, with his hair unbound. Although the generals in command were hostile toward him, he offered them his services, advising them to move to a safer location as their camp was a death trap. He could raise a force of Thracian horsemen and javelineers, attack the Spartans by land, and force their ships into the open waters, where the Athenians would have the advantage. The new generals, who had been appointed by his enemies, laughed at him and insulted him. They told him to remember that they were in charge, and that he had been stripped of his rank. They refused his help, not wanting him to have any share in the credit for the victory they anticipated. Rather than greet him as a fellow Athenian statesman, they banished him from their presence as an outcast. His words of warning must, however, have spread like wildfire among the Athenian camp. A few days later, in what became known as the Battle of Aegispotami, Lysander launched a surprise attack, catching the Athenian vessels unguarded, without their crews on board. Save for a handful of ships that had fled, the Spartans captured the entire fleet. Lysander had the corpses shipped back home, so that the Athenians could count their dead. Athens had finally lost the Peloponnesian War. At the outbreak of the conflict, under the rule of Pericles, Athens was at the height of its power. During the course of the war, as a result of battle, famine, and plague, Attica's population had shrunk by 1/3. Now, at the end, in 404 BCE, having lost both its empire and its navy, Athens was left a shadow of its former glory. Once a symbol of the city's intellectual enlightenment and its golden age under Pericles, the spot where Anaxagoras' celebrated meteorite had fallen from the heavens now became associated with the calamitous fall of the Athenian Empire. With no navy to defend it, Athens fell into the hands of the Spartans. Lysander placed a military junta known as the 30 Tyrants in charge. One of their first acts was to send Alcibiades' 3-year-old son, Alcibiades the Younger, to a city where he could be kept hostage, in peril of his life. The 30 saw Alcibiades as the biggest threat to their rule, and exiled him from all of Greece, most of which was now under Spartan control. He fled from his Thracian stronghold across the Hellespont into Persian territory, and ended up seeking refuge in an obscure Phrygian town. An outlaw, hunted throughout Greece by his own people, he was now forced to beg for protection from foreigners the Athenians viewed as barbarians. Alcibiades is said to have been consumed with the desire to free his country and restore democracy once again. He reputedly hoped that the Persian king, Artaxerxes, might support him in another war against the Spartans. He never got the chance to try his luck. His name was already on a kill list. Alcibiades was the last great member of the noble house who founded the Athenian democracy, led Athens at the height of its empire, and was now blamed for its fall. For the Spartans to be confident of replacing Athenian democracy with a government controlled by their oligarch allies, the Alcmaeonid line would have to be extinguished. Pindar, in praising the ancestors of Alcibiades, had ominously proclaimed, "Great exploits spark great envy, and the saying is true. Good fortune flowering for all time brings grip." More than 1,500 people in all would be summoned to a public building in the Agora called the Stoa Poikile and put to death for alleged crimes against the regime. Theramenes urged restraint. "The oligarchy will not survive," he warned, "if we continue like this. We must share power with more citizens, otherwise the people will mistake us for tyrants." He wanted the hoplite class at least to have the vote. "Our actions appear ridiculous to me because we are doing two inconsistent things," he said. "By organizing a government based on force and the rule of the strong, while keeping it so small as to be weaker than its subjects." This made Critias's lip curl. It brought back the pain of having similar contradictions pointed out by Socrates. Afraid that Theramenes might create an opposition faction, he ordered the 3,000 hoplites most loyal to the oligarchy to parade under arms in the Agora as a show of strength. All other residents of Athens were disarmed, and their weapons locked in the Parthenon temple on the Acropolis. Now the 30 were free to do as they pleased. Critias passed a law allowing anyone not on his list of loyalists to be summarily executed. The oligarchs exploited this not only to silence opposition, but also to enrich themselves by seizing the property of victims. The 30 now marched against Thrasybulus with their private army of 3,000 hoplites. Unable to take the fortress of Philae by storm, they prepared for a siege. The gods smiled on the rebels, however, when an unexpectedly heavy snowfall forced the 30 to return to Athens. This gave Thrasybulus the time he needed to plan a full, armed rebellion. Dialogue with Critias. As the 30 became more oppressive, many left Athens for nearby Piraeus, a former Democrat stronghold. Chaerephon begged his friend to come with him, But Socrates remained in Athens, despite the danger. "You can see what sort of man Critias has become," said Chaerephon. "The same man he always was," shrugged Socrates, "albeit with more of those who appear willing to obey his orders." "Do you remember how Critias responded to your debate with Gorgias all those years ago, under the democracy, when he was still a young man?" asked Chaerephon, rolling his eyes. Socrates, who never forgot such things, was able to relate the whole conversation from memory. "The words of a political orator," Socrates had said, "are made to twist this way and that, just to avoid displeasing the people by contradicting their changing mood. Philosophy never changes. Her statements may appear surprising and paradoxical, but they are consistent. She tells us that committing wrongdoing is a worse evil than suffering it at the hands of another. And I swear by the dog, Critias, that if you allow her assertion to go unrefuted, you will never be at peace with yourself. For my own part, I would rather be out of tune with a whole chorus and have the rest of humankind contradict me than be out of tune with a single individual by contradicting myself." "Socrates," replied Critias, "you sound like a demagogue yourself. Despite what you just said about disregarding the chorus of humankind, your whole argument depended upon an appeal to popular opinion. Our friend Gorgias was too ashamed to admit that he doesn't teach justice. Alcibiades fell into the same trap when he agreed that doing injustice is more shameful than having it done to you. He was merely speaking of a popular convention in this regard, which tells us nothing. In nature, real men never become victims because they are strong. Hence, being the victim of injustice is a greater evil than committing injustice. When wronged and insulted, those who are weak and slavish can neither defend themselves nor anyone for whom they care. For that reason, the weak, who are many, have conspired against the strong, who are few, by making up moral conventions concerning what is just. For instance, the majority fabricated the idea that it is unjust and shameful for the strong to take a greater share. Throughout history, however, the strong have asserted their right to conquer the weak. They take what they like, in accord with the law of nature, and against the laws and conventions established by their inferiors. This was, of course, how the Athenians had behaved toward Melos and other cities weaker than them. Critias continued, "In order to indoctrinate everyone in these rules, the Athenian people take the best and strongest men, and from an early age tame them, just as men tame lion cubs reared among them. They enslave them by teaching them that men ought to be equal and other unnatural nonsense. Whenever a man is born who is sufficiently strong, though, he shakes off these spells, breaks his chains, and tramples on their conventions. From time to time, a great man will dazzle the people by revealing himself to be their master rather than their slave. The law of nature, as Pindar says, rules over men and gods alike, and has set it down once and for all that might is right. You are only blinded to the truth of this by your love of philosophy, a pleasant game for children perhaps, but one sure to ruin you if you keep it up much longer. Indeed, no matter how naturally talented a youth may be, if he wastes his time in your company studying philosophy, he will never become a real man. He will never be respected by his inferiors, and will lack any influence in the courts and assembly. That is what is shameful, Socrates. I feel toward your students as I do towards grown men who talk with a lisp like some little child. They deserve to be whipped for such unmanly behaviour." "Now, I like you, Socrates," said Critias, looking down his nose. "So let me give you some advice. You have neglected yourself when it comes to rhetoric and oratory. Your noble soul appears to others like that of a foolish child because of the unsophisticated manner in which you speak. You cannot contribute a single word of value to the deliberations of a court or persuade a single citizen in the assembly of your cause. So do not take offence at my frankness. Are you not ashamed of the plight you find yourself in because of your philosophy? If someone were to have you arrested and dragged off to prison right now,
you would be completely helpless. You would stand in court with your mouth gaping open without the words to defend yourself. No matter how false and unjust the charges, if the prosecution uses rhetoric and they want you to die, the jury will condemn you to die. Socrates smiled. Critias, I thank you, he said, for I have come to believe that if I wish to test whether I am living well or badly, I require 3 qualities from a partner in conversation: wisdom, goodwill, and frankness. Gorgias and Alcibiades may be wise and well-intentioned, but as you observed, they did not speak freely enough. They were ashamed of contradicting social conventions, but ended up contradicting themselves. I doubt, by contrast, that you would ever be inhibited by shame. So if I can convince you to agree with me, my friend, we shall know we have arrived at the truth. Let's start by clarifying how you define natural justice. Am I correct that you believe this consists in the stronger taking the property of the weaker by force, the better ruling over the worse, and nobles having more than the common people, that might is right? Critias agreed. Socrates next asked if Critias was saying that better and stronger were the same. Critias explained that a larger city attacking a smaller one is both stronger and better, and it deserves to win. Surely, said Socrates, just as a large city is stronger than a small one, the common people, who are many, are stronger than the nobles, who are few. Critias waited a moment, then nodded. Then, said Socrates, the laws imposed by the stronger are the same as those imposed by the majority. The majority, according to you, believe that justice consists in equality, and that it is a more shameful thing to do what is unjust than to suffer injustice. Surely it follows that these beliefs are derived not only from convention, but also, as you would have it, from nature. You said earlier that convention and nature are opposed in this regard, but now you seem, do you not, to be contradicting yourself. There is no end to this rubbish, scoffed Critias. Are you not ashamed, Socrates, to be playing word games? I told you that by stronger I meant better. Did you really think I meant that if you gathered together a heap of slaves and common rabble with muscle but no brains, that whatever they say should have the force of law? Let me help, said Socrates. Did you actually mean wiser and better rulers when you said stronger men? Of course, said Critias. So one wise man is superior to thousands of fools and should rule them like a tyrant and take the lion's share of everything they own. Exactly, said Critias. Natural justice consists in wiser and better men ruling over their inferiors. Suppose many of us gathered with a large amount of food, and someone present was a physician with expertise in the field of human nutrition. Would he be wise simply to claim the lion's share of the food and consume it all himself? Or would wisdom consist in distributing to each person, including himself, the most appropriate amount of food for the benefit of each individual's health? Does wisdom consist in exercising rational moderation or indulging in excess? You're going on about food and drink and other such nonsense, but that's not what I meant, complained Critias. We're talking about expertise, he added, in running the affairs of the whole city. So what you intended to say is that the better men are wiser with regard to ruling cities, asked Socrates. Critias agreed. Well then, is there no need for self-mastery as long as one is master of others? Asked Socrates. What do you mean? Said Critias. Do your rulers rule themselves wisely? Asked Socrates. Critias frowned irritably, his head cocked to one side. How can you be happy if you have to deny yourself pleasure? He exclaimed. Any man who wants to live like a man ought to go out and satisfy his appetites as much as he likes. The majority just lack the strength to do this. They may praise moderation, but it is not a virtue fit for free men. In all truth, Socrates, to those who wield absolute power, such as political tyrants, what could be more disgraceful than moderation and justice? No real man would voluntarily subjugate himself to the values of slaves. Your idea of self-mastery is contrary to nature. It is a lie invented by the naturally slavish and weak, who joined forces in a conspiracy against their masters, the strong, in an attempt to shame them into submission. Many people share these opinions, said Socrates, but are too ashamed to state them in public. So again, I'm grateful to you, my friend, for your frankness. You are saying that the strong should indulge their passions and appetites as much as they like, are you not? Of course, snorted Critias, as if what he was saying were common sense. Answer me this, said Socrates. Does a man who has an itch and the power to scratch it as often as he likes live a good life in that regard? How bizarre of you, Socrates, replied Critias, and how vulgar. But yes, let us say that even a man who scratches constantly would live a pleasant and happy life. Critias would not accept that moderation was a virtue, because he wanted to insist that it was wrong for the strong to deny themselves anything they desired. He believed that pleasure is good. Socrates pointed out several ways, however, in which we normally distinguish what is good from what is pleasurable. For instance, the pleasure of drinking water is over once our thirst has been quenched, and we rid ourselves of the pain or displeasure of craving water. The good that we obtain from becoming wise, by contrast, continues indefinitely after it has replaced the evil of folly. So what? Exclaimed Critias. It follows, my friend, that pleasure and pain, though opposites, are bound together in a way that wisdom and folly are not, said Socrates, and therefore that good cannot be identical with pleasure, nor evil with pain. Critias wasn't convinced, so Socrates tried a different tack. Did you imply earlier that you do not consider fools to be good men? He asked. Of course they are not, said Critias. Have you ever seen a foolish man enjoying pleasure, or a wise man suffering from pain? Asked Socrates. I suppose so, said Critias, but so what? Do wise men or fools experience greater pleasure? Asked Socrates. I don't know, hissed Critias. Are you therefore saying that there is no practical difference between good men and bad men in terms of their capacity for pleasure? Asked Socrates. Critias tentatively agreed. You said earlier, though, that pain is bad and pleasure is good. So surely, said Socrates, it follows that a man who is capable of feeling more pleasure is better than the man who is capable of feeling more pain. I've been listening patiently to you, Socrates, talking nonsense, as if you don't realize that every normal person, myself included, distinguishes between pleasures that are good for us and ones that are bad for us, said Critias. Are good pleasures the ones that benefit us and bad ones the ones that cause us harm? Asked Socrates. Of course, sniffed Critias. So we should endure certain pains insofar as they lead to what is good for us? Asked Socrates, and abstain from certain pleasures insofar as their consequences are bad for us. Critias agreed. Can any fool, asked Socrates, tell healthy pleasures from unhealthy ones, and good pains from bad ones, or does it require an expert? It may sometimes require an expert, admitted Critias hesitantly. That's right, said Socrates. A wise physician, for instance, could advise us that although some medicine tastes unpleasant, it's good for our health, and that certain foods that taste pleasant are bad for our health. Critias agreed. Let us return to what I was talking to Gorgias and Alcibiades about, said Socrates. There are occupations, such as that of confectioner, which pander to our appetites, without distinguishing good pleasures from bad ones. Arts such as medicine, by contrast, study what is actually good for our health. These different occupations indicate different attitudes toward life. Critias sighed. So by the god of friendship, Critias, I beg you to take what we are discussing seriously, said Socrates, and not to think of me as joking, but to recognize that we are, in fact,
discussing one of the most important questions imaginable: how a human being should live. Should one engage in what you and other politicians call manly activities, such as pandering to the masses in the assembly, said Socrates, or should he live as we have been behaving just now in this conversation, like philosophers who love wisdom? Socrates explained that he considered political oratory to influence popular opinion by playing on our desire for pleasure and fear of pain, rather than by appealing to what is actually good for us. I disagree, grunted Critias, but I'm going to go along with you, Socrates, so that we can finally end this foolish discussion. The philosopher smiled broadly. Do you suppose, he asked, that orators always speak with what is best for their fellow citizens in mind? Or do they treat the assemblymen like children, by trying to please them, regardless of whether their speeches make the people better or worse? Some politicians are as you describe, said Critias, but not all of them. That answer will suffice, said Socrates. Let's suppose there are two kinds of oratory, continued Socrates, one that panders shamefully to the masses, and a more noble sort that aims at improving their souls, whether it is pleasing to their ears or not. It is difficult to find a politician who has, in fact, improved the character of the citizens. Many politicians are praised for other achievements, such as constructing buildings or achieving victory in battle. A wise statesman would attempt to improve the people by giving speeches that praise justice and moderation and warn them against vices such as injustice and excess. He would encourage those desires that make someone better and persuade him to abandon those that make him worse. When someone is sick, doctors recommend that they abstain from eating certain food and other activities. Likewise, when our soul is unhealthy and ridden with vice and folly, we should practice moderation rather than excess. Indeed, to indulge our desires without restraint is far more dangerous when our mind is sick than when our body is. Don't you see that admitting your mistakes for the health of your own soul is like swallowing bitter medicine for the good of your body, said Socrates. I'm not remotely interested, Socrates, Critias scoffed. They say you shouldn't leave a story half told, smiled the philosopher. I'm not answering any more of these childish questions, Socrates, snapped Critias. In that case, said Socrates, I must take your place and answer my own questions if I want to finish our discussion. I do so, however, on condition that you all agree to challenge me if I say anything that appears false. If you prove me wrong, I will consider you among my greatest benefactors. Gorgias and the others agreed. Listen then as I recap. Critias and I agreed that pleasure cannot be identical with the good. A good man will be just and moderate, and he will therefore flourish. Such a person will be the opposite of the unrestrained tyrant whose freedom you earlier praised. The unjust and unrestrained man will not deserve and will never truly acquire the love and friendship of his fellow men. Wise men recognize, Critias, that the world is organized by the laws of nature, and humankind is organized by communities and bonds of friendship. So the law of nature is not really selfish, as you claimed, but rather embraces moderation, justice, and friendship toward others. What you accused Alcibiades of admitting out of shame turns out to be true after all. Inflicting injustice is not only more shameful, but also does us more harm than suffering injustice at another's hands. A good orator must therefore be wise and just himself, and understand what is right and wrong, before attempting to influence others. This is precisely what Alcibiades accused Gorgias of admitting only out of shame, despite not believing it himself. Only someone who has studied justice, such as a philosopher, would be qualified to employ oratory for good. Otherwise, a political orator who is ignorant of what is actually good for the citizens merely persuades them of what appears right to him. You reproach me for being unable to defend myself or any of my friends in court, and you compare me to an outlaw who is at the mercy of anyone who chooses to strike me in the face, steal my property, banish me from Athens, or even puts me to death. You call being in this position the worst form of disgrace. I believe, as I have consistently said, that it is not being struck undeservedly or wounded in my purse or in my body that is the ultimate disgrace. It is more harmful, I say, and more disgraceful to be the person who strikes and wounds another wrongfully. To inflict any injustice on me or anyone else brings more disgrace upon the wrongdoer than upon we who suffer the wrong. These conclusions have already been shown to stand up to scrutiny in our preceding discussions. They have held fast, bound by a chain of argument as strong as adamantine, at least as far as I can judge at present. Unless you or someone else can break this chain, nobody can contradict me and maintain that he is telling the truth. For my part, I stick to my constant principle. I do not claim to know that this is true. However, I have never met anyone who produced a contrary opinion that was not shown to be absurd when examined by my method. I may be impressed by some of what you say, Critias admitted through gritted teeth, but like most people, I am not persuaded that you are right. Come now, Critias, do you say that I should, like a physician, try to improve the health of the Athenians by guiding them toward the truth, or like a servant, do and say only what pleases them? Asked Socrates. I still think you would be advised to serve them, said Critias. Like a panderer, said Socrates. If you must keep using that offensive term, then so be it, replied Critias, before adding rather darkly, you seem very sure that you won't be dragged into court by someone who means you harm. I would be foolish indeed, said Socrates, if I did not realize that something like this could happen to anyone in the city, and I would not be at all surprised if I were executed. What do you mean? Said Critias. I believe that I am one of the few Athenians, perhaps the only one, who practices the true art of politics, replied Socrates. Precisely, because what I say is not meant to please the citizens, but to improve them. I shall therefore be judged as if I were a physician, brought before a jury of children with a confectioner as my prosecutor. Children, he will say, this man is harming you by prescribing you bitter medicine and compelling you to abstain from the treats you enjoy so much. Look, though, at all the delicious sweets that I have given you. If the physician claimed that he only caused them pain and deprived them of pleasure for the good of their health, despite it being true, there would be uproar among the children. Well, that is the situation in which I expect to find myself if I ever come before a court of law. If they complain that I ruin the youths by reducing them to a state of helpless doubt, or insult their elders by criticizing what they teach, I will be unable to defend myself by saying that I spoke only the truth and was acting in their interests. Do you really not think that it is better for a man to be able to defend his life and actions before his city? Asked Critias. Socrates replied, I believe that the only defense a man requires is for his life to provide no evidence of wrongdoing. If I was unable to say this in my own defense, I would be ashamed whether the jury were large or small, or even one man. If I were to be deprived of my life for this reason, I would be ashamed, but I would not be ashamed if I lost my life solely because I lacked the knack of pandering to the jury. The mere fact of one's death holds no terror for any man of wisdom and courage, although it terrifies the foolish and cowardly. It is our own wrongdoing that we should fear, for to depart from this life, having one's character burdened by vice, is the worst evil that can befall a man. A man is more likely to achieve this if he dedicates his life to the love of wisdom, but abstains from meddling in public affairs, where the temptation to do wrong is great, precisely because of the influence he will have over others. My original belief stands unrefuted, that doing wrong is even more to be avoided than being wronged, and our supreme goal must be the reality rather than the appearance of goodness. At first, Critias had followed Alcibiades in his association with Socrates, although he never liked being questioned by him. In the assembly, he professed to be serving the people, yet in private his conversation revealed him to be a sham democrat. He looked down on the multitude and wanted Athens to be governed by an oligarchy modelled on the Spartan constitution, which he admired. Over time, he was drawn more toward Gorgias and other rhetoricians, believing that they held the keys to political power. Ultimately, however, it was Socrates' disapproval of Critias' lack of restraint that caused the final rift between them. While Critias was still in Athens, Socrates noticed that he had become infatuated with Euthydemus, the adolescent boy with the extensive book collection to whom Socrates had taught his philosophical method by means of a diagram. Socrates told Critias bluntly that his behaviour was servile and unbecoming of a gentleman. It seemed hypocritical, he said, to claim to be in love with Euthydemus while pressuring the boy for favours that it would be wrong for him to grant. Critias ignored these warnings and kept pestering him. After a while, Socrates had enough and loudly exclaimed before Euthydemus and many others, "Critias seems to have turned into a pig. He can no more keep away from Euthydemus than pigs can help rubbing themselves against stones." This caused Critias so much embarrassment that he left Euthydemus alone. He never forgave Socrates, however, for humiliating him that day. The shame of being exposed in public as a predator festered within him. When he was later exiled, following the Battle of Ephesus, he went to Thessaly and reputedly indulged his vices without restraint. After being recalled by the Spartans and placed in control of Athens as one of the 30 tyrants, he finally had the power to exact revenge. The 30 against Socrates. One of Critias's first acts was, while drafting new laws, to insert a clause that made it illegal to teach the art of argumentation, intended to outlaw philosophy. Theramenes, who had once, like Critias, been a student of Socrates, wanted no part of this. Critias felt he needed to silence Socrates, and he wanted to portray the philosopher's conversations as harming the youth. Once the 30 began putting innocent people to death, most Athenians became too afraid to criticize them. Chaerephon, who was not known for holding his tongue, had been exiled by Critias, along with other alleged Democrat sympathizers. Nevertheless, once the 30 began their purges, Socrates, in his typical fashion, was heard to say, "It seems odd to me that someone who lets his cattle grow sick or die would not admit that he is a bad herdsman. Is it not even stranger, then, if a statesman, who either involves his citizens in crime or decreases their number, feels no shame?" As soon as Critias was informed of this, he summoned Socrates. He showed the law that he had recently penned to the philosopher and ordered him to cease his conversations with the young men. "May I question you?" asked Socrates, "to ensure that I understand the new law?" Critias agreed. "Do you interpret it," asked Socrates, "as prohibiting both sound and unsound reasoning?" Critias was about to answer when Charicles, his fellow oligarch, snapped, "Since you're ignorant of what the law means, Socrates, let us put it in language that you shall find it easier to understand. You may not hold any conversations whatsoever with the young." In that case, if a young person asks me where Charicles or Critias are to be found, should I refuse to answer them? Asked Socrates. "Look," exclaimed Charicles in frustration, "you are being ordered to avoid your favourite topics, such as talking about shoemakers, physicians, and so on. I think we've heard enough of all that." As they were struggling to answer Socrates' questions, it became clear they had no idea how to interpret their new law. "Must I then avoid talking about the subjects these crafts are used to illustrate," said Socrates, "such as justice, moderation, and such like?" "Indeed," sneered Charicles, growing tired of the conversation. "And you must refrain from criticizing cowherds as well, otherwise you may find the herd loses another one of its members." Everyone who heard about this took it to mean that the 30 were threatening to have Socrates put to death. Socrates ignored the prohibition against doing philosophy, because the 30 could not state what it meant without contradiction. It would be preposterous for them to execute a man merely for anecdotes about cattle, or for discussing justice in general terms. So Critias looked for another way to rid himself of the philosopher. Once the 30 ran out of money with which to pay the Spartan garrison, they began executing wealthy foreign residents, or metics, in order to confiscate their assets. They ordered prominent citizens to carry out the arrests as a test of their loyalty. If they refused, they could be executed for treason themselves. If they agreed, they were no longer in a position to criticize the 30, having made themselves complicit in the regime's crimes. Critias therefore called a group of 5 men before him, which included Socrates. They were to be deputized and ordered to go to the nearby island of Salamis, where they were to arrest a wealthy man named Leon and bring him back to Athens. Socrates knew that Leon was a man of good reputation and completely innocent of any wrongdoing. His only crime was to be wealthy and an ally of the Democrats. The philosopher therefore refused to take part in his arrest and said nothing, but instead turned away and walked quietly home to his family. He knew that his refusal to follow their direct order gave the 30 the excuse they needed to have him executed. Leon was arrested and put to death anyway. Nevertheless, soon everyone in Athens was talking about Socrates' apparent act of civil disobedience. Critias had invited his nephew, a young aristocrat named Plato, to participate in the oligarchy, and at first he was optimistic about the change of regime. Plato, however, had become a follower of Socrates a few years earlier, and when he saw what was happening, his hopes were dashed. So young Plato joined his mentor in withholding his support from the regime. Soon, the 30 began to distrust even one another. They agreed that each of them should carry out one of these arrests to prove their loyalty. When this order was given to Theramenes, like Socrates, and doubtless inspired by his example, he refused. "It is dishonorable," he said, "for those who call themselves the best men among us to act even worse than the wretched informers did under the democracy. They extorted money from their victims, but at least allowed them to keep their lives. Are we really going to start killing innocent people?" The more radical members of the 30 turned on Theramenes, spreading rumors he was plotting against them. Critias called a council meeting, in which he had a group of young men stand guard with daggers concealed under their robes. When Theramenes arrived, Critias rose and gave a speech about how executions had become necessary for the security of the state. "Now we find Theramenes here doing everything in his power to destroy us," he suddenly added, gesturing towards his former friend. "It is always he who opposes us whenever we want to get rid of some demagogue," he continued. Theramenes had supported the initial executions. By now distancing himself from the process, he was allegedly siding with the Democrat faction and leaving the rest of the 30 to take the blame. Critias called on the 30 to punish him for treason. "If you are wise," he concluded, "you will show this man no mercy, as his destruction will cut short the hopes of your enemies." Theramenes rose to speak. He said that after Leon of Salamis and other good men were executed, he began to question the actions of the regime. The banishment of Thrasybulus and Alcibiades, followed by the latter's assassination, merely fueled opposition to the oligarchs. "It is you who, by confiscating property illegally and putting the innocent to death," he said, "behave as traitors and create unrest. Do you not realize," he added, "that because of Critias's actions, the city is now full of rebels who support Thrasybulus and want nothing more than to see your government overthrown?" The council applauded Theramenes and was ready to acquit him. Critias, though, ordered his armed henchmen to surround them, saying, "These friends of mine who are standing by the railing say that they cannot allow anyone to go free who is doing harm to the oligarchy." As the guards dragged Theramenes away through the agora, he called out loud for his fellow citizens to witness the crime being committed. Socrates was among those in the marketplace. He and two friends intervened to try to stop the execution. Theramenes begged them to step aside. Though he admired their courage, he said it would cause him grief to think that he might be the cause of their deaths. When the guards eventually gave him the hemlock cup, he downed its contents and then threw out the poisoned dregs as he quipped, "And here's to that delightful fellow, Critias," showing his defiance until the very end. The practice of anger management. The history of the Peloponnesian War can be viewed, to some extent, as a story about revenge. At first, under Pericles, the Athenians had negotiated treaties with other cities that at least tried to appear just. The expectation that promises would be honoured formed a social contract that helped to hold together the many alliances on which the empire was founded. Pericles, in the eyes of many, exemplified what was best about Athenian democracy, as he brought out what was best in the citizens, by continually appealing to reason and justice. After his untimely death, though, cynical opportunistic demagogues like Cleon showed how easy it was to manipulate the assembly, appealing to the citizens' worst tendencies and most irrational fears. Cleon was soon followed by a new generation of professionally trained political orators, who were experts in the art of persuasion, or, as Socrates called it, the knack of pandering to the masses. The democracy became hopelessly corrupt as the political class became better at manipulating votes by exploiting weaknesses in the system their ancestors had created. The threatened massacre at Mytilene and the actual one at Milos changed everything. The rhetoric of justice in foreign relations was replaced with the rhetoric of oppression and might is right. Such aggression is pandering to the masses. It's exactly what angry mobs love to hear, but it is usually short-sighted and self-defeating. The Sicilian expedition turned into the Athenians' greatest military disaster, mainly because much-needed allies in the region no longer trusted them. Athens had started treating neutral and allied states in the Aegean so badly that the Sicilians had become scared that they might face subjugation and enslavement if they threw open their doors to them. We'll now recap some of the psychological techniques mentioned previously and show how they can be applied to the problem of anger. In Book 4 of Plato's Republic, Socrates says that when a good man knows that he is in the wrong and being punished justly, his spirit will not feel anger. On the other hand, when a man believes he has been wronged and is a victim of injustice, his spirit will seethe and grow fierce. He will seek justice, says Socrates, and his anger and desire for revenge will not let go until either it achieves its purpose or death ends all, or, as a dog is called back by a shepherd, it is called back by the reason within and calmed. Someone has done something they should not have done, something unacceptable or unfair. You may even feel that they deserve to be punished. Not all anger takes that form, but a great deal of anger toward other people does. Anger, in other words, has long been associated with the belief that one has been wronged by another who has acted unjustly. We don't normally think of the philosophy of justice as being a branch of psychotherapy. Our conception of injustice, however, may affect our emotional resilience. Over a century ago, Sigmund Freud observed, "Melancholics always seem as though they had been slighted or treated with great injustice." Recent research has indeed found evidence that perceived injustice is linked with and may help to cause clinical depression. In the field of cognitive therapy, it has been proposed that anger is typically based on a belief that some rule has been broken or someone has acted unjustly. This is usually associated with an initial sense of threat, based on the perception that one or something one cares about might be harmed. That anxiety is quickly replaced with thoughts of retaliation or revenge, such as punishing the other person when anger arises. Indeed, often anger can be interpreted as an attempt to cope with underlying anxiety by using another emotion to mask it. Socrates couldn't be more emphatic in the dialogue earlier, as elsewhere, that committing an injustice is worse than suffering one. Critias finds this absurd. He believes that suffering injustice at the hands of others is worse and more shameful. We may therefore expect that someone like Critias was more prone to anger than Socrates. Critias probably felt ashamed and outraged whenever he perceived others to be acting unjustly toward him. When the assembly exiled him, he probably felt that they, the weak, were conspiring against him, the strong. Therapists often encounter rigid beliefs about the injustice or unfairness of certain events when treating patients for anger. If you find yourself unable to get past something that has made you angry, there are a few approaches that may prove useful. First, you can try a version of the two-column technique introduced earlier. Begin by considering what you are angry about, and more importantly, the beliefs that justify your anger. You may find, as is often the case, that you believe the other person has acted unjustly or unacceptably. They've somehow violated an important rule or standard of behaviour. Maybe it has to do with not respecting your time and that of other people, treating you rudely or doing something else that seems unacceptable to you, as if you were thinking, he shouldn't have done that. Draw two columns on a piece of paper, one headed evidence for and the other evidence against. Let's say people should always treat me with respect as one of your core beliefs. What if they don't, though, as will sometimes be the case? Having this rule violated may trigger feelings of anger. In fact, rigid attitudes towards perceived injustice are often a recipe for neurosis. Spend some time identifying any beliefs about injustice that may make you angry, therefore, and then list the evidence for and against each of them. Next, try to think of alternative beliefs about the same situation, ones that are rational and true, but also more constructive. I'd prefer people to treat me with respect, but if they don't, it's not the end of the world, might be one. Socrates would perhaps formulate his own belief as follows. I'd prefer people not to punish me unjustly, but even if they do, what matters is that I respond with wisdom and justice. One of the first steps, however, in tackling anger often consists in evaluating the pros and cons of the emotion itself, or associated patterns of thought and behaviour. Socrates described a similar method of psychotherapy to Protagoras. First, you might want to ask yourself, generally regarding your anger, how has that been working out for you? What are the consequences for you of getting angry? If you want to dig deeper, list the pros and cons, or costs and benefits, of your anger. Think both in terms of the short-term and long-term consequences. It can be particularly helpful to compare the perceived short-term benefits of anger against its long-term costs. Let's say you're angry at a friend for not returning a phone call. What are the benefits of getting angry with the person? Perhaps there are none in the long term. Maybe in the short term, you feel as though you're temporarily getting something off your chest by expressing or venting your anger. Or maybe you feel that your anger might motivate you to do something constructive, like confronting the friend about how upset you believe he or she has made you feel. Are these real benefits? Answering the next question may help you decide. What are the costs of anger? Well, in the short term, although you may enjoy being angry in some ways, it probably also feels unpleasant and distressing in other ways. Longer term, though, it might affect different areas of your life, such as your work, your relationships, and your personality in general, maybe also your physical health. In relation to the perceived benefits, are there hidden costs? Although venting can bring some short-term relief, in the long run, it might just encourage you to become angrier and angrier, and to alienate some of your friends. Anger spreads. Those who are angry with their enemies end up also being angry toward others. Usually this is obvious to everyone except the person who is angry. It's a common blind spot. Perhaps being motivated by anger, likewise, can seem like a good idea at first, but in the long term it may lead you to be forceful and act while your judgment is clouded by strong feelings, and that can lead to disaster. There's another aspect of anger, however, that may respond even better to this technique. In recent decades, cognitive therapists have become increasingly interested in a special type of cognition called metacognition. Metacognitions are cognitions about cognitions. They're basically beliefs about beliefs, or beliefs about your own thinking. For example, anger is often associated with a particular style of thinking called rumination. Rumination involves going over and over something in your mind, round in circles, asking yourself unhelpful questions. It's like worrying, but in anger it tends to resemble an inner conversation about why someone did something that upset you, or what it means and how you should get back at them. Some people describe angry rumination as a failed attempt at problem solving. It may also take the form of revenge fantasies and other aggressive thoughts. Although the initial thoughts that trigger periods of rumination may be automatic and not under your control, what happens next, your response to them, is often more voluntary than you may realize. Having noticed that you are ruminating, you can always choose to stop, even if the initial thoughts keep popping back into your mind. Accept them, and then return your attention to the present moment, in the real world. Wait until you're no longer feeling as angry. Then ask yourself what the pros and cons are of your angry rumination. Repeat this exercise several times. Having a clear grasp of the negative consequences of rumination can help you to switch it off and will often tend to reduce your anger levels in the long term. Another way of approaching the same technique is by challenging the assumption that my angry rumination is helpful, by listing the evidence for and against that statement and examining it rationally. Another technique we mentioned earlier, Iliism, or referring to oneself in the third person, can also help us deal with anger. In Plato's Republic, Socrates mentions a famous passage from Homer's Odyssey, in which Odysseus smote his breast and chided thus his heart. This is another way of saying that he told himself to be calm, in order to quell his anger. Socrates says, Homer has clearly represented that in us which is reflected about the better and the worse as rebuke terms of peace. The remnants of the oligarchy were soon defeated, and democracy was restored. Thrasybulus, like Alcibiades before him, encouraged the assembly to set aside factional bickering and personal animosities for the sake of Athens. Exhausted by the civil war, the citizens took oaths that there should be an amnesty for past conflicts, so that they may live in peace and rebuild their city. Among them were Socrates and Chaerephon, best friends and companions since their youth. They had studied philosophy side by side, read Anaxagoras, argued with the natural philosophers, and debated with the sophists, including Protagoras and Gorgias. It was Chaerephon who asked the Pythia if any man was wiser than Socrates, the question that had launched him on his philosophical mission. After living through the worst plague and longest war in Greek history, they had watched the rise to power first of Alcibiades and then of Critias, who had exiled Chaerephon along with other democrats. Although some poked fun at him for being a misfit, Socrates considered Chaerephon to be one of the best men he knew. He was approaching 70 when he passed away peacefully in his home. After watching his old friend die, Socrates seemed to become more resigned to his own demise. His age was starting to catch up with him. He felt his quickness of mind and ability to benefit the young through questioning had diminished. He reached the conclusion that he could do Athens more good by standing up for philosophy more publicly and more assertively than ever before. Socrates, who survived the plague and several major battles of the Peloponnesian War, had only narrowly avoided execution under the oligarchy. Their regime fell before Critias had a chance to have him condemned. When Socrates was later prosecuted under the democracy, he faced the threat of execution for the third or fourth time. He had always spoken freely, but on this occasion, as we have seen, he gave a full-throated defense of his life and philosophy, for which the jury sentenced him to death. Chapter 11. The Swan Song. There are tiny creatures that can bite or sting us without even being noticed. We feel nothing and no wound is visible. Only much later do we discover, to our surprise, an itch or swelling where it seems we must have been bitten. You once warned me, Socrates, that this may be my experience when dealing with the wise. You said, "Phaedo, my young friend, do you think that we are always aware precisely where and when and how wisdom has gotten its teeth into us? Or do we sometimes only realize afterward that we have been affected by a conversation when some little thing that was said or perhaps a question that was asked begins to trouble us? As a youth, after I was taken captive and sold into slavery, I believed that I should be better off dead. Once they brought me to Athens, and I discovered how I would be used, my misfortune seemed to double. One day I heard there was a man in the marketplace who, like an enchanter, could turn bad fortune into good. There were many other people who said you corrupted the young, but I felt that I had nothing to lose. I stealthily closed my door and came to find you, risking a beating each time, so that I could listen to you ask questions and tell stories about how a man may live well rather than badly. Because you asked Alcibiades and Crito to rescue me, and they would do anything for you, they set me free, and in effect gave me another chance to live my life. I was so moved that I said to you, "Socrates, I am a poor slave and have nothing else to give in return for your kindness, so I offer you myself." And you answered, "My dear Phaedo, do you not understand that merely by giving me your friendship, you are offering me the greatest gift of all?" From that day forward, I never left you alone. I followed wherever you went, and listened to you talk about philosophy with everyone you met. I began to write down some of the most remarkable things I heard. You told me, for instance, to make good use of a mirror. You said that contemplating our own reflections should remind the young to make themselves beautiful within, either to live up to our looks if we are handsome, or to make up for them if we are not. I also learned from you that, although it is hard to know ourselves, by carefully examining the reasoning of others, we may glimpse a mirror image of our own minds. Nothing gives me more pleasure now than to call you to mind, Socrates, whether talking about you myself or listening to someone else do so. To me you seem to be everything that a truly good and happy man must be. If anyone doubts this, let him set the character of other men beside yours, then let him judge. In my opinion, you deserved not to be executed, but to be highly honored by the state. Indeed, we, your friends, all felt as if we had lost a father when you died, and that we would pass the rest of our lives as orphans. The day before your trial, a priest of Apollo garlanded the prow of the sacred ship of Theseus in preparation for its annual voyage to Delos. The city must be kept pure in accord with tradition until it returns. So for 30 days you sat, the man who freed me, clapped in irons like a slave himself, inside the prison house on the edge of the agora. The 11 officers in charge have mostly public debtors in their custody, and a few convicted criminals awaiting execution, men such as temple robbers, kidnappers, brigands, and traitors. They had never known a prisoner like you. Until that time, you had spent most of your mornings walking on the streets outside the courtyard wall, where you discussed philosophy with anyone who was willing, rich and poor, Athenian and foreigner alike. Now you sat and listened to the sounds of the market from inside your cell. But you were not alone. We gathered at the courthouse every day, just after dawn, and walked to the prison as soon as the turnkey opened the door. We stayed and talked with you about philosophy until the sun began to set and visitors were required to leave. Crito, Antisthenes, Aeschines, myself, and many of your other friends. The last time I set eyes upon you, about 15 or 20 of us had gathered in the prison courtyard outside your cell. We found you released from your chains, with your wife, Xanthippe, already sat beside you. In her arms she held your youngest son, who is named after your father, Socrates. Throughout your time in prison, despite your circumstances, you continued to live exactly as before, the most serene and cheerful man whom any of us had ever known. You were barefoot and dressed in a threadbare cloak in your typical fashion when I saw you. I had brought you a beautiful new robe to wear, but you smiled and said, "Come now, Fido, is my own good enough to live in, but not to die in?" Silver plates and purple robes, as you like to say, are useful if you're an actor on the stage, but they're of little value in real life, and of no value at all when the time comes to face one's death. When Xanthippe saw us, she cried aloud, "Socrates, this is the last time your friends will ever see you." She was so overcome with grief that she cried aloud and beat her breast with her hands. You said, "Let someone take her home for now," and Crito's servants led her away. I felt that even though you were going down to the underworld, you were doing so with the blessing of the gods. You had lived such a life that I had no doubt that you of all men would fare well when you got there. Although sorrow would seem natural, given the circumstances, I felt none, as long as we continued to talk about philosophy in our usual manner. I did, however, experience a strange feeling, to which I was unaccustomed, a mixture of pleasure and pain, as I found myself enjoying your company as much as ever, while nevertheless knowing that you were soon to die. Everyone present, in fact, was affected in the same way, sometimes laughing, then weeping. Your voice, though, sounded the same on the day of your execution as it had done during your trial and on every previous occasion that we had spoken. You had the same look in your eyes and on your face as always. Being with you during your final hours was an astonishing experience. Although witnessing the death of a man who had been my good friend, I had no feelings of pity. You were happy both in your words and actions, and your death appeared beautiful and without fear. As soon as we began talking, the conversation turned to philosophy once again. You sat up on the bed, bent your leg, and rubbed it where the iron fetters had been removed, saying, "What a strange thing pleasure is, and how remarkable its relation is with pain, which people call its opposite. A man cannot have both at the same time, yet once he gets a hold of one, he's almost always bound to end up with the other, as if hunting two creatures with one head. This seems to be happening to me right now. Those chains hurt my leg. Now they have been removed, I feel relieved, and pleasure follows." You had already become quite absorbed in our discussion of this idea when Crito reminded you that you were supposed to avoid over-talking. The guard had warned him that those who get heated up by conversation sometimes require 2 or 3 doses for the poison to take effect. You said to take no notice, as you didn't mind whether they had to poison you twice, and that you would prefer to continue our conversation regardless. As you sat up and put your feet on the ground, you explained that it was appropriate for one who was about to leave life to examine what we believe that journey to be like. How could our time be better spent, you said, than by discussing the topic of death while we waited for the sun to go down? Throughout your incarceration, when your friends kept offering to bribe the guards so that you could escape, you smiled and asked them whether they knew anywhere outside of Attica that was inaccessible to death. A man who has spent his life engaged in philosophy, you said, should be cheerful when facing his own demise, and hopeful that afterward he will be blessed. Most people fail to realize that the goal of all true philosophers is to rehearse dying, and to prepare themselves for death. It would therefore be strange if they resented it when the time came. We could even say that, in a sense, philosophers are already half dead. By this I took you to mean that philosophers constantly seek to grasp the truth through reason rather than being misled about reality by their bodily senses, and about what is good or bad by their feelings of pleasure and pain. You described your method as a kind of purification of the mind or soul, through which it is freed from the prison of the body and becomes capable of wisdom. Whereas men who chase one pleasure after another are never satisfied and constantly fear death, no man whose life has been full of virtue feels regret when it eventually comes to an end. Philosophers, therefore, having trained themselves for dying, fear death least of all men. Such men are lovers of wisdom rather than the body, and do not fear pain, love pleasure, or hanker after wealth and reputation. They must therefore excel in the true virtues of courage and moderation. You helped us to realize that to the wise, what other men call courage and moderation appear primitive and strange. The majority of people consider death to be a great evil. Those they call brave only face death from fear of other evils. They risk their lives in battle, for instance, but only because they are scared of being captured and enslaved. Fear and cowardice can make us appear brave when we are not. In the same way, it is our own excess that often causes us to exercise moderation. We desire some pleasures so much that we are willing to abstain from others, like a man who goes without food or sleep, waiting at the door of his beloved. We master some of our desires because we ourselves are mastered by others. It is therefore false courage, you said, to endure one fear in order to avoid another, and it is false discipline to renounce one desire in order to indulge another. Wisdom is the only valid currency for which we should exchange our actions, by exercising courage and moderation in its name. When one desire is exchanged for another, without reference to wisdom, we have only the illusion or appearance of virtue, rather than real virtue. This is the mark of a truly slavish character, you said, in the sense that it causes us to become enthralled by our own desires. Wisdom requires purifying the soul of such attachments. Those who love wisdom, therefore, do not travel the same road as others, who do not know where they are going. Philosophers follow where philosophy leads them, and are not led astray by fear and desire. You told us that the founders of the mystery religions had glimpsed this truth, which they expressed symbolically, when they said that those who arrived in the underworld uninitiated would wallow in the mire, whereas those who arrived purified would dwell with the gods in the afterlife. We talked for many hours about this, and what awaits us after death. Are souls dispersed like smoke when the body dies, no longer existing anywhere? Or do the souls of those who die live on in the underworld? Or is the ancient theory true that claims our souls come back from the dead to be born again, repeatedly, in new bodies? There was a long pause, while you appeared to contemplate in silence something we had been discussing. We wanted to ask you more questions, but said we were hesitant to bother you in your current misfortune. You laughed and told us that it would be hard to persuade others not to think of your present fate as misfortune if you couldn't even persuade your friends. Suddenly you said, "You seem to think me inferior to the swans. They sing most beautifully when they realize they are about to die. Most men, because of their own fear of death, tell lies about the swans and claim that their song is a lament. I believe, on the contrary, that as these birds are sacred to the god Apollo, they are prophetic. Having a knowledge of the future that awaits them after death, they sing with great joy of the blessings of the afterlife and their eagerness to depart from this world in order to join the God whom they serve." Your friends were left puzzled by this talk of swans, until after a long pause you added, "I have been detained here this length of time, awaiting my death, because of the festival of Delian Apollo. I consider myself to be, like the swans, his servant, and I have received from him a gift of prophecy, not inferior to theirs. So I am no more sorrowful at leaving life than they are. You should therefore speak with me and ask me whatever you want, while there is still time remaining." I could hold back no longer, and tearfully exclaimed, "What I find hardest to bear, Socrates, is that we know you are being put to death unjustly." I was sitting by your right on a low stool beside the couch. You placed your hand gently on my head, smiled, and asked, "Would you prefer that I was put to death justly?" I said that I would not. I blushed to think that you were consoling me when you were the one about to die. "If I am to be executed unjustly," you said, "the ones who prosecuted me will bear the shame of it. For if to do injustice is shameful, what shame is it of mine that others have decided to act unjustly toward me?" You stroked the hair on the back of my head as you were in the habit of doing. "Tomorrow, Fido," you said, "you will probably cut this beautiful hair of yours." "Yes, most likely I will do so in mourning for you," I said. "Not if you take my advice," you replied. "We would be better advised, both of us, to cut our hair today, to mourn this discussion, if we cannot find the courage to continue it any further." You were laughing. I have often admired you, Socrates, but never more than on this occasion. It came as no surprise to me that, even as you discussed death with us on the eve of your execution, you had a reply to every question. What impressed me, though, was the patience and kindness with which you listened to your young companion's arguments, and how keenly you were aware of the effect the conversation was having on us. I marvelled at how you healed our sorrow and instilled courage in us, as though recalling us from defeat and flight, and turning us around to face the enemy once again with confidence. You joked that we, your friends, seemed to have a childish fear that when we die a breeze might come and blow away our souls, scattering them as they leave our bodies. Were we so superstitious that we worried what might happen if we were to die in a high wind rather than calm weather? We laughed and said that perhaps there was a child within us who had such fears, and that you should try to persuade him not to be so afraid of death, as if it were a terrifying bogeyman. You said we should sing a magic charm to the child within us every day until we dispel his fears. Where will we find someone who can cast good charms, we asked, now that you are leaving us? You suddenly looked at us very intently, as I remember, and said that we should spare no trouble or expense to search all of Greece or even the barbarian lands until we find someone. There is nothing, you said, that we could spend our money on to greater advantage. We should look first among ourselves, our group of friends, however, as we may not find others who could help us as easily as we could help ourselves. When you noticed that we were all becoming tearful once again, you laughed. Why are you only now beginning to weep? Have you not always known that from the day of my birth, nature had condemned me to death? Do you think it is strange, you said, if God has decided that I should die now? Don't you see that to this day, in my estimation, no man has lived a better or more enjoyable life than I? For those men surely live best who strive the hardest to become as good as possible, and the most rewarding life is theirs who are aware of making progress in the right direction. If I were to live much longer, I would be forced to pay the old man's forfeit, to become half-blind and half-deaf, dull-witted, slow to learn, and quicker to forget. No, I believe that God in his kindness is taking my side and providing me with the opportunity of ending my life not only at the right moment, but also in the easiest way. When it was nearing sunset, you said it was time for you to take a bath. You wanted to save the women the trouble of washing your corpse. Crito asked you about your final instructions concerning your sons and what little property you owned. After listening to you, he also asked, "What can we do that would please you the most?" You said the same thing as always. We would please you and ourselves by always taking good care of our own souls. You will do yourselves the most good, you explained, if you put your philosophy into practice. Because even if you agree with every word I say today, you will achieve nothing if you neglect to take care of yourselves tomorrow and every day thereafter. We will be eager to follow your advice, said Crito, but how shall we bury you? Any way you like, you joked, assuming you can catch me. Turning to the rest of us smiling, you said, Crito has not yet been persuaded that I am Socrates talking to you right now, but he still believes that Socrates is the body that will soon become a corpse. After I have drunk the poison, I shall no longer be with you, but shall go and enjoy good fortune with the blessed. You know well enough already, Crito, that to express yourself badly is not only a fault of speech, but also of thought, and therefore does harm to the soul. So please, my old friend, do not say at the funeral that you are laying out and burying Socrates. You must be of good cheer, and loudly proclaim that you are burying the body of Socrates. You may do so in whatever way you find most appropriate, according to our customs. It was now growing late, and Xanthippe returned, bringing your sons to say goodbye to their father for the last time. Lamprocles was already a young man, but the other two were still children. You spoke to your wife and your eldest boy quietly for a while, and Crito passed on your final instructions. Once your family had left, you joined us again. The sun was beginning to slip behind the Hill of the Muses outside. You talked for only a short while longer before the room fell silent, as we saw a burly, shaven-headed guard walk through the door. He stood directly before you, but his eyes were downcast as he spoke. I know that I shall have no need to reproach you, as I do other condemned men, Socrates. They are angry with me and curse me when, following the orders I have been given, I tell them to drink the poison. During the weeks you have been here, I have come to know you as the noblest and gentlest man who has ever come to this place. I already know that you will not argue with me, and that you will not blame me. You already know what message I bring. Farewell, and try to endure what you must as easily as possible. I noticed as the man turned to leave that he too had tears in his eyes. You called after him and said, Farewell to you too, my friend. We shall do as you bid. Once he had left, you turned to us and said, Since I was sent here, that man has come in and conversed with me regularly, and I have found him to be a most pleasant fellow. Come, Crito, let us do what he instructed. Ask them to bring me the poison if it is ready. If not, let the man prepare it. But wait, Socrates, stammered Crito. I think the sun still shines upon the hills outside and has not yet set. I know that others have drunk the poison quite a long time after they've received the order to do so. They are permitted to eat a last meal and to spend time with their loved ones. Do not hurry, there is still time remaining.
It is natural, Crito, for others to do this, you replied, for they assume that it is in their interests to delay the inevitable, but it is not appropriate for me to do the same. I do not expect to gain anything by drinking the poison a little later, except to become ridiculous in my own eyes for clinging desperately to life when there is none left. So please do as I request, my friend, and do not refuse me. Crito sent for the slave whose role it was to administer the hemlock, and he arrived carrying it ready mixed in a wine cup. When you saw him, you said, "Well, my good man, you are an expert in this. What must one do?" The man told you to drink the poison and walk around until your legs felt heavy, then to lie down and wait for it to take effect. He offered the cup to you, his hands trembling. You took it quite cheerfully without the slightest change in your expression, but looked up at the man from under your eyebrows as you often did and asked, "Am I allowed to pour a libation to the gods from this drink?" The man said they had only mixed as much as they believed was necessary for one dose. "I understand," you said, holding the cup in your hands, "but I must nevertheless utter a prayer that my journey from here to there may be a good one. This is my prayer, and may it be so." You raised the hemlock cup to your lips and drank. We felt as though all of us, indeed all of Athens, swallowed the poison along with you. Most of us had held back our sorrow until this point, but we could hold it back no longer. My own tears flooded down my cheeks against my will, so much that I felt the need to cover my face. In truth, I wept for myself rather than for you, Socrates. I could see that you were unafraid of dying, but I was afraid, because I was about to lose my dearest friend. I was surprised to see, though, that Crito was already in tears. He stood up quickly, turned away, and walked across the room. "What is this?" you said, "you strange fellows? The priests tell me that it is preferable to die in silence. So keep quiet, good friends, please, and no more tears." You stood up and walked around until your legs felt heavy. Then you lay on your back as you had been advised to do. The man who gave you the poison checked your body. After a short while, he pressed hard on your foot and asked if you could feel anything there. You said no. Your legs were becoming cold and stiff as the poison spread, and we were told that when the cold reached your heart, it would stop beating. You looked towards Crito and said your last words. "We owe a cock to Asclepius. Make this offering to him, my friend, and do not forget." As you covered your face with your cloak, Crito whispered, "It shall be done." Then he paused for a moment before adding, "Tell us if there is anything else." But there was no answer from you, just silence, followed by a slight shudder. A moment later, the man uncovered your face, and we saw that your gaze had become fixed. Crito, your oldest friend, leaned forward and closed your mouth and eyes. Some said you meant that death had cured you of the ills of life, such as old age and sickness. Asclepius, of course, is the god of medicine, to whom a cock is sacrificed in exchange for a remedy. He is the son of Apollo, the god of healing, to whose service you had dedicated your life. You often told us that even death could be seen as a kind of medicine, if we faced it like philosophers, who improve themselves by contemplating its nature, and I think this is what you meant. Such was your end. You were the first philosopher ever to examine by means of reason the moral conduct of our lives, and the first to be executed by the state. I, Fido, do not believe that there exists a record anywhere of a more noble death. I find it impossible to forget you, or, in remembering you, to hold back my praise. Who among us was more temperate and less enslaved by his bodily desires than Socrates? What man has ever lived with more freedom?
for you accepted neither gifts nor payments from anyone. Who could be deemed more just than you, content with so little, wanting nothing from anyone else? And who could surpass your wisdom, Socrates, who from your first words ceaselessly pursued and learned about every virtue? Anyone who knows what manner of man you were, and who seeks wisdom, continues to this day to miss you beyond all measure, for you alone proved to be our foremost guide on that journey. And what is more, you were, of all the men whom I have known, the best, the wisest, and the most just.
Author's note: The Socratic problem. The picture of Socrates in Plato's dialogues is not a historically accurate record of scenes, conversations, sayings. But though it is not a record, it is not mere invention. Karl Jaspers. Unlike most important historical figures, Socrates is known to us mainly through his depiction in literary sources which are believed to be semi-fictional. The Socratic dialogues of Plato and Xenophon were most likely written shortly after Socrates' death. In fact, Plato and Xenophon were both young men when Socrates died, and likely only with him during the last half-dozen years or so. Our earliest source for his life is actually a satirical play written by Aristophanes called The Clouds, performed during Socrates' lifetime, which paints a very different picture of him. There are a few other contemporaneous fragments, mainly of a comedic nature, and many anecdotes, often of doubtful historical value, found in ancient authors writing in subsequent centuries. Socrates was a real person, a famous Athenian philosopher. However, despite a rich tradition of literature, many details concerning his life and thought remain uncertain. The challenge of sorting out truth from fiction in our sources, which has vexed historians throughout the ages, is known as the Socratic problem. The philosophical dialogues of Plato, our primary source, contain many conversations between Socrates and other interlocutors. The content is probably made up or based only loosely on things Socrates really said, although the setting usually involves real people and real places. At times they also make reference, either directly or indirectly, to real historical events. Xenophon's dialogues do too, albeit to a lesser extent. Some scholars believe that the details of Socrates' life and philosophy can be extracted with due caution from the dialogues. Others, such as the classicist Robin Waterfield, who has translated many of Plato's and Xenophon's works, are less optimistic. He writes, "The dialogues occupy a fictional universe of Plato's making, set loosely in 5th century Athens, and centering on Socrates, but with little attention to the outside world. Several defining moments are problematic, even the famous pronouncement of the Delphic oracle, that no man is wiser than Socrates. It is impossible to date this for certain, and we don't know whether it happened before or after other key events. Some scholars dismiss it as a total fabrication. Nevertheless, it is central to the story we are told about Socrates. We are therefore best to consider the Socratic dialogues of Plato and Xenophon as largely make-believe. They employ the character of Socrates as a literary device used to imagine what he might have said if such a conversation had taken place. As the 20th century philosopher Karl Jaspers put it, we have inherited such contradictory information that it may simply be impossible to reconstruct an accurate image of the real man. Nevertheless, the anecdotes once told about Socrates deserve to be retold for modern readers who are interested in his philosophy. This book therefore contains a dramatized and semi-fictional account of the life of Socrates, designed to make his thought more accessible, while also highlighting connections with modern psychology. I believe that is the best way to help the largest number of people benefit from his story. Even if we must forgo a historical Socrates, as Jaspers says, this does not prevent us from continuing to derive immense value from the literary character of Socrates passed down to us from ancient sources.